In the quiet of the night we find a timeless whisper so kind, stretching beyond all space, healing hearts with gentle grace, floating on a cloud of thought. In the stillness, find what's sought. Time weaves through our mind. With God's love, we're intertwined. Through the veil of time and space, feel the warmth of divine embrace. Meditation, silent song, makes us feel where we belong. Stars align like ancient tales, universe within prevails. Moments drift like endless seas, touched by heaven's gentle breeze. Nothing stands in our way now. With the divine, we take a bow. Every challenge fades like mist. In the sacred we exist. Through the veil of time and space, feel the warmth of divine embrace. Meditation, silent song, makes us feel where we belong.
Welcome back. I am the dust at the feet of God's servants. Only God is special. Welcome back. I hope you guys are having an amazing Friday so far. It's Friday. It doesn't mean much to me because I'm not working at the moment, but for those of you who do work, I'm sure Friday means a lot more. But it means something to me as well at the moment. Some TV shows or some YouTube shows I watch come out today. So yes, Friday. Well, it came out yesterday. Friday though. Hope you guys are having a good one whatever you're doing. Welcome back. So I'm at home. You're like, what? Wait, weren't you just going houseless? What the hell's going on? Could you not even hack it for one night? No, I could. The funny thing is, I went and did this little walk thing, which I was planning on doing for such a long time. I've done a couple of them before. And this one I thought was going to be a long one. I thought this one was going to be the one. But as I went on this walk, I started talking with God, as I do, and came to some other realizations. Firstly, I wasn't afraid of being outside. I wasn't scared of the cold. I wasn't worried about freezing to death. I wasn't worried about hunger. Because from my previous 2 trip experiences, even though I was hungry, even though I was thirsty, even though I was having lots of painful issues walking and stuff, like feet blistering and socks getting wet, and then just walking around on damp socks, and it's just like whoosh, whoosh, and then your feet get all wrinkly. Like honestly, I've had it all on my previous trips, so yeah, I wasn't. I was like, what's the worst that's gonna happen? I'll have to take my shoes off, wring out my socks, and put them back on again, or put on a fresh pair of socks while I leave those to dry. It is what it is. So, as I was doing this trip, I walked about, I want to say 12 miles. I walked about 12 miles to a particular spot that I wanted to get to. And along the way, it was awesome. It's a journey, you know. That's what I love about life. It's so unpredictable. Random guy saying, "Oh, he likes my hat." Random couple of girls in a car going, "Woo, cowboy!" So that was funny and fun. And yeah, and then there was just a bunch of people looking at me like, "What's he doing?" There's this one guy though. Oh, this guy was hilarious. So this was another kind of like thing for me to realize that, yeah, this doesn't bother me just being outside. Like, as much as I feel free there, it's not a challenge. I feel free, yes, but I'm not challenged in doing something that scares me. You know what I mean? Like, so what happened was I was sitting there at a bench. I found a nice little spot to sit down, relax, catch my breath before I keep walking, and kind of just take in the moment. And a guy walked past, and as he walked past, he got past me. He took one of his headphones off because he was wearing headphones. He took one of his headphones off like this because he had one of these headphones, the headband ones, and he's like, "What'd you say? You want to start something?" And I was like, "What? Where the fuck did that come from?" But at the same time, I literally stood up and went, "Okay, fine, if you want to do this." And as soon as I said, "All right, fine, let's go," like, I have no idea why we're about to fight, but if that's what you really want, I could play. I could play. I like to play. So I was like, all right, cool, let's do this. And as soon as I did that, he stepped back a bit and he kind of looked shocked. He's like, "Oh, okay." He's like, "Why'd you say that?" I was like, "I didn't say nothing. What are you talking about?" He's like, "Oh, no, you said something as I walked past." I said, "No, not me." Uh, I had with my phone out, so he might have heard something coming from the phone and thought it was from me. But it was just funny because it was like, how quickly this guy who's in his own world, who's listening to his music, who could have just carried on walking past me with, even if I did say something, even if I did say something, even if I called him a prick as he was walking past, why would you let that affect you? Why would you let that ruin your day? You're doing your thing, you're in your own little world, you're listening to music, you're going for a nice little walk at 1 o'clock in the morning. Do you, buddy? Do you? I ain't stopping you. But then you turn to me and then you say, "You want to fight?" And when I say yeah, he's like, uh, I just, "Why'd you say that?" And I was like, "Bro, don't offer to fight first if you'd rather talk. Okay? If you'd rather talk, talk. I'm happy to listen to your BS and I'll help you figure out whatever's going on." But like in that situation afterwards, I realized, yeah, you probably heard my phone. You thought it was me. You were in your head. You were angry. You were looking for someone just to fight. And if you just wanted to fight, I'll do it. I'll do it. But I ain't got no anger towards you. For me, it's more of a different activity in my day. That's all it is to me. It's just a different activity in my day. It's like, okay, I'm sitting down, I'm walking, I'm getting into a fight, I'm sitting down, I'm walking. You know what I mean? It's just breaking up my routine. For me, it's no issue. But yeah, it's funny. Like, even that situation, it was like years ago, I would have tried to talk him out of it. I would have tried to talk him out of it first. I would have said, "Look, hold up, let's talk. Where's your head gone wrong?" And I was just like, "No, fuck this. Look, if you want to fight, let's just fight." As soon as I said that, then he's like, "Oh no, no, let's talk, let's talk." So all right, cool, we could talk. I'm happy to talk. This is the thing. People seem to think that you have to be one thing, and you're stuck being that one thing. No, you could be multifaceted. You could be completely different, not different people, different aspects to yourself. The aspect of you that doesn't mind getting into a fight, the part of you that doesn't mind talking, the part of you that doesn't mind explaining why someone's a dumbass, the part of you that wants to help people. You know, all these things. Or the part of you that wants to cause chaos. all these different aspects of you. They're just all part of the same person, and we have to kind of allow each one to do its thing, do its thing. But obviously, once again, like I always say, with truth, love, compassion, contentment, humility, and hope as your compass. You need some kind of compass as you're doing this. Otherwise, if you're using fear, lust, anger, greed, attachment, pride, then you could just go straight down the, all right, let's fight. Yeah, I'm ready for a fight. And oh, you want to talk now? Don't care. Bam, 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 bam. It's like, at that point, what's the word? There's a phrase, you don't want to punch down. I always feel like I'm punching down. I always feel like I'm beating on some little kid. And I'm like, I don't want to beat up on kids. If you know how to fight, if you are good at fighting and you want to fight, great. I love a challenge. I love a challenge. But most people in my life, typically, when they wanted a fight, it's always been they'll punch you and then they'll run away. They'll do something and then they'll run away. They can never see the fight through. And I'm just like, no, 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 no. You wanted to fight, let's fight. But okay, fine. If you want to talk, say your shit and go away. Like, you're not there for the fighting. You're obviously trying to, like that kid, the guy who was there yesterday, he was obviously trying to show he's hard. And I was like, bro, you don't show you're hard by saying you want to fight. You show you're hard by fighting when you have to fight. Not just constantly asking people for fights. That doesn't... Like earlier that night, actually, it was funny. I forgot his name. I want to say his name was Mario. But some random guy comes up to me and he was like, oh, you smoke weed? I was like, yeah, but not right now. He's like, oh, I'm trying to get... And I was like, bro, come take a seat, sit down, talk. And as he was talking to me, he was explaining that he was trying to set up this new business and stuff like that, selling weed. Which I ain't got no problem with. The business is a business. Work is work. I know it's illegal, but owning slaves was legal at some point. You know what I mean? It's like, the laws aren't always correct. So this guy is like, yeah, he's gonna start selling weed, and he's trying to give me his number, and I was like, oh, bro, I appreciate it, but I'm broke as a joke. I'm going for a little wander. I have no idea where I'm going, when I'm coming back. I'm just passing through here. I don't even live around here. And literally, just me having a chat with this drug dealer ended up him opening up, telling me about his mum, how she travels as well, and she goes to all these places. And it's just like, the drug dealer, the one who's personified as being the bad guy, the one that's evil and wants to hurt you. No, he just wanted to have a nice little conversation. And then that kid, the other guy who was walking around late at night, 1 o'clock, listening to music, you think, oh yeah, he's in his own little world, he's having fun, he's fine, he's just doing his own thing. And little did I know that he wants to fight someone. But only if they don't want to fight. I love life. I love life. This is why I was like, okay, yeah, this was a good part of the journey. And when I did that first 12 mile, well, yeah, first 12 miles, because then I had to come back. When I did the 12-mile walk and got to where I wanted to get to, I was sitting there and I was just sitting there with very little cover, with the wind blowing in my face, because apparently there was a storm yesterday. Storm Eowyn, I think it's called. Owen. Anyway, there was a storm yesterday, and I didn't know this before I left. To me, I don't give a shit about storms. I am the motherfucking storm. You know what I mean? I am the center. The center of the storm is where it seems most calm. But to get to the center, you have to go through the craziness. So yeah, I'm a little bit crazy, but that's fine. That's who I am. But in the center is peace. Peace. Pure tranquil. Like, if you went into the center of a storm, you'll be like, whoa, where's the storm gone? And then 5 minutes later, when the circle moves, the center bit moves away from you, then you get the outside of the ring where the storm is still going. And then you're like, oh shit, there's the storm. So yeah, yesterday there was a storm. Did not bother me. I was like freezing my ass off. I was sitting there. I was closing my eyes for a little bit, just meditating, thinking. And then I'd open my eyes every once in a while, just look around, appreciate it. And I was just like, you know what? Like I said, this isn't a challenge. This isn't a challenge. Like right now, I've not eaten for 2 days. I've only been on the journey for 1 day. I left without eating. I was like, It'll happen when it happens. So I left without eating. I left without any camping equipment. I left without any kind of like backup, just in case. I was just literally just me on my own, and I was like, yeah, I feel good. I feel good, and I really wanted to keep walking. I was like, should I go to the next town? Because I really want to go to the next town. And I was like, God's giving me signs that I need to go back. He's telling me that I need to jump into the deep end. I need to go into the darkness. So, and for me, money is part of the darkness for me, because like for me it's like if I get involved with money, I'll start focusing too much on money, and I'll end up letting it kind of control me and consume me, and it's a worry. It's a worry, because I know the end result of people who chase after money. But at the same time, I'm like, actually, I'm not going for the money. I'm going for the freedom to travel, the freedom to do what I want. The money is just a tool to accomplish what I want, which is freedom, which is all I wanted, freedom. Hence, oh, by the way, if you guys haven't noticed, we're now the Freedom Hawk. The Golden Dragon still lives, but the Freedom Hawk is another aspect. So the Freedom Hawk was kind of like shown to me last night. It's like, okay, how do I put this? Okay, so there's two stories I could tell that kind of elaborate what I'm trying to say in regards to Freedom Hawk. The first one is, if a bird is going for its first flight and it falls out of the nest, one of the other birds pushes it out by accident and it falls out. That bird's got two choices. It could stay at the bottom and go, do you know what? Fuck it, I'll just walk along the bottom and I'll just try and live here as long as I can, and gets eaten up by a cat or some fox or something. Or it climbs back up and it takes another leap of faith. The actual leap of faith it wanted to take, not the one that was pushed upon it. So, yeah, the idea here is that sometimes you might fall, sometimes you might trip, sometimes you might get pushed. But it's okay, because you still got a choice. The choice is always yours. The choice is always yours. You could either stay there and wallow in self-pity and go, oh no, this is my life now. I'm at the bottom of the tree. I'll never be able to take flight. Or you could just go, fuck it. Let's climb up this tree. Let's climb up this tree. Let's just get back up to the top or somewhere close by, and then let's fly. Let's fly. Because that's what a bird is meant to do. Fly. So yeah, that's the first story. The second story is something I heard again on the interwebs, is when a bird lands on a branch, it doesn't trust the branch not to break, but it trusts its own wings, that if the branch was to break, that it'll be able to take off and do what it needs to do. It has that confidence in its own wings, rather than in the branch that it's sitting on. The branch is just a branch. You can go from branch to branch to branch, but as soon as it snaps, it's cool. Fly away, little birdie. Fly away to another branch. So yeah, those are my two analogies for being free, and why yesterday's journey was amazing, even though it was short-lived, even though I thought it was going to be a lot longer, even though I thought I was going to be gone for months or weeks. I thought, yeah, you know what, this is the one. God went, no, go back, do what you got to do first, fight the darkness within yourself, deal with all this other crap that you're like still processing, and then afterwards, then go for your walk when you're truly ready. And by then, I'll be able to do what I have to with instead of baby wings, with full-grown adult wings. I hope these analogies are making sense. Madness says, you changed your name. Yes, I did. Good spot. Yeah, it's Freedom Hawk now, but like I said, the Golden Dragon isn't dead. The Golden Dragon is still very much alive. It's just a different aspect. I like to compare it to a chimera. Chimera has like the wings of an eagle, the head of a lion, the body of a dragon, I want to say, and then the tail of a snake. So yeah, it's about embodying all the different elements to life, and it's just not about just going, oh no, I'm just the dragon, and that's no. There's different aspects to it. Like I say on this channel all the time, I'm the devil. I'm the bad guy. You know, I embrace that part of me. I know I am causing chaos. Like that guy walking past yesterday. All I did was sit there and watch a bit of YouTube on my phone as he walked by. And just from me doing that one little thing, not even considering about offending the guy or anything, just me sitting there just watching a little YouTube video and him walking past and him going, "What'd you say to me? You want to fight?" I just can't help it. I can't help it. No matter what I do. So yeah, you got to embrace the chaos. Sometimes it's a bit more fun in life to go with the unexpected. Like I said, the whole me coming back home, completely unexpected. I was thinking I'll be gone for ages. I was like, yeah, that's it. Bye guys. I'm going houseless. Not homeless. I never said homeless for a particular reason, because homeless means that you have no home, but I have a home. The world is my home. I was going houseless. But yeah, the trip itself was amazing. It was amazing. It was tough. My legs are still killing from walking 12 miles. But that's life. I'm ready to leave right now if I had to. If I had to go again right now, I would. I don't mind it. I enjoy the challenge. The biggest challenge is just making sure you rest. Otherwise, you could keep moving forwards all the time. You could always move forwards. And I always like to say move forwards. But this time I've circled back. Why have I circled back and I keep telling people to move forwards? Well, like I said, I circled back because I was like, there's certain parts that I need to master within myself, more of the darkness, and I'm sure that will make life a bit more interesting. Hopefully I learn more about myself and all the good stuff in life, all that good stuff in life. Let's have a quick look at chat. Chat is dead. Okay, yep, no worries. Makes life easier for me. I don't have to read it. But let's get back to the stream. Actually, do you know what? I'm gonna put on a bit of music. I'm feeling a bit of music, and I'm gonna play the pirate one because I'm still a motherfucking pirate too. I'm everything. Okay, I'm everything and nothing. So yeah, time for a bit of piracy.
I sail through the storm with me compass on truth, seeking treasure in me heart, not in fountains of youth. A ship full of love with compassion as me map, plundering not gold but the peace that I trap. The seas be wild but I stay me course, with a humble soul, may that be me force. I wear no crown, just a battered hat, but the spirit's rich, radiant, that's where it's at. On this righteous voyage where true souls be found, with love in me chest and me boots on the ground, content with the waves, I need not more. Found me peace in the journey and that be me score. The world's chasing jewels but I'm searching for more. I seek the light in the depths where truth hits the shore. Ain't no treasure like compassion, it be rarest of gems, and a humble heart be worth more than crowns or hems. I'll raise me flat with no pride to boast, for a true pirate soul full of spirits of the coast. With kindness as me blade I cut through the lies, seeking love and light beneath blackened skies. On this righteous voyage where true souls be found, with love in me chest and me boots on the ground, content with the waves, I need not more. Found me peace in the journey and that be me score. The world be loud filled with sirens' cries, but I wrote a meal tune beneath starlit skies, giving what I can, taking what I need, living by the code of the sailor's creed. So I sail through the night, compass pointing me right, not for fortune or fame but for inner sight. The tides rise and fall but I be standing tall, a humble pirate soul, heeding truth's call. I'll sail this path till the waves lay me down, with love as me anchor and truth as me me smile. For a life rich in peace, be worth every mile. On this righteous voyage where true souls be found, with love in me chest and me boots on the ground, content with the waves, I need not more. Found me peace in the journey, and that be me score. So hoist your sails to the stars above, seeking treasure that's forged in compassion and love. For a pirate whose humble sails free as the sea, on a righteous path, hey, that's the life for me. So hoist your sails to the stars above, seeking treasure that's forged in compassion and love. For a pirate whose humble sails free as the sea, on a righteous path, hey, that's the life for me. The world just sails to the stars above, seeking treasure that's forged in compassion and love. For a pirate whose humble sails free as the sea, on a righteous path, hey, that's the life for me.
And we're back. God, I love that song. The righteous path, that's the life for me. Found my peace on the sea. I butchered the lyrics a little bit, but it's fine. It's fine. Yeah. I've written so many damn songs that I can't remember the lyrics for all of them. I was going to say I don't know how these singers do it, but I'm guessing it's because they release a bunch of songs at a time and then they sing them and repeat for all the performances. So yeah, maybe I'll start singing. Should I start singing? Aye, that's the life for me. I'm a pirate. I'm the pirate Superman. Who's a bird, also a dragon. What am I not? Honestly, it's easier just to list the things I'm not. Yeah, I think life is more about embracing the different parts of yourself, not trying to bury parts of yourself. You know, you got to embrace all parts of yourself in life. And that's what life is about, discovering yourself, learning about yourself. Anyways, while I say all that, I'm going to pop up the link, just in case, I don't know if there will be, but in case there is anyone that wants to come up and have a little chat, you're more than welcome to. Otherwise, I'll be ending the stream when I feel like it. Right now, I want to keep going. So, yes. There we go, pinned. Might as well have a drink of water while I'm at it. While I'm here. Beautiful. Alrighty. So I had a thingy planned. A bit of a lesson that I was gonna do, which I probably will do now because I've mentioned it. It's something I've spoken about previously in regards to life. I've actually talked about this on a really old stream, which I took down again. I ended up taking it down because it wasn't polished. It was a bit rushed. It was just literally just trying to get the information out there. I did this about, I want to say 2 years ago. 2 years ago in about February. I ended up making a bunch of videos, about 6-7 videos, where I just tried to give as much information as I could, trying to, from what I understood anyway, from my perspective on how I can help them, if I can help anyone. Well, of course I can. Everyone can help, but it depends on the kind of help. So yeah, this is what the chakra system looks like at the according to like Eastern philosophies. You got 7 chakra points. You got the root, the sacral, the solar plexus, the heart, the throat, the third eye, and then the crown. And people seem to think that these are, they kind of are literal, but they're not literal. How do I explain this? So the root chakra, let's see if we can find a better picture. Oh, I can't click there, I've got to use this one. That's bad as well. Maybe if I could save it and then open it up, then it'll be better quality. Let's just find a good one though. I think this one might be good. Alright, let's stop sharing that. Let's try and open this picture. Yeah, that's much better. And hopefully StreamYard gives me the powers to open up a picture. Give me the power! There we go. Yes, it does. Fantastic. Beautiful. Much better. Much better. Alrighty. So, as we look at this, you can see that the root chakra, or the bottom one, the red one, is basic trust, or it's more survival. It's not just basic trust, it's survival. It's being able to, it's about being able to survive regardless of what happens, that you're not stuck in fear mode. If you're stuck in fear mode, you're stuck in the base, you're stuck in that root chakra, you're stuck in that survival mode. And this is one, so I've actually said this on the streams that I did years ago, which I didn't I took down. So what I said back then was that people typically live in the bottom 3 chakras, meaning that they live in the survival instinct, the sexual instinct, and then that one, the yellow says wisdom and power, but it's meant to be more willpower. It's more willpower. Wisdom comes a bit further up. It doesn't come from just power. So the yellow is willpower, the orange is sexual or creative, and then the red one is survival. So most people in life are stuck in these bottom 3, and that's where the matrix wants you to be. Because if you're stuck in those bottom 3, you don't fully understand yourself. You've got 4 parts of yourself that you've not actually tapped into yet. So the world wants you stuck in the bottom 3. You have to try and elevate. How do you elevate? So like I said, this one, the red one, is survival. Orange is sexual or creativity. Yellow is willpower. Green is heart, love. That one's really important. That one kind of unlocks, and then kind of unlocks the blue one as well, the communication. Because obviously if you have love, you're willing to listen, even if people are chatting shit. Because you understand that that's their way of communicating. And then you've got the third eye, which is awareness, or what I like to call seeing through the bullshit. And then you've got connecting with God, the crown chakra, spirituality. It's not about, a lot of people think that, like someone told me once recently, they were like, oh, how do I open my third eye? How do I get the power of the third eye? And I was like, bro, what? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is some kind of magical powers behind the third eye on top of what I already understand, seeing through the illusion. But yeah, when the person said, "Oh, I want to awaken my third eye," I was like, "Bro, have you even done any work on any of the other aspects? Have you done any work on the other aspects of yourself? If you haven't, you're setting yourself up for failure, because you'll open up this and then you will fall badly. You will fall badly because you've not done the base work. It's like I've used this analogy before. When you're trying to climb a ladder, you start with the bottom and then you climb up the ladder in the steps. If you go from the bottom first step and you try and go up to the seventh step, you're gonna fall over. Your legs aren't gonna go that far. You might make it maybe, but you don't have that grounding. You don't have that ability to move up there without the falling. So you need to build it up. You need to work on these in stages. I think this is why this illustration is beautiful, because it does go through the bottom. Because survival should be the foundation. If you know how to survive, if you know how to take care of yourself, if you know how to do what you need to do, then you're solid. Your foundation is solid. And then you can just build up from there as you go up. So yeah. Let's get back to that in a second. There was this other part I wanted to show you. What was the other part? Oh yes. Yes. So here's a secret. Here's a secret. When you are able to kind of master all of these things, you're able to master yourself in a way. However, that's only just the beginning. That is only just the beginning of the journey. Like, this journey has so many layers to it. It is unbelievable. Like, when I started this journey years and years and years ago, I just thought, I'm gonna do what I want. And what I want to do is help people, and I want to do it with truth, love, compassion, contentment, humility, and hope. I want to try and do it with that aspect in life. And I just kept on going and going and going. And honestly, for a long time, I didn't learn a lot. I learned a lot, but in life, but in regards to the spiritual journey, I didn't learn a lot. It's only when I was being tested. It's only the test that came up that I was like, oh, okay. I'm actually understanding this. I'm actually progressing further than I thought I would, because I didn't even know this existed. Like, I just thought it was just me chilling, being me, doing my thing, being a retard when it suits me, but then being what you call it. Let me stop sharing that screen. And then me being serious when I need to be serious. I like to have fun, but I don't like to have fun at other people's expenses. I think life is more about having fun together than having fun by stepping on other people. Hey, each to their own. I know some people like doing that shit. I get it. It makes you feel powerful. But real power comes from within. Salah says, debate Muslim dawah, allow the best to shine. Muslim dawah is weak. It is weak. It's just, I've already said this on my previous streams. Muslim dawah is just trying to intellectually convince you that you're wrong, and then they're trying to implant their own ideas of what's right into your own head. That is literally what Islamic dawah or Muslim dawah is. It is not anything about connecting with God. It's not about anything to do with God. It's just to do with convincing the person, and then, hey, that's it. I'll get my 72 virgins because I converted someone. Like that. don't get me wrong. Like I've said before, I think that Islam can be a really good religion if it's done properly, the way it should be done, not the way it's being taught, not the way that it's all hate and anger and you have to kill the disbelievers and you have to do this and you have to do that. It's all very militant. Don't get me wrong. Like I said, I told the story earlier about where someone wanted to fight and I was ready to fight. It's not about shying away from fights. It's not shying away from. It's not about cowering in weakness or fear. It's just about if you're some kind of king and you've got all your people below you, the true strength of that king isn't when he's just beating the crap out of his people and trying to get the most out of them. The true power of the king is when he lifts them up and he makes them better. I think that's the way that people should be trying to head towards, not this idea of let me convince you by destroying your beliefs and then implanting you with my own beliefs. How else could the best of you shine then? The best of you doesn't shine through debates, in my opinion anyway. I think the debates is just for those people who are like, oh yeah, oh, they want to score intellectual points. And it's like, okay, yeah, cool, well done, you got the intellectual points, but where's your points of character? Where are your points of character? Let your character shine through. That's the way I would say it. It's like, are you true to yourself? Are you true to what you believe? If you really, really, really believe that you need to kill all the disbelievers, why aren't you? If you really, truly believe that, why aren't you? I don't want you to, but if that's what you truly believe, why aren't you? It's because you don't really, truly believe that. You understand that, I think in Islam they call it fitra. You've got this innate feeling of knowing that we are all one and that we are all created with free will and God loves us all, regardless of the choices we make. And even the Muslims say that even if someone on their deathbed was to then accept God, God will accept them, regardless of whatever crap they've done in their life. So if we can understand these simple concepts, then that concept that some Muslims have of you need to kill the unbelievers, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. And this is what I mean. I'd rather people just be honest. If they are just repeating the book or repeating something that they've been told, then just say, yeah, I'm just repeating what I've been told. It's not what I really believe in my heart. It's just something that I've been told that I have to believe. They've mentally brainwashed me to make me think that I have to believe this thing. Otherwise, I'm going to hell. Just say that. It's fine. It is what it is. But yeah, most people on these debates aren't really looking to have an honest debate. They are looking to score points and win followers and... yeah, they want a fan section. That's what I've seen. Most of these people just want a fan section who just want to go, oh yeah, well done, congrats, yeah, that was a great point. It's like, the point is secondary. The point should be first, but the point comes secondary in these debates. When they're having the debates, the point comes second. You'll make a point to someone, they'll ignore the point you've made. Example is you might have seen the videos I did recently of me wearing the devil mask and speaking to the sheikh. I asked the sheikh a simple question. I said, do you think God wants you to memorize all the rules, or do you think God wants you to connect with your heart, with him? I asked him this simple question. What do you think God wants? From what your text says, from what your understanding is, from your journey in life so far, and he even said 5 seconds before, he said that when he prays from the heart. So I was like, okay, cool. He should be able to answer this very simply. Should you remember all the rules, or should you connect to God with your heart? And he said, what his response was, nobody remembers the Quran 100%. I was like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? It's not a question I've asked and you've brought up a different thing now. Now you're saying that not everyone remembers the Quran 100%. That just makes more problems for you, buddy. If you're saying no one remembers the Quran 100%, then how can you say that it's 100% accurate? It's not changed. It's not all this. If no one remembered it 100%, you've got no source to check by. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I think with these debates, it's more about people just trying to intellectually just try and mislead, misdirect. You know, all the standard tricks of a magician. That's what magic is. Magic is misdirection, misleading. Oh, look at this while I do this over here. Woo! You know what I mean? It's all of that. So when you talk to these guys and they're debating, they're not debating. They're not looking for truth. They're not looking for actual growth. They're looking to prove the other person wrong so that they can then go, okay, now you follow my rules. That is literally it. That is all they are doing. If it was about, like I said, if it was really good conversations where they were trying to find the truth, I'd go on these debates. I'd go on these debates and I'd have a bit of fun. I'd say what I need to say, probably learn a little bit. It is what it is. But that's not the situation. So, yeah. Sorry, Salah. Unless you could find me some decent people that want to actually have a debate where it's not just about scoring points and stuff, where they can actually just argue the point rather than just taking it off somewhere else. I think then that would be fun. Although, maybe if I did score some points, it'll knock some egos down. The option's there. If I'm feeling fun, if I'm feeling like having fun one day, I might go on a debate just to have some fun. But it's not something that I'm going to be doing seriously. Yeah, I think most people, when they do debating seriously, they end up forgetting why they got into it in the first place, i.e. looking for truth. They just get lost in the source, as it were. What is it they say? Absolute power corrupts. So yeah, when they get this power in their head of like, oh, I'm right, oh, I'm saying great things, oh, I'm doing this, then people tend to let that get to their head. It's like, no, you could be wrong, still learning. There's aspects to life that you may know, and there's aspects to life you may not know. Like I said earlier with the whole chakra thing, that's my explanation of it. That's the best way I understand it, where I can apply it into my real life, where it's not just a energy center in the middle of my body that I have to focus on. No, it's a part of my life. The part of my life where the heart wants to connect with people, the heart wants to see people happy, the heart wants to look at little kids with smiles in their faces. You know what I mean? It's just beautiful. Life is beautiful like that, but it has to come from the heart. But when people are sitting there going, heart chakra, heart chakra, heart chakra, how are you feeling love? How are you feeling love? You're not feeling love when you're sitting there going heart chakra and thinking about your heart chakra. This is why I'm like, I don't like this whole Eastern philosophy, mysticism stuff, the way that it's taught. I tried to kind of like watch a few videos on it years ago, and I was just like, yeah, this is gobbledygook. One really good TV show that really did a good job explaining chakras, which I thought was a really good, like, from the other videos I watched where they were like, oh yes, you have this chakra and this chakra and this chakra. Oh yes, magical. When they explained it like that, I was like, bruh, I don't get it. I'm slow. I don't get it. But it's only after, well, not only after, but after I watched this video, I had a deeper understanding, and then after my experience in life, I had an even deeper understanding. So, and that deeper understanding I already explained to you. So let's have a quick look for this video. I recommend you go watch it in your own time. It's Guru Patek talking to Ang. Avatar chakras. There we go, and there we go. Alright, so it's 10-minute long. I'll probably get a copyright stricken for this, but it is what it is. Yeah, if you're watching it live, you get to see it. If you're watching this afterwards, go Google how to open your 7 chakras avatar, and then it'll be one of those videos, about 10 minutes long.
In your note, you said you could teach me to gain control of the avatar state. How?
You must gain balance within yourself before you can bring balance to the world. And the first step to gaining balance begins with this. Drink up.
Ugh! It tastes like onion and banana juice.
That's because it is. Yum, yum.
Yum, yum.
In order to master the avatar state, you must open all the chakras. And tell me everything you know about chakras.
What are chakras?
Oh, I see. I guess we'll start with the basics. The water flows through this creek, much like the energy flows through your body. As you see, there are several pools where the water swirls around before flowing on. These pools are like our chakras.
So chakras are pools of spiraling energy in our bodies?
Exactly. If nothing else were around, this creek would flow pure and clear. However, life is messy, and things tend to fall in the creek. And then what happens?
The creek can't flow?
Yes, but if we open the paths between the pools,
Yep.
Energy flows.
So you got to open up the paths between the chakras. So like I said in that picture, people trying to jump to, I want to open my third eye, I want mystical magical powers. When they start doing this, they're skipping a whole bunch of steps, and yeah, it's not good. It's not good. Okay. From my personal experience, there's a fine line between sanity and insanity as you go along this road, and you have to stay balanced, you have to stay focused, and you have to be careful, because a lot of people want to trip you up. A lot of people don't want you to get where you need to get to in your journey. So yeah, we could watch the rest of this, but I'll end up going into meditation mode if I do. Let's just stop sharing that. There we go. Yeah, so chakras are about steady growth and allowing each chakra to be opened up in sequential order. You don't want to go and open up the third eye if you've not done any work on any of the other chakras. It will not be good for you. Not be good for you. Best advice I could give. Best advice I could give. And from me, my personal experience, truth, love, compassion, contentment, humility, hope, those were the kind of building blocks, the foundation I needed in order to start kind of clearing that chakra energy, if that makes sense. So yeah, you need to have some kind of basis in life, something that you could fall back on, something rock solid. You don't want to build a house on quicksand. You want to build it on some solid foundation. And truth, love, compassion, contentment, humility, and hope are definitely solid, but not going to be easy. Not going to be easy. I can tell you that for free right now. It is not going to be easy. Yeah, cool. Coming up to 8 o'clock. I'll end stream in about 5 minutes. So before I end stream, if you're watching, hit the like button. If you're new here, subscribe. Do all that fun stuff, because I need to start saying that more. And is there any questions or anything, or I'm gonna just riff for a little bit and then I'll put on some music to end the stream? Any questions? Any questions? Cool, no questions. Oh, someone's popped up. I bet it's Damien. Yes, it is. What's going on, Damien? You're right. You always come when
sorry.
I'm about to leave. I'm always like, oh, I'm about to
Sorry.
end it, and you're like, oh, let's jump on now, literally right now.
Sorry.
It is what it is.
It is what it is, and I just thought I have to allow that laughter energy just to come up and out. You get me?
Yeah,
You
no,
know
no,
what I
it's
mean?
all good. It's all good.
Yeah, I don't have to allow that. No, I was kind of watching. I was kind of flicking between a few things. I kind of come near the end.
Hmm.
Sometimes I kind of, do you know what I mean? And sometimes your streams come on, or you do a stream, and I've missed it.
Hmm. Hmm.
So I missed a lot of your streams because you do them for quite short times.
Sometimes if I just
Yeah,
don't feel like I've got anything to say at the moment, I'm just gonna go,
yeah,
cool, let's just call it.
yeah.
But
No, I
if I'm in a flow,
totally
I'm
get
in a
it.
flow.
Yeah, no, totally get it. So sometimes I'll be watching. I think the last there was one I noticed. I thought, oh, I missed the man. And so I've been watching Hamza's Den. So I'd be doing my Christian dawa in the
Yeah,
chat,
yeah.
trying to point out some facts about in a very nice way. Do you
Mm.
know what I mean? They're very nice to me, and they know me there. So I'm never disrespectful. I just don't see the need for it.
Mm.
So I just try to point out facts about certain things,
Mm.
um, so I think I was in Hamilton then, and then I kind of was flicking around, and then I said, the man was on. So I've had a couple of times where I've kind of come in and you were just gone.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Sometimes it's just go with the flow. It's like, all right, cool. I
I'm
don't
just
want
gonna
to.
take out my tune.
Yeah, no, do your
This Nicorette salmon might be. I don't. Are you a heavy smoker?
uh, kind of, but not really. I can stop
Yeah,
as soon as I feel like it. I just don't
right.
feel like stopping at the moment. It's just one of those things. I kind of always said that. Well, I said it and I did it. So when someone asked me to stop,
Hmm.
I literally had a full pack and I just kind of crunched up, threw out the window, and
Oh, really?
I didn't
Okay.
smoke for eight
Okay.
months.
Oh, I
Um,
couldn't do that. Yeah.
but it was only because I only stopped because I thought I could trust the person who told me that they don't want me smoking. I was like, okay, cool, they have my
Right.
best interests at heart. But when I found out
Yeah,
afterwards
yeah,
they
yeah.
didn't have my best interests at heart, I was like, well,
Or were they more worried about the effect of the smell of cigarettes on them?
I don't know. I don't know.
Right.
I think it was just more of a power situation where they were like, oh, let's see if I could get him to do this. And
Right.
I was just like, for me, it's just cigarettes. It's nothing special. It's not the end of the world if I
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
have one. But
I do.
if I am
Yeah,
enjoying
good.
it, I don't want someone
Yeah.
to tell me what to do just so that they could get some
Yeah,
ego
yeah.
trip over. Oh, look what I made
Oh,
him do.
yeah, yeah. Well,
So
what I would say that I use Nicorette chewing gum now. I've been for a while. I buy them on eBay. Um, and I do find they give me, especially when I come indoors.
mm.
This looks a bit weird, doesn't it? It's again, I'm back.
I'm
I'm
used to
all
it.
wired up again. Yeah, I know. I need to get a new microphone set. So no, the Nicorette chewing gum, it just helps me to kind of to pull back, so I can smoke. I still smoke. I go out and have my coffee, and I mostly I'll smoke when I'm out and about
Mm.
in the coffee shop. And then when I come in, I'll have a cigarette probably, and then I just throw his chewing gum straight in the mouth, and I'll go on the
Mm.
laptop, and I can go through a few hours. So the chewing gum will help me. I find there's support for me
Someone told
to
me
give
that
me
the
a break.
chewing gum tastes of like cardboard or something.
For
Someone
me, I
told.
think the chewing gum are brilliant. I think I get it's Nicorette,
Mm.
and I buy them on eBay, and they're half the price of the pharmacy.
Okay, but they don't taste
Yeah.
like cardboard.
No, I wouldn't say so. No, they've got nicotine. It's 4 milligrams of nicotine, which is kind of the similar strength as a cigarette
Mm.
for the most part. And I put one in. I'd leave. So I'm kind of flying around, and I'm kind of. I put one in. Then I come out and think, oh, I want to make a sandwich or something, and then I kind of get rid of it. On the odd occasion, I'll put it down somewhere and take it back up again.
Oh.
No, not in a really bad way, but if I think I haven't really kind of got enough out of it,
Yeah.
it's okay. No, it's what I'm saying is I find them helpful in stopping me being overly. I got rid of the vape. I was on the vape for a few
Mm.
years. I got rid of the vape about 2 months ago because I've heard a lot of people medically telling me that's not good for you.
Mm.
And I really felt it on my lungs every time I kind of took a puff into it. And I read stories of
Popcorn lung.
quite horror stories
Yeah.
actually of
Yeah.
young people on the vape and what they've done to their lungs. They were showing images, and I thought, oh fucking hell.
Yeah.
So and I do.
The thing with the
Sorry,
vape, the thing with the vape is that a lot of them come in flavors, so you end up just sitting there just puffing on them a lot more than you would a
yeah,
cigarette.
yeah,
Every time I
because
do a
it's
cigarette, I'm like, ugh, this tastes like shit. I don't like it,
mm,
but I
mm.
enjoy the aspect of
Yeah, I think
smoking.
I think that's the problem, especially for young people. They don't make a connection to the vape
Mm.
because it's that lovely flavor of whatever it is they're choosing. And I used to get flavored by the end. I went down from 12 milligrams. No, I think I started. Yeah, I think the top one was 12 milligrams, and I got down to six. So for a long time, I was on 6 milligrams,
Mm.
and then I was buying banana candy, but I used a very good vape shop. You know, I did kind of
Yeah, but it's
go
still a
have a
vape.
yeah, it's still a vape, yeah.
Yeah.
And what I noticed about it was affecting. I felt it was irritating my gums.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I really felt it there. So then I got rid of it, and so I'm on cigarettes. But the chewing gum, I just feel they just give me that. All right, I can have a bit of a break for a while. I can
Mm-hmm.
stick something in my mouth. I don't feel I'm going without. That's I think that's the thing with the Nicorette chewing gum.
It
I
breaks
don't
up
feel I'm
your
going
habit.
without.
It breaks up the habit for you a little bit. So instead of
Just even if it's just for a few hours, do you
yeah,
know
yeah,
what I mean?
yeah.
So I was listening to a lot of your stuff, and you talk a lot. Oh, sorry, have you heard all this issue about this film
About
called
what?
Emergence? This film, they're saying it's an anti-Sikh film. There's
No.
been protests all throughout the UK
Oh
at
wow.
cinemas. Yeah, has it gone over your radar?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I really don't stay up to date with
yeah. I just came across that on Twitter a couple of hours ago. So it's some film called Emergency.
emergency.
Yeah, so there's been Sikh protests. They've closed it down, the screening in Staines, and there's been protests at lots of cinemas throughout the UK about it, saying that it's an attack on Sikhs,
Ooh.
basically. Yeah,
Wouldn't surprise
and
me. They typically do attack Sikhs throughout history. Um,
well, it's saying the film is trying to kind of rewrite
history.
history. It's something got to do. Is it Indira Gandhi
Oh
and
yes,
something?
Indira Gandhi. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So there's a history. I don't know the full history, but I know
Mm,
parts of the history. So Gandhi, her dad, Indira Gandhi's dad,
yeah, yeah.
Mahatma Gandhi, I think it was,
Is it? Or is it her grandfather?
or maybe his grandfather. I was just about to say
No,
actually. Uh,
Mahatma Gandhi is the guy that done the partition, isn't it?
yes, well, he helped the British with this, but
And like you, he liked to walk a lot.
yes, he did.
You've got, you've got something in common. I think he did that one, didn't he? Isn't he one of his famous things of just walking barefoot in his robe?
I don't know about barefoot. I think his sandals are quite famous.
Right.
It's the fact
Okay.
that he's always walking
Yeah,
in his sandals.
I, w- I went to his place. Was it? No, is it in Delhi? Where there's a place where his grave is,
Mhm.
but it's not a grave as such. But there's a monument to him, and it's got an eternal flame on it. So I went there in Delhi, and I went to the Gandhi Museum as well, which was interesting. I can't remember where, but um, so yeah. So this I don't know what the film is about. I just seen on Twitter, basically saying there's protests and it's trying to. It sounds like it's trying to paint a negative picture of Sikhs, basically. And you very rarely see Sikhs in the UK out protesting. Do you know what I mean? So there
Mm.
must be something in it, you know.
Well, I'll have to go out a bit more. I wasn't walking in the right areas when this was happening.
Yeah. So do you just take off the man and just kind of
Go with the flow. Just let
what
the
and sleep on the street or
if I have to, yeah.
right? I'm kind of like, where's he going? Sometimes I feel like that. Sometimes I can get very. I've got a lot going on, and sometimes I can get very overwhelmed
Mm.
in my feelings, and I just think, oh, I want to get away. And but do you not struggle with the weather when you do that?
Well, I was in a storm yesterday, so but I didn't struggle in the but like I was walking in the rain. My clothes were soaking wet. The wind was blowing. I was freezing my ass off, but I was still happy. I was still Like, don't get me wrong, I was in pain. I was in pain,
yeah,
but
yeah.
that's pain I can handle. Like, it was more just about the clearing of the head. It was the fact that I've wanted to do this, and like I said, I thought this journey was going to be a bit longer. I just went on the journey thinking, yep, I want to go do this because I want to, and not because I'm told to, not because I'm, you know what I mean? Like I said, I don't like people telling me what to do. I want to do this because I want to do it. And when I went to do it, as I was doing it, I was like, okay, cool. I'm not challenged here anymore. It's not a challenge. You know, I could sleep wherever. I'll find a little ditch or something. I'll find, you know what I mean? I'll find a little cubby hole where the wind can't get me, the rain can't get me, and I'll just sit there for a few hours. But I was like, the problem I have is that I really don't want to go down the money route. The whole trying to make a business and trying to do all that stuff. Like, for me, survival isn't about money. It's about being able to take care of yourself in all situations. So if money stopped working tomorrow, if tomorrow all of a sudden the bank stopped working and they go, oh wait, economy's crashed, can you take care of yourself? At that point, are you still
which it will at some point. Do you know what I mean? Which it will.
Probably a bit sooner than we think.
Do you know what I mean? Just the way everything is going. I mean, the pendulum is swung from the far left to the far right. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's literally, ridiculous. Do you know what I mean?
But you kind of need that. You need that far left to the far right thing, because now the far right's in. Once the far right's in and they start getting emboldened to do stupidness, the people on the far left will start going, and then hopefully they find the balance in between somewhere.
Well, what I think would happen is that when it goes to the far right, that the far right themselves, the people who voted all this in, think, oh, good, look what we voted for. Look what's going on. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I was just watching somebody doing do you know Candid with Lubna?
I've heard the name. Yeah, I think she was on one other stream I was on once, or something I was watching.
So she
hates Muslims, right?
I wouldn't say she hates Muslims. I think she is Muslim. I think she's from Pakistan.
She's Muslim. Okay.
She's British Pakistani, but I don't think she's a practicing Muslim. I don't get that.
No, I think from the little few seconds I watched, because she was on a Christian channel, I think she said that she was an ex-Muslim and trying to, you know how most people are doing nowadays, trying to expose Islam. So
I think there's that, and I think she just challenge. I think she calls out bad behavior.
Okay.
I would more kind of look at that. You know, so she'll call out certain things. You know, so I would, if there was times I've seen her do stuff and I thought, oh, I'm not so sure about that. I think you're a little bit layered line with what you're saying there. You know,
got an example?
Demonizing Pakistanis, kind of really criticizing, even though she's Pakistani. You know what I mean? Like, don't what's the song? Don't throw stones
in glass houses. Yeah.
Yeah. So she's made a place for herself, you know, by doing what she's doing. I think she's just another voice coming out. You know, I mean, there's so many different voices, but so many different coming from so many different directions. In a way, it's actually healthy. Do you know what I mean? Because
open dialogue, yeah.
It's open dialogue, and if there's people who are, you know, within that community, for example, they may say, "Oh God, look, if somebody from our own community and it's a woman is being so open about saying these things, maybe we need to look and question honestly, you know, whatever." You know what I mean? I'm not saying she's right, by the way, but
no, for sure. I've got a quick question for you, because I think it's like being a double-edged sword. So you are more right-wing, correct?
No.
Okay.
No.
More left or middle?
I would class myself as a liberal.
Liberal, cool.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in the middle. I'm probably more on line with, you know, Owen Jones.
Yes, actually, I used to watch a few of his videos. He was actually a really clever guy. I think he been on like a Question Time or something like that as well a few times.
Yeah, he's done a lot of stuff. So I'd be more in the middle. But I'm a strong believer in justice. So when things that somebody does something absolutely abhorrent, like we've had recently, you know, with that boy that murdered those 3 children, I think justice has to be seen to be served. because it's very much about perception. And when people don't, the wider public perceive something is not being handled or dealt with, in a fair, balanced way,
Mm.
this is what gives rise to far right thoughts and feelings.
Mm. Mm.
Do you see what I mean? So I do believe, though, in relation to Trump, I do think eventually people. I mean, he's trying to get rid of people's birthrights. You've seen that? So people who've actually been born.
Yeah, but they've already done that here.
I don't. Have they?
Because of the whole what's her face, the Muslim girl who went to Syria or wherever to fight.
Oh yeah,
Salma
Begum.
Begum, yeah, that's it.
Shamima Begum.
Shamima
Yeah.
Begum, that's the one. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So when that thing happened, and she was like trying to apply for a British passport,
Yeah. Yeah.
they put in a law that said that the government can refuse a passport. They could take your passport off you, regardless of where you're born. They could do what the hell they like. And I think it was Suella Braverman who pushed that through a couple of years
Right.
back. So yeah, they've already got the law here, and they're already trying to deport people to what was it?
But she had a British passport, the man.
Yeah, I'm sure they all do, but
You know.
but
Yeah.
it doesn't matter if you've got a British passport. That's what they're saying. They're saying that even if you have a British passport,
Yeah.
if the
Yeah.
government feels like that they want to take it off you, they can.
I personally feel, from the beginning, I've always come from my thinking in relation to her
Mm.
has always been, at the end of the day, this girl is a British citizen. She's born here, and also she was underage.
Mhm.
Irrespective of the cause and effect, whether she was groomed online, whatever, etc., etc., etc. And unless we have hard evidence to show, well, like I always, it's all for me. It's always about evidence,
Mm.
and unless I can see evidence that leaves me in no doubt that she's done certain things,
Mhm.
would I then have a different feeling about that? But I believe we have a responsibility to her because she was 15 and because she is British national. So I think she should be allowed back. That would be my
I
thing.
disagree. Just because,
Would you?
yeah, even if she was 15, her parents had the responsibility over her at that point in the guardianship. If they've done a fairly poor job of raising
Mm.
her to understand the difference between right and wrong, understanding that, hey, you could fight for what you believe in, but you
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
do it at the expense of killing other people or supporting an army that does that kind of like beheading stuff that they were doing crazy shit back then.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. It's a
Yeah.
difficult one, because that could go. That could affect me. I could do something, and then they could say, even though you were born here, you're
Mhm.
actually of Irish heritage, and
Mhm.
even though I don't have I do have a British passport. I have to think about that actually. So, yeah, so that could be removed. Do you
Yes,
know what I mean?
but
I just think that my kind of thinking is we need to look after our own, but Shamima Begum is one of our own, irrespective of what she did, and she did do it. She was as a child, legally. We look at when people come in front of the courts under a certain age,
mhm.
we treat them differently
Mhm.
because of their age. So I think those kind of things are important. I don't think we should what's the word, not, is it denationalized? What's
Mhm.
when you make somebody stateless. That's the
Yeah,
point.
yeah, yeah.
Because Bangladesh done the same, didn't they,
Mhm.
to her, which saves a lot as well. Do you know what I mean? So I personally think she should be. I watched a few of her interviews. I thought, oh God, Shamima, I want to sit with her as a gay man and say, Shamima, listen, don't you miss your makeup? Don't you miss your doing your nails, love? Do you know what I mean? What were you thinking? If it only had given me a ring, I would have brought you out for a cup of coffee. You know what I mean? And we could have had we could, So sometimes I just think, when I think of people like her, I think they get isolated,
Mhm.
and this happens to anybody. Do you know what I mean? You become isolated if you're already feeling you're not part of something bigger and
Mhm.
that has a purpose in your life.
Mhm.
It's very, especially because of the internet. It's easy to isolate and then kind of go down that route. Do you
Mhm.
know what I mean? So for me, I say I believe in justice, but I definitely would not. I tell you, I would not want to live in a country that is. Look, put it this way, though, man. You know the saying, they came for the blacks. I said I'm not black,
Mhm.
so they left me alone. They came for the Jews. I said, I'm not Jew.
Yeah.
And then all that was left was the gays. Like it's your turn now. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
So I just think that there has to be a point where we look at the bigger picture and look at all the evidence and just think, right now, something we have to stay on. For me, I have to stay on center. So I'm
Mm.
very much on. I call myself a centrist
No,
more than anything.
I
In the
completely
sense
understand the perspective. Like I say,
yeah.
I've said a few times on different topics, I've said the amount of power we give the government, we have to be careful because we don't know how far they could go to abuse it afterwards. Like once it's written in paper, they're like, oh, cool. Well, actually, it says this, or we could do this thing and this thing and this thing and take it as far as we want. So yeah,
And
I
it is,
100% get that. But I just think that in her case, um, she's
she lost 3 kids.
she lost 3 kids.
Yeah, she had 3 kids while she was in Syria, and they all died.
Oh, sad.
Do you know what I mean? I think sometimes this is why I got to say, unless we can prove, yes, she was subscribed to what was classed as a terrorist organization, but we could find a lot of people that could fit that criteria.
Mhm.
You know, so unless we can find evidence of something that they've actually done under that guise of that,
Mhm.
we need to have a different. I believe we need to have a different approach. And because she can't be not damaged by the fact she's lost 3 kids.
The thing is, once again, I hear exactly what you're saying, and I appreciate and I understand that we are talking about an individual situation here.
Mm.
But just like I said, double-edged sword, it cuts the other way too.
Yeah, I mean,
Where do you draw the line with who you forgive and allow back into the country and
I'm
give?
not, I'm not, I'm not saying forgive. I'm definitely not saying
Oh, so
forgive.
let her come back, but she goes to prison.
I think there has to be due process. This
Mm-hmm.
is why I say. So I think I think there always has to be due process because if due process, now, there was a woman that went to prison today, and it's a heartbreaking story. She got 10 years. Her 4 children. She had 2 sets of twins,
Oh.
3 and 4.
Mm.
Did you see that story? And basically, she went out to the shop and left them, and basically the house burnt down, and they were all killed. The 4. And if you'd seen the pictures of the kids with these just beautiful smiles. Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
And I just thought, oh my god. So she was in the court and was with a hood, and something happened when she went out, basically. But I mean, there was already an awareness with the social services and mental health services
Mm.
about her situation. So the house itself, there was excrement everywhere within the house and rubbish. So she wasn't able to look after the kids,
Mm.
and so social services had been involved. So she got 10 years. But I mean, how do you live with whatever we as a system throw at you? I don't think anybody is so dehumanized that they can't be affected by what something like that happening. Do you understand what I mean? So like when she's on her own in the cell at night, thinking about my 4 children, my four lovely little boys.
Mm.
What did I do? Well, they think it's a tea light set fire or something.
Okay.
You
Yeah,
know
yeah,
what I
yeah.
mean? So I think we have to have where's that saying about it's carrot and stick, but it's about you have to always stay in the heart energy, but
Mm-hmm.
you have to have justice. Justice needs to
100%.
be
Yes. Yeah.
served as an equal measure.
Tough
And I
love
think
and good, kind love.
yeah, I think there's something in the Bible about that. So I just think I would hate to live in a country that was right wing because probably for selfish reasons I would be a target. Do you know what I mean? So, but it would. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would be. If it wasn't, um, I remember the time when they had the riots. Do you remember in the last summer, when all
Mm-hmm.
the riots kicked up over these 3 little girls? And where I live, I always feel safe here. And my kind of thinking is, I say to people, I feel safe because I feel like how I interact with people and treat other people is a positive, for the most part, positively.
Mm.
Do you know what I mean? I can be having the odd off day where I'm thinking I can't cope. Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
Everybody get out of my way! You're all doing my head in. But that's usually about something that's going on with me. So for the most part, I can go out. I live on the main drag, and I can go down to the shops any time of night and get a packet of crisps or a bar of chocolate and a pack of fags or whatever.
Mm.
And I never, for the most part, I felt not feel a threat. You know, I did have an incident a couple of months ago, which threw me, and I was trying to be kind to this guy, I nearly like turned. It was just like complete psycho. The couple of guys come up and said he's on crank. Be careful. So we would have intervened if it had gone anywhere.
Okay.
And but this guy was a really big guy. He basically done an order in this restaurant I use, and he done it on the computers
Mm-hmm.
himself. And he sat back down, and I could see the message from the screen, saying your card hasn't gone through, or we haven't. So I
Yeah.
thought you're going to be sitting there, where there's going to be no food coming.
No, exactly.
You know what I mean? So I just said, just to let you know. And he went, now you listen here. Don't you effing speak to me again. Do you hear me? And I was like, oh shit, right. So it kind of went. It was really weird. And then he was with this woman, and then he went outside, and I could hear bottles smash and
Oh.
everything outside. Yeah. So it could have
I
been.
think you embarrassed him in front of his woman.
Who knows? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
This is the thing. But
you were just trying to be
I think-
helpful, but in
I
the
was,
end, yeah.
yeah, but I was just trying to be helpful. But the point is, for the most part, I can go walk down the street and kind of not feel, sometimes there's a little place that I'll sit sometimes, and there's a few guys hang out, and they're kind of playful. Let's just put it that way. They're playful with me and mischievous with me. They drink. They're drinkers.
Mm,
You know
yeah,
what I mean? So they hang on this particular. It's a fruit and veg stall during the day, and in the night we all sit on top of it. and I get a bottle of non-alcoholic beer, and I say it's only 120. Your can is just cost £5 or whatever. You get the money. So sometimes I just sit there for company, especially on a summer's evening. When you don't want to kind of be in. And so that was the only incident. But when that kicked off the riots, I sat here and I looked out the window. I thought, Damien, you could just be the wrong person walking down the street, and a car could pull up, and you'd be targeted. Not for anything to do with being gay, just as a revenge. That was all that energy, revenge
yeah.
energy.
They've got energy. They want to hurt someone, and they just see you, and then
because of what's got basically. So I mean, just to think, but for the most part, it's pretty good. You know what I mean? It's very mixed here. I like the mixture of it. Sometimes I have to kind of overlook things. You get those micro aggressions from people. And it just be a look. You know what I mean? You don't even know you. You know what I mean? But they feel they have a right to kind of whatever. So you get that, but for the most part, I think I'm quite lucky where I live. I've always been lucky where I've lived in the sense of, but I would hate to live in a white only country, or like say for example, like a country like Poland.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know?
Poland's beautiful. But yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Like when it's just too homogenized, you've not got no other culture. When you've got just the same faces everywhere, it's nice for a bit of diversity.
Because if you're different, if you're in a country like somewhere like Poland, now I know they've had a gay mayor there, which I've kind of, and I have very good friends, not good friends, I know people who are Polish and gay, where I go to my cafe, they run the cafe, and very nice guy, do you know what I mean? Just like beyond nice, this guy, do you know what I mean? Cuba, his name is. But I think if we can't get to a middle ground, then that's a worry. So at the moment we're swinging all over the place. So you've got Trump who's come in basically saying, if you're born here of an illegal immigrant, we're deporting you. Getting rid of the diversity training, I kind of see a bit. I get where he's coming from. That, yeah. The trans issue gets up for children. I'm totally on him with that. Yeah. But I just think, actually, I'll tell you, it was an interesting story because all the January 6th rioters and Biden sent them out to prison, and then Trump came out and pardoned them. And this one woman who'd got a 2-month sentence for, I don't know if she hit a police officer. Anyway, she was caught up in it and she got 2 months for it. And she refused the pardon.
She refused the pardon? Gangster. Yeah. That's gangster.
She refused the pardon.
That's gangster. Just say, no, I'm all right here. I'll do what I'll take the accountability.
Yeah, no, well, that's what she had already come out. She was already outside. But what she was saying, I recognize what I did was wrong. is what she was
Well,
saying,
she did
basically.
attack a police officer. You said so.
I don't know. I don't know if it was, she attacked the police officer, but she was caught up in that whole thing
Yeah.
anyway, and then got a sentence for it. But what she, on reflection, she came out and said, "No, I realized what I did was wrong," because a lot of police were hurt. I think there was a lot of, I don't think it was. I remember the videos of it. It wasn't a small event. You know what I mean?
Once again, I'm a bit on the thingy with this with police because I'm like, yeah, they do a good job and stuff like that, and they put their lives on the line. But then you
Mm.
see some of them, and you just see them being
Oh,
big
yeah,
bullies, and
totally.
you're just like,
Yeah,
well, and you want to
yeah,
say
totally. Yeah,
serves them
yeah,
right
yeah.
sometimes, but then at the same time, you're like, no, there are some good ones out there too who are really just trying to make a
Oh,
difference.
I had a bad experience with one officer about 10 years ago, and
In the
it
UK?
did. Yeah, and it did play on my mind for a while. It really made me feel very, I feel my negative thing come up whenever I saw police officers.
Yeah, yeah. Left a taste
This
in your
guy,
mouth.
yeah, this guy was just I had to go to court and everything. This guy, yeah, when he was throwing me in because I'm so chatty,
Hmm.
right? So I'm kind of telling everybody everything, even in the most inappropriate situation. So I'm under arrest. I'm in the police being questioned. And I'm talking about, oh, I love Goa, I go to Goa, blah, 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 all of these spiritual hippie dippy trip. And he put, and he throws me in the cell, and I said, "What are you doing? Put me in a cell." He said, "Go in and meditate."
I like
So,
that. He's got a sense
yeah,
of
yeah.
humor. That's good.
He was a 23-year-old little twat, and even the custody sergeant couldn't understand why I was there,
Mm,
and was being quite personable with me.
mm,
He knew the antisocial manager in my landlord.
mm.
Do you know what I mean? And he said, "Oh, how is so and so, so and so?" I wanted to say, "Well, actually, he's a bloody twat because he's messed everything up." But uh, he was arguing with the officer, officer who arrested me, saying, "Why is he here?" And and he was basically, so this kid was just arrogant for his age. Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
And I anyway, it didn't in the end. Um,
This is where we find out that Damien killed 3 people.
well, you don't know what the trigger. Everybody has a trigger. You don't know what the trigger is. You know what I mean? This kind of going back to a little bit what we were saying earlier. Everybody has a trigger.
Yeah.
You just find that button, and you don't know where it's going to go. So basically, that's why I moved. Was I had this shocker of a neighbor in my
Mm.
previous place, um, and she couldn't leave me alone.
Oh, she fancied
Basically,
you.
like, oh, and there was something going on like that, but and she just wasn't. She was, oh, just I don't really want to even go there, but yeah, but it was a lot of it was around my smoking cigarette.
Uh,
So I'd like a cigarette, and I mean now I just smoke out the kitchen window, but and that's more for my own benefit. I want
don't smoke
a
up the
clean
place.
environment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to smell the environment. But no, I just sit there. I remember, but this one I drank. Yeah, she was one of the reasons I gave up drinking. So I'll tell you what, because I didn't know when it was coming. So I'd be sitting there, I'd have a hangover. I
Mm.
was an alcoholic. I was a full on alcoholic. And I'd be sitting there on a Sunday, kind of reading all the trash paper, newspapers, the news
Mm.
of the world, and all that before they got put away. And then basically, and I'd light a cigarette with my coffee. And next minute, it was like the moon had just dropped on my ceiling.
The moon had
That
dropped on
kind.
you.
It was that impact. It was that like,
Okay, it's just
yeah,
yeah.
just smashing things at the same reacting. Yeah. So by the end of it, my nervous system was just shot to pieces. So I was worried. It got me into worrying that I could be in a state like this again, and this could happen, and I'd be worried about how I could react to it.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Because it's so intrusive, and you're being attacked, even though you're not being physically attacked. I had a lot. Yeah, I had a lot of stuff with this woman. I had sort of stalking in the street,
It sounds
everything.
like she kind of
People.
helped you. Like obviously, yes, like all that shit happened, but it allowed you to
Mm,
overcome it. You said you stopped drinking because of her. You then got a new place because of her. So
yeah, yeah.
even though she was a bit of a
Yeah, good
chaos
stuff
figure
come
in
out
your
of it.
life,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
it led to good stuff.
Well, yeah, but she would be so nice to me. Hi, Damien, how are you? Oh, for God's sake, get away from me. I turned to jelly around her. Do you know what I mean? So, and the funny thing about it was, on the morning I was leaving,
Mm.
and the removal people came, and I could hear her crying above me. And the people in her flat were going, "What are you crying for? He's leaving. That's what you wanted." And she's going, "No, no," because it was an obsession.
Mm-hmm.
So the focus and the center of her obsession was coming out of the picture, you
Mm-hmm.
know. So I done an exchange. I done a mutual exchange. Um, I had a beautiful flat. Now I have to. This is the point here, that man. Yeah, my flat was like your picture and my picture. Do you know what I mean? That's the
Beautiful.
kind of flat.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah,
Massive.
no,
Yeah.
seriously, that's. I didn't have the piano.
Yeah.
I had an electric keyboard for a while,
Oh, nice. Nice. I wanted to get one of those.
but I had a stunning flat, and I'd lived there 25 years, and
Damn. And
I had a,
she took you
and
out
she,
after
yeah,
25
and
years.
yeah, well, yeah, after, yeah, and I had a big open fire.
Oh, I love a
I had this
fireplace.
really big open fireplace. Now it wasn't like a real fire; it was gas, but it
Hmm.
was little coals, and you just turned on, and all the flames were there.
Yeah.
And I had a huge living room, like a massive living room. I had all my windows were all sanded back. I had people come in and do them, so it
Mm.
was all sanded back to the natural wood.
Nice.
You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Yeah.
I had it stunning. I had the flat was stunning, but there came a point where I just thought, "Oh, Damien, not your mental health is much more important than any of this."
Mm.
So that was the reason I basically left. So I ended up in court. I got found not guilty. All I did was put a note through her door, and that was the main thing about it. But she was listening into my flat with electronics. Now she was a musician, so she worked in a recording studio.
Mm.
So it wasn't difficult for her to get mics and put them under. But me telling
Wow.
that to the yeah, but this is straight up, and me telling that to the police, they're saying, "Sorry, Damon, did you say you heard mics coming out of the wall?" I said, "I never said anything about mics coming out of the wall. I said, I told you when I was on the phone to my friend, I said, listen, I think I'm being listened into. And I had good reasons for thinking that, you know
Mm.
what I mean? Besides I said, I think I'm being listened into from the start of all. Because this was so full on, I got the landlord to put in a noise recording
Mm.
machine. And for the whole week, that was in Western Sound. Do you see what I mean? So they
Mm.
were aware. They were aware. They could hear the conversations
Mm.
that the landlords were there doing that. So basically, I said to my friend, John, look, I've got to be very careful what I say on the phone because I believe the woman above me has microphones and things. I'd
What
no
were you
sooner
talking
fin-
about? I'm
well, yeah,
joking.
she's just I'd no sooner finished that sentence that I heard wires being pulled
Oh.
directly above my head from under the carpet.
Yeah. 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 Wow.
Like literally at the same time as I was saying it to my
Yeah.
friend. It's like, oh fuck, I could hear the wires, but mics obviously on the end of it being pulled from under the carpet. And then I had grinder,
Yes.
right? So
I was cabin crew for 3 years, so yeah, I know what
right,
the
okay,
I know what the guys were using.
right, okay. So then I used it, not in a big way. I wasn't particularly. I don't now. It's just not my kind of thing. But so there was one time I was doing something. Somebody had sent them something to me on Grinder, and I sent um, of what I would call an inappropriate
Mm.
picture back. You know what I mean?
I understand.
Right? And next minute, the woman above me is straight reacting. I could calling somebody in a flat. Oh, come and look at this from there, blah 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 blah. And I'm like, oh fuck. Yeah, yeah. No, seriously, I'm talking. This was psycho stuff, the man. I have
What?
to
So
tell you
she
that.
was intercepting your messages?
Well, I'm not sure about the phone, but somehow I think look, it would be very easy at the time to go into Grinder and see my face
Hmm.
and get somebody to contact me on a fake account.
Yes.
Do you
Yes.
know what I mean?
Yes.
Once you found me, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um, but the reaction was so in the moment.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I thought, fuck, I've just seen. I hope she's happy.
Yeah. Well, she was
You
impressed.
know
She
what I
called
mean?
her friend to look.
Once you call a friend to look, yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. No, I should get more obsessed after that. Obviously, no. So I stuck a note to her door and I said, look, sorry, I'm trying my best not to smoke too much, trying
Mm.
to be considerate, and we went to court. So uh, I got arrested for harassment. I was thrown out. I was found not guilty, and it was quite funny because the police, the barrister, it was about the barristers. So the barrister in the court was this female barrister. She was brilliant,
Mm.
and brought up the letter. And this woman was a right nasty piece of work, and very calculated. So even in the court, she wanted a screen,
Mm-hmm.
so she couldn't see me, so I
Mhm.
couldn't see her in the court. But it was all bullshit.
Yeah, because that's usually for like violent offenders or someone who's been like
That's yeah, but yeah,
seriously.
but yeah, but this was to,
That's
this was
insane.
to, this yeah, but this was to set a picture. Do you know
Mm,
what I mean?
mm,
And what happened was she paid this guy, another guy who I used to know and hang out in his flat sometimes when I drank, another neighbor, and she paid him. She exploited his situation. He was an addict. He
mm,
was beyond the streets at 6 in the morning looking for cigarette butts. She knew that,
mm,
and she exploited that and threw money at him
mm.
to say, "Can you do this, that, and the other?" And
Oh.
yeah, you know what I mean.
Mm.
So this guy was a witness in the court. He was the only witness, and they put up these letters. This guy is an ex-armed robber. You know
So,
what I mean? I
so,
mean, you
so
couldn't
he's a
make
really
it.
good witness for them.
It was, you know what I mean? Yeah, there's definitely a credibility
Yeah.
issue there. So they put up on the screen these letters. Now I'd seen these letters before the court because you get to see all the evidence, yeah. And I knew the letters. I knew the writing was her writing.
Mm,
Do you know what I mean? And it was all basically kind of saying this about I don't get on with anybody in the building, which is complete BS.
mm.
Yeah. And so with his name at the end, with his signature. Okay, she had forged his signature. She typed up these letters and
Yeah.
then put his name on it. Yeah, and basically, so they put the up on a big thing in the court, and the solicitor, the magistrate on the prosecution side is questioning him about the letters and said, "Sorry, you said in this letter that Mister So and So didn't get on with anybody in the building," and he said, "No, just this woman." And then the magistrate said, "Mister So and So, did you type these letters?" He said, "Oh no, madam, I don't have a computer. I wouldn't have a clue how to type." And she went, "Oh, for God's sake!" It just really quickly just fell apart. You know what I mean, like that.
The truth
And
will always come out. The truth is
the
this is
truth,
why
the truth,
I always say
truth
to
will
people
always
to
come out.
stick with the truth. Like,
Stick to yeah. I did basically that is it. I do. I'm a strong believer in that.
mm,
So I got found not guilty, but I just felt that energy is so toxic, man. It's just best to leave it. It was funny what you were saying earlier on. Like talked on something you were saying about embracing chaos. About that boy that
yeah.
came up and said, "Do you want to fight him?" and all that kind of stuff. And sometimes I kind of get that. I do get that point in the sense of
Just see
you
where it
know,
goes. Just see where it
you
goes.
see, yeah, well, yeah,
There's
but
there's so many calculations we could do with our head, and we could go, okay, this, that, the other, playing chess and trying to figure out all the different
mm,
moves. Sometimes you just need to be in the moment. Sometimes you just need to go, all right, let's just do this for no reason.
yeah. Well, I think for me it would be more. I think I can do a lot of avoidance, and it's not so much that I can't kind of deal with stuff.
Mm,
It's just more where I might be feeling, particularly vulnerable, um, and I just don't feel like I'm not. I might have that kind of inner, even though I have an inner resilience
mm,
overall about dealing with life and different things. But if I see something that's quite chaotic and it's really in an obvious way, I just think, Debbie, don't go there. Do you
mm,
know what I mean? Because one, it's not about you.
mm,
Do you
mm,
know what I mean? And I could have a situation like happened before, like I just told you about, where the response is, "What's it to do with you? Do you want
mm.
a glass of? Do you want a
Yeah,
bottle of custard face?"
yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
know what I mean? So I think it's that. It's kind of choosing your battles, kind of being aware of, could this really turn
Yeah, obviously,
violent?
that's
You
where
know
you
what I
use
mean?
a little bit of discernment, where you're
Mm,
like for example, with that guy, it was late at night. It was just me and him. He could have had friends around the corner. He lives close by. Because he's
mm,
going for a walk just with his headphones. I'm sitting there with a backpack and doing my thing. So I'm like 12 miles from home. If I need to get back, I've got only my legs that will carry me. You know what I mean?
I was going to ask you, do you bring your backpack out with you when you go off on your walks?
Uh, so the only reason I took my backpack with me was because I thought I was going for a long haul. So I took
Right,
power packs, my drone for I could do footage, and the laptop so I can edit some stuff while I'm on the journey.
right.
I know I would like to, like last time I went, I took my camping bag with me, so I had my sleeping bag, my tent, my this,
Mm,
that, the other, and I barely used them. Well, the tent I used quite a bit, but everything else I barely used. So it was just more extra weight I was carrying, and
yeah,
that
yeah.
12 miles I did last time, took me a lot longer. Where yesterday I was just flying through. I was just like, whoa, flying, and I felt better as well after doing 12 miles. I don't feel like I was about to die. I was in pain, but I could still keep going.
When you were saying earlier, not on this, when you were talking about it doing it, when you were talking to Cameron, not with me on, and you were just kind of saying stuff like this, I kind of thought, oh, this is all about attachment. You know, this is about letting, not about you. I think what you're doing is about letting go of attachment. Do you see what I mean? About going off on your own, thinking I'm not dependent on my flat, that I can go and be with myself.
That's the whole point of freedom. That's the whole point of freedom. Freedom is you can literally put all these things that they want you to be focused on in life, like all this stuff. You could put that to the side and you could go, no, fuck that. I don't want to play that game. I just want to be free. But for me, it was more of a, yes, I'm free out there, but let me bring that freedom in here.
Yeah, but that's the kind of, when I was listening to you talking about it, I kind of partly very similar to the Buddha. You know, yet you feel that you're where you're going to get stuff come into you is in that freeness, in that environment where you're not. Because at the end of the day, you know, I was thinking about this last night. When I'm in my flat, even with the best will in the world, I can't avoid turning on YouTube and going on to what the next channel is, and so it's this constant thing of stimulus. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and but it's about replacing that stimulus with something that you do want to do, something that does drive you forward. Something. So for you, like you're going for your coffees, that's a stimulus as well, but it's a different kind of stimulus.
Yeah.
It's a
two
stimulus.
maximum a day.
Yeah, but it's more of a stimulus where you're involved with other people, you're having different conversations, you're out and about, you're not in this, you're in the same coffee shop, but it's never exactly the same coffee shop. It's always got different people, different atmospheres.
And you know, but you know what I'm saying about the microaggressions. So the people that walk by me I've never spoke to, and they'll look at me as if to say, "Oh God, he's bloody there again." I just see it in their energy, the way they look at me. You know what I mean?
But
I've had one somebody say to me, "Do you live there in Hemia?" And I thought, right, rather than getting upset about this, I just replied, "Yeah, I do."
Yeah. No, it's a dumb issue. It's a dumb issue. It's not a you issue because they're the ones bringing it to you.
Yeah.
So you did well to just give it back to him and say, "Yeah, I live here. What's it to you?"
But do you know what it is? I think people are very quick to judge, and they don't know you. They don't know why you're there. They don't know your motivations. They don't know what you're living with, your struggles, etc., etc., etc.
And they don't care to find out.
And they don't care to find out. So, you know what I mean? So would you like to really? Yeah, that's a good point. Would you like to actually know who I am?
If you want to come sit down, have a conversation, get to know each other, and then you can understand, yeah, no problem.
You know, I probably realize I don't like you anyway. I wish I hadn't sat down. you know what I mean? I wish you just kept walking.
Well, I try and think that even if I don't like them at first glance, there's something to them that maybe that aspect I might not like them, but there might be a different aspect where I could go, okay, no, I could like this person.
Relate on this level. Yeah, no, I get that. There are some people that kind of, you know, I just think it's very easy to judge. Oh, sorry, I was going to tell you something, man. Actually, there's two. Can you just give me a second?
Yeah, do you think?
I just want to get my bottle of water because I'm absolutely.
Yeah, no worries. I've had mine next to me all this time. Do you think? Yeah. In life, you'll always have people that just want to comment on your life. They always want to comment on your life, but they never want to get to know you. They never want to understand you. They just want to paint their superficial pictures in their head and then just roll with that. And obviously, everyone's entitled to do what they want to do, but it's not a good way to live. You're constantly stuck in anger mode, like the guy he spoke to, where you said that your pain didn't go through. What's up?
Say again?
I was just explaining stuff. I was just talking to myself, kind of thing. What were you gonna say?
Sorry, Dama.
It's alright. It's fine. I got plenty of time to talk to myself. I could talk to myself all day long. But what were you gonna say?
Well, sometimes that's probably the best conversation. You know what I mean?
The deepest conversations. The deepest conversations I have is with myself.
You know, they say the sign of madness is when you start responding. You know what I mean? When you start answering yourself back.
I haven't started talking about myself in the third person yet, so I think there's still some hope for me yet.
Well, just
a little bit. We'll see.
Yeah, I kind of I keep an eye out for that for myself as well. Like, oh, yeah. I think it's all good. It's all okay. I think for the most part, you know, I was going to say to you, sorry, there's a channel I came across yesterday. It's very interesting.
Hmm.
Now, it really what these guys really impressed me. Now you might have seen it already, and it's called the Al Mahdi,
Oh
and it's
yes,
not.
yeah, the Ahmadi group. They've got this guy with they wear the black beanie hats.
Yeah,
Yeah,
in
yeah.
Sweden, and there's something very authentic about them.
Hmm.
Have you looked at any of the songs?
Yeah, I've watched a few of their videos because I was interested. I was like, okay, this is interesting. If he's the Mahdi, that'll be
Well,
interesting.
I don't know if he is. I'm not
Mm.
saying I'm going that far down the road.
Yeah, no, but
Uh,
obviously what he talks about, what the stuff that he talks about, I find is kind of. One thing I remember watching was he was talking about in Islam there should be different levels, and whereas the people who go into Islam just think, okay, now you're Muslim, that's it, basic level, and that's it, and that's all they stay
mm,
at. But he was like, no, there's different levels to this, and you have different levels of understanding as you go up the ladder. And the person at the bottom
like
doesn't have the same understanding as the guy at the top, and I completely
like
understand.
like the chakras.
Like the chakras, or I've even said this to one of my first conversations when I went to Speaker's
Mm,
Corner. Was I was trying to understand. I was like, okay, so you start as a Muslim,
mm,
everyone's the basic level. How do you get
root
to the
level.
yeah?
Mm,
How do you get to the next level? And he's like, what? There is no next level. I was like, no. There must be a next level. Like
yeah.
if the starting off is just Muslim, then what's the next level? And then someone said, oh no, we have something called a Moomin. So I was like, okay,
Oh,
so
that's Matty. That's not Maccabee. That's the other the American guy who thinks
he's recently started calling himself a Moomin. Yeah,
talking about Mormons.
yeah. But
Yeah.
this was
You mean the Mormons, Christopher? No, the Mormons.
but this is something I brought with the Yemeni. Do you remember Yemeni? So
Yeah.
this was early last year. I was having a conversation with him, and I was like, "Yo, what is the next level after Muslim?" Like, and he just couldn't get it. I was like, "No, you've got to have levels. You got to have Muslim, then Mu'min, and then next level, next level. You have to be trying to
Growing.
reach for something. Yeah, grow.
Yeah.
Especially if you're going down the spiritual journey. If you are just going, no, spiritual journey is just saying these magic words called the Shahada, and that's it, guaranteed entrance into heaven, and 72 virgins and all that BS. You're just brainwashing people.
We're in agreement that's the 73 version. Do you know what I mean?
No, it's 74 virgins. That's why.
Is it 74?
I'm saying the real thing is 74, not 72. Because
Oh, is it? Because
I,
there's 74 sex, isn't there?
I have no idea. I'm just joking. I think the 72 virgins is more of a thing to say that there's purity there. There's purity there.
Right.
Where you would go. I don't think it literally means 72. Well, who knows?
You're right. You don't. Oh, that's interesting because I never heard that before. So you don't think their description of the afterlife is literal?
No. Half the book is not literal. Like when they sue them, they're like, "Oh no, it's not literal. No, it's not saying that God pegs the mountains into the land like a peg. It's a metaphor for, you know what I mean." So
Yeah, I've never heard that before, Daman, and that's interesting because I think if I thought there was some metaphorical, understanding, I'd be more hopeful. You understand what I mean?
okay,
But,
let's put it into terms that we maybe could figure out. So we've got 7 chakras, but
mm,
let's say those chakras had 10 levels within them. So that would be
mm.
70 plus 2 extra chakras, which you only get from getting into heaven. 72 virgins, 72
Well,
points
that's
of.
the eighth chakra I told you about that somebody was telling me about.
There we go. And then you've got your 72 purities that
Yeah.
you are entitled to when you get to heaven. Whereas
You're right.
if they take it their way, they're going, oh no, 72 virgins.
But a lot of people, well, the people I speak to said, yes, what's the point of heaven? Now, here's the response I got. What's the point of heaven if there's no sex?
Mm.
And I say, sorry, the you that's talking to me now, how you recognize yourself, is not going into the next world. You know, the you that's talking about sex.
You don't think
See,
sex
it's
would be in heaven?
No, you don't, do you?
Of course I do.
Do you?
Yes.
Am I on an Islamic channel by mistake?
Sex
Have
is
I just-
sex
have
is
I just
very
popped into
important
the
part of
Quran?
life. Sex is very important part of life, and
Yeah, but right, okay. go on,
if
then.
if we say, according, because you said Christian earlier. So if we go by the Christian narrative, we are made in God's image.
Yeah.
If God has decided to give us sexual organs and the ability to procreate as part of our image, then it's part of our nature. It's something that we need to learn to understand and integrate, not something that we.
Human nature, part of the human nature.
No. The human nature and the spiritual nature are quite intertwined. We love to see the spiritual and the physical, but it's more intertwined than we believe. It's more intertwined than we believe.
Yeah, but I think it's the spiritual, the higher self. I was kind of going to say this to you about when you were talking about the chakras. Because I believe with you were saying that you thought that the chakras aren't literal, which kind of threw me a little bit.
They're not literal. They're not literal pools of energy that you kind of have within you because your physical body.
They're not literal in the physical, but if you accept the auric field, do you know the auric field?
Yeah.
Right. So if you accept the auric field, I've done a lot of work around this before. So you accept the auric field, and we believe that the chakras are part of the energy body.
Correct. Yes.
What we call the energy body, the auric field. So we, on a human level, for the most part, we can't experience them or see them unless we go and work with them and tap into them, and like Buddhist monks would, and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? But I think they're just. I used to use the same to people where they say, just because I can't see something with this way of looking behind me, somebody says something's behind you. The only reason I can't see it is because I can't see behind me with my eyes as my vision, as how I understand it now. But we can use our vision when you go into the spiritual world, you're using your vision very, very differently. Have you ever seen the aura? Or anything represent anything.
Yeah, so I've got a couple of stories. So once I went to this spiritual fair with my ex-girlfriend.
Is that the mind, body, and spirit?
May have been.
For 3 days in the horticultural halls of Victoria?
Yes. Because we went back to the horticultural, not the horticultural. There was an animal one a few days later, so we went to that one as well. That was really cool. That was really cool.
Animals in everywhere.
There was like a. I think I still might have it, but there was a picture of like me holding a hawk or something. That was so cool. I'll have to look through my images.
Okay.
But,
hence the new name, Freedom Hawk.
Yeah, thank you. We'll get back to that in a second. But yeah, so when I went there, they did this thing where you put your hands down, and it's called Krillian photography. Have you heard of it?
I've had it done before.
Yeah. So they did Krillian photography on my hands.
That's the auric, the light coming off the face. Yeah.
So I saw it in a physical way using that methodology.
Yeah.
And I was always intrigued. I was always like, okay, yeah, there's more to the world than we can perceive. Like even like radio waves, Wi-Fi waves, or whatever, any other waves, we could just turn around and say, oh, they don't exist because I don't see them. But we could detect them.
Sorry, we're only scratching the surface in our knowledge.
Yes.
When you think of, when you look at the mobile phone and there's nothing connecting it, and I can speak to somebody in Australia and see them in a physical sense on the thing, it just shows you that. So we're only scratching the surface.
Yeah, and the only reason we're able to understand that is because we've created the technology to. If we had to understand that with just the human experience, without creating the technology that can pick up these Wi-Fi signals, trying to explain to anyone, they'll be like, no, gobbledygook, I don't believe you. And it was one of those kind of things. Like I was like, no, I believe there's something definitely there. I just don't know exactly how it works or what it is. So that was my first experience with just the auric field. The second experience I had was when I did Reiki. I went to do Reiki with some woman a couple of times. I was just like, I went in as a skeptic, and I was just like, we'll see what happens. It's a step into the unknown, and I will try and learn as much as I can about myself and try and use it to grow. And the first time I went there, I was lying down on the table, and she had her hands over my face, and she was doing what she was doing. I was just sitting there, closed my eyes, thinking, okay, am I supposed to feel something? What's going on? Like proper cynic. I'm a proper cynic sometimes. So I was
you get the colored lights coming in your head.
Well, this is the thing. There was this really one big bright light just above my eyes,
that's
and
that's the chakra light, or that's the Reiki channel.
That's what I was thinking. I thought afterwards anyway. But when that was happening, it was so bright, my eyes started watering, and I was like, yo, can you turn off the light for me? Because the light bulb's right on top of my head. And she was like, no, the light's off. And I went, oh shit, that was weird. So that was a second understanding that, okay, there is something kind of spiritual in this. So I kind of went down the whole Reiki thing with, okay, no, I've seen something, and I've got a condition called aphantasia, which means my mind's eye is blind. So I can't
I know
pretend
somebody
to.
else who's got that.
Yeah, so I
I know
can't.
somebody who's got that in Speaker's Corner, funny enough.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
I can't pretend to see something. I can't visualize something that's not there. I don't get hallucinations. I don't get any of that BS.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
if I'm seeing something, I know it's literally there. So I kind of went into it kind of more engaged, and I was like, no, I want to learn more. And by the last session, she was like, okay, it's your turn to show me what you've learned on me. Like, pretend like I'm someone who's come in for Reiki healing, and do what I would normally do for you, but do it on me. And I was like, okay, cool. And I was just standing there, hands over her, and I was just like, God, you're always flowing energy. Just keep flowing this energy. Hope, and I hope it's good energy. I want it to be healing. I want it to be uplifting. I don't want it to be negative. I don't want.
You don't want a devil mask popping up here.
Well, you use the devil use the devil energy when it's needed.
Yeah, no, I'm kidding. That was, yeah.
But at that point, I was like healing, so I was trying to give as much good energy as I could. And as I was doing it, I didn't feel anything in my hands. My hands didn't get tingly. I was like, cool. I'm doing it through the motion, but I have faith that something's happening. And it ended, and I'd never felt anything. And she didn't feel she didn't tell me she felt anything at that point. We sat down on her couch and we were just having a little chat like we always did. Like, she's a counselor as well, so we had a little chat afterwards. And as we were chatting, she was like, oh, I had this shoulder pain and it seems to have gone. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. And as she said that, I saw her whole arm go bright green, as if like an auric field of green.
Yeah. Interesting.
And then it dissipated at her shoulder, and I went, whoa. And as I said, whoa, she went, whoa. I was like, why'd you say whoa? She's like, because I just felt this weird energy. And I was like, I said whoa because I saw that weird energy. Like,
right, okay.
And that,
wow, there you go. Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, for me, that's the only kind of experience I've had where I've actually seen something beyond the physical.
You would be very open. I think you would probably, if you went down that route, you know, if you made a focused decision to go do that, you probably would experience a lot more.
Probably. Oh,
I no doubt you would. There's a lot to it.
I did do Reiki on this girl I was seeing for a little while, and she was like, "Oh, funny again." She was like, "Oh, my shoulder problem, it's gone." I was like, "Really?" Like, I didn't realize, but I thought she was just pulling my leg. I thought she was just saying that just because.
Please you.
Yeah, to get into my pants. Because
as one would, yeah.
Because I don't know. I don't like to think I'm special. I don't like to think I could do something other people can't. And I just think that if someone else has already gone to Reiki treatment and they've not done it, why is it that I was just making excuses in my head. I was trying to rationalize why, no, it's not me. I'm not special, and it's God doing it. Because I think the humbleness has to remain.
Yeah, I think it's coming. I do think what I would say to you on that respect, I do think it's coming from somewhere else, right? Yeah. See, how I look at things is, you know, we have the law of physics, and we can explain the law of physics, and that's everything on the planet and the universe. So we can explain how the law of physics works. But I believe there's another law, and it's called the spiritual law. So the spiritual realm, and I wouldn't particularly say it's in heaven or anything like that, but you know, you can access it through certain ways, through prayer, and through different. I think there's
truth,
different
love,
things.
compassion, commitment, humility, and hope.
Sincerity, being sincere in your compassion and the heart energy. I believe, like you were kind of saying a little bit before, that all that stuff from the heart up, those four chakras are the kind of godly thing.
Yes.
And the crown chakra is the purple one, which is the spirit energy, which is coming, you know, the highest thing in spiritualism. You know? So, and then the lower stuff is all solar plexus and sacral and all that stuff of the human desire of the world. You know, so I have this belief to some degree that God is working with you through your higher chakras to get you to stay as much as you can within those higher centers, which is because that will keep your mind focused on being God conscious, and then you will make the right decisions and do the right, hopefully, do the right things. Well, we're imperfect, because the lower stuff is always calling us. And I believe it's say, for example, say God in the higher and then the lower. So I believe it's the higher and the lower self. So it's
Hmm.
the higher chakras and the lower chakras is the higher and the lower self, and it's God and then the darker. I use word the Satan working through the lower.
There's 7 chakras.
Mm,
Which one's the middle one?
the heart.
That's where you got to stay. You got to stay in the
Yeah, as
heart.
much as you can. It's not easy
Yeah,
to,
no, because a lot of people end up going into the other ones too much when you go too far heart,
Oh, I see what you're in. Yeah,
or if you
yeah,
go
yeah, yeah.
too far down, you end
Mm,
up going the other way. But if you're in the middle, if you're at the heart,
yeah,
you have full
yeah,
access to everything.
yeah. And I think I would agree with that. I think. But what I would say to you is, I do believe everybody has the ability to connect and tune into the higher vibrations.
Hmm.
And I would say, the higher chakras are from the heart up are more the spiritual dimension chakras and energies and realm.
Hmm.
The lower chakras are more concerned, oh, I'm hungry, oh, I'm getting angry,
The
oh, I'm gonna have
tangibles.
a sad.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's all that. And I believe that the darker forces work through the lower chakras.
Hmm.
When people go and do the most horrendous things that we see constantly at the moment, that's all lower chakra stuff. You
100%.
know, so when somebody is in the highest place and staying in the highest place in the heart chakra, they can't hurt a fly for the most part. Do you understand what I mean? So, but I'll tell you an interesting story. I was in. Do you know Ladakh?
Nope, never heard of it.
No.
I'm
So
guessing it's India.
it's Jammu, Kashmir.
Okay, cool.
Right. So I went to meet a friend there from Kashmir. He was from Kashmir. So basically, he kind of remind me a bit of him tonight because he wears the Superman T-shirt,
Oh, does he?
and he's the most handsomest man I've ever seen in my life. I would say physically on an aesthetic way,
Hmm.
he's just like, oh my god, this man is just so handsome and so humble as well, like
That's good.
with a humility. Do you know what I
Hmm.
mean? But we were good friends. There was never anything in that way. And I think between me and I think with me, it was kind of I always felt he was kind of out of my league anyway. And he never showed me. He played with me, in the sense of jokingly playing around, flirting with me as a giggle.
Hmm.
But I never felt I was kind of worthy of him,
Hmm.
basically. But we were
Oh,
good friends. You know what I mean?
I think worthy of him is probably it's probably more of a probably not the same place. Instead of saying not
Yeah,
worthy, it's like you're in a
I
different
thought.
place, he's in a different place, and
Yeah, I just thought he was very. He just seemed to be very. He had something where definitely wasn't where I was anyway.
mm, mm,
But he's a lovely guy anyway. So I went off to Nepal to get a new visa in India. So he was from Kashmir, and he would come down. He would work in the Kashmiri shops in Goa
mm,
because all the Kashmiris come, not all, but a lot of the Kashmiris come down to Goa for the season, so arts and crafts and jewelry
mm,
and Kashmiri shawls and all this kind of stuff. So he would come down and he'd work with these two guys, and he's just a lovely guy. So then I went to meet him in Ladakh. So I went off to get a visa, and then I said he was moving up to Ladakh. So when the season finishes in Goa, people move up to Manali and Ladakh. So they go up to the Himalayas and to like hill stops up there.
mm.
Hill stops? Is that what they call it?
I
And
have no idea.
yeah, so they basically the tourist season moves up there once Goa, because Goa by the end of October, by the end of February, Goa is just too hot. So
Mm,
so everybody moves up to the mountains. So I thought I'll come and meet him there. So I met to meet him in Ladakh, and we went into the Dalai Lama's. He has a residence in Ladakh,
mm.
yeah. And outside the residence, if you go on YouTube, you'll see it. Outside the residence, they have all these stupas. You
Stupas,
know,
like the
yeah,
round things. Like
these like
I want to call
kind
them
of domes.
snowmen.
What do you call them? They're like they're like these kind of they call these
What did you say it was called?
stupa. Yeah,
Stupas.
yeah. If you
Stupas.
actually type in Ladakh Dalai Lama Ladakh, you'll see the house. Yeah.
Dalai
Mm.
Lama.
So we went into so he had a motorbike
Mm.
basically, which was like take me everywhere. We went to monasteries that were hidden behind hills and mountains. It was
Oh,
just the
cool.
most amazing thing to see, really, really amazing. And Ladakh is just very, very, very Buddhist. Do you know what I mean? And so it was brilliant having him because they didn't have mopeds. So Ladakh is the highest place in the world.
Sorry, they didn't have mop ends.
The mopeds.
Oh, mopeds. I was like, mopeds? Where did the conversation go to?
So they didn't have mopeds. So if I only for him, I wouldn't have really been able to get around anywhere except by taxi. You know what I mean?
That's
So
amazing.
he had a motorbike, so that was brilliant. So then basically, we just had a great time, and we had some really, we had moments where we were thinking, oh my god, if ever I could catch this on camera, it's just, we had moments within our kind of time together that was just uh, like for example, the two of us out behind the mountains, in the middle of nowhere,
Mm.
monasteries everywhere, and then needing to go to the toilet and not having toilet paper. And the two was kind of a different angles, going, over the grass and all this kind of. We had those kind of moments, you know what I mean? So, but we went into the Dalai Lama's house, and there was this little old woman running the residence,
Hmm.
like spent 90, and she was obviously the caretaker while the Dalai Lama wasn't there, and there was nobody else, just me and him. So there was no other visitors.
Mm.
And we said, "Can we have a look around?" And she said, "Yeah, yeah, no problem." And so we kind of walked around this mansion, would be the best thing to call it. And
Yeah, it looks massive.
yeah, it is a big place. So if you see outside the house, the stupas,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
there's
yeah.
they're called what there's a word called, I don't know, faux dials or something. They're these kind of ornamental things outside. So basically, she followed us around into every room to make sure we didn't, nick anything.
Mm.
So we went into his office, and now this is where he had, where he met dignitaries and all that kind of stuff. So he had his desk there and his what do you call it, his wheelie chair,
Hmm.
you know, and he had a bookcase, and we stood up and we went over to the bookcase. We two of us stood side by side, just looking into the bookcase. And next minute, this energy, we just looked at each other and it was like, oh my God. The two of us just looked at it, was like, can you feel that? It was just this intense energy that just came over us both at the
Hmm.
same time. But it was very,
What, coming from the books?
no, 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 but just from the spot we were standing in.
Mm.
So it was obviously energy that was there because the Dalai Lama was living there a lot. But it was just we couldn't stop talking about it for a long time. It was just this like it was like we'd gone into, when you go into Star Trek and you go into a beam and then you're transported.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It
Beam
was
me up,
like we'd gone
Scotty.
in, yeah, beam me up, Scotty. It was really like that. It was like, oh fuck, we'd gone into some kind of wave or frequency or something, and we both noticed it. And it's like, oh my god, yeah.
Have you
So I've had a number of experiences like that.
have you
Yeah.
heard of the theory of different timelines and how we are constantly integrating into newer timelines?
No, I've heard about parallel. People think you can have a parallel you
Hmm.
in another timeline, in
Hmm.
another universe.
Hmm.
Is that kind of what you're talking about?
Yes, but not only
Mm.
that, is that you can actually shift yourself from one timeline to
Right,
the other based on the decisions you make or the experiences you have. So
right.
you being that place and both of
Mm,
you experiencing that at the same time, you could
mm.
have then shifted into a higher reality,
Oh, it's
which
okay. That
isn't
makes
so
sense. Yeah,
low dense. It's a bit
yeah,
more
yeah,
higher,
yeah.
and I think that's the game, is try and get, because it's a global consciousness. We have a global consciousness. We don't just have individual consciousness. We have a
I
global
would, I, would-
consciousness
I
too.
would, yeah. I call it. I kind of,
Christ
I call,
consciousness.
huh?
Do you call it Christ
No,
consciousness?
well, that's another way of.
I know
I,
some
I,
people
ki-
call it
I'm,
that.
more-
Yeah.
I used it more the universal stream.
Mm.
So I'm kind of thinking more universal consciousness.
Yeah.
So that there's something that we're all connected to universally,
Yes. Yes.
and that can be the spiritual realm as part of it.
Mm.
So we can input to it, and if we do it for the right reason, like for example, when I said I gave that tenor to God Logic, so I
Hmm.
was doing it from a very open space of thinking, oh my God, what this guy is doing is just so amazing,
Yeah.
and then something that was replayed back to me within 2 hours. So
Yeah.
that kind of thing,
Mm.
I do buy into that.
Okay.
I'm
This
definitely
is slightly
definitely a
different.
believer
This
of
is
that.
more than just the flow of the world and what you put out comes back to you. That's true, but this is more about the idea that the consciousness of the world is constantly elevating and constantly evolving. The consciousness of the world back
Yeah,
4,000 years ago was at a much
yeah,
lower state, where we've
I do believe that.
brought it
Yeah,
up to a point
yeah,
where we're trying
yeah.
to get it higher and higher and higher to a
I
point.
do.
Mm.
I do find myself saying to people sometimes, when we're talking about world events, and I think this is what you're talking about. I do say we need a shift in consciousness.
Mm.
So I think that's what what you're
Yeah,
really
but it's
talking
not
about.
something that you could force to happen. It's something that happens naturally, like I said, through those experiences. Like you going to see the Dalai Lama place with
Yeah.
that friend, and you've had an amazing experience. You're in high vibrations. You're in full love
Mm.
mode. You're in happy mode.
Yeah,
You're not accessing the bottom three. You're accessing
yeah,
the
yeah.
higher ones. That shifts consciousness globally, not just for you. And that's probably the
Yeah,
energy you
yeah.
think. Maybe it's some
I
other
do,
energy too, but it's a theory.
I do feel something is going on,
Hmm.
and I think when you see the whole thing, you see the whole thing with Elon Musk with the salute, the Nazi salute.
Yeah,
Like seriously, I mean, you couldn't mistake that. Let me do it a second time just for confirmation. Do you know what I mean?
yeah.
And I think what you have now is you have two very powerful forces at work.
Hmm.
So you have the humanitarian, the spiritual consciousness kind
Hmm.
of trying to move up,
Hmm.
you know, and then you have this other side. We call it, that's for argument's sake, far right people who are stuck in the lower chakras. Billy Joe King out in the dark east west of Texas with our dogs and like, oh my God, you know what I mean? So I'd be kind of just, I'd be quite judgmental there, but so you have this other energy, these people who haven't grown.
They haven't
They haven't grown.
grown,
So
yes.
their whole experience has been in this bubble of othering other people, and they're wrong, and they're wrong. And basically because they're seeing very difficult things. They're looking. There's no two ways about this. We're seeing some of the most horrendous. I watched a video last week of Stratford East
Mhm.
Station where they do a lot of dawa.
Mhm.
And God, I never seen that like it. Well, I wouldn't say I've never seen that like it, but there was about 10 guys.
I was going to say,
All
Speaker's
ho-
Corner. You've definitely seen it.
no, but no, this is Stratford, right? This is Stratford. There's about 10 guys, all masked up with knives that length, all attacking each other.
Why?
At about 7 o'clock of an evening.
The Dawa guys were doing this, or
No, no,
uh,
no. These were just nothing to do with the Dawa. I'm just mentioning the Dawa, saying you've probably seen this some of the
yeah.
videos from that area,
Yes, I have.
from
Yeah, that's the
Stratford.
only reason I know it. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So it was basically that, and it was just all these guys going with the knives like you've never seen,
Mm.
and we're seeing this a lot more and more and more and more and more. I do think there might come a time where we might see the military on the streets. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I've been saying we'll probably get towards martial law at some point. They're trying to bring it in slowly.
I do feel
I
that
think
because I think just
COVID gone, they were trying to bring in a bit of martial law, but they kind of held back. I think the next time they do something big, another false flag situation where they want to gain more
did you get
control.
back? Did you get vaccinated?
Hell no. Hell to the no.
I would be hard pushed to find somebody where I go in my local street with the people I kind of hang out with and for coffee and stuff. I would be hard pushed to find somebody who's been vaccinated.
No.
But I had both my parents in hospital with COVID.
I remember you saying, so you ended up
Yeah, yeah.
getting the first one or two?
I got the first few, and
Yeah.
then I tell you, I think I told you this already. I
The
started
tremors.
ended up, yeah, in my legs,
Yeah.
really
Yeah.
bad spasms. And I'd heard things of like these kind of things related to people with COVID vaccines. And I thought, "Fucking hell, there was a point, and I'm still not sure, where I'm at, but there's a point where I thought, oh, my body is breaking down, like
Mm.
almost like MND,
MND.
motor neuron
Oh,
disease.
yes. Yeah.
I was talking to you the last time I think it was when I was speaking to you here. I just got off the. I know it looks like a fabulous penthouse living room, but I'm actually in the kitchen with still with all my dirty dishes behind. Anyway, so I got off the seat just to go and had to get my water at the time or whatever. And as I put my foot on the floor, I don't think I told you this at the time. As I put my foot on the floor, my whole leg folded in.
Ooh.
do you know what I mean? It just
Just
like
collapsed it, just
it
couldn't
just
hold the weight.
collapsed in,
Yeah.
and I've never experienced that before. And then as I was trying to get myself from actually, falling over, and whatever I did, I absolutely walloped my foot, um, and my basically my big toe on my right foot is black. It's not. It's kind of gone down a bit since
Mm.
then, but it was literally black and blue from that time.
Damn.
Um, but I felt the whole leg just like there was just nothing from the brain going to the leg to
Yeah, yeah.
say,
The
you know what I
signals
mean? It's
weren't
very,
getting.
yeah, it really kind of takes. So I don't know. So I've had messages, from the GP saying, "Oh, Mister So and So, your vaccine is a waste. It's due in the fridge. Also with your pneumonic one, and also your flu one, and also your monkeypox one, in case you're shagging like a rabbit with your mouth." Do you know what I mean?
But do you see how
Uh,
being in the bottom three, being in survival mode, and
mm,
living in the bottom three chakras, those people didn't really take the vaccine. They would have been balanced in those things where they were like, I ain't putting anything that you put. Because right wing was very like dead against the vaccines. I think the left wing were more like, oh no, but think about your granny, and the
yeah.
emotional manipulation by the governments was
Oh, totally,
strong.
yeah,
It was so
100%.
strong, and it worked on those people
Mm,
who have that
mm.
compassion, who have that
Yeah, yeah,
wanting to kind of make sure everyone's okay. But we're in
yeah,
this
yeah.
situation, you need the people who are going to go, no, no, fuck no, we're not doing this. This
Mm,
is bullshit. You're trying to emotionally manipulate us. Yes, we care
mm,
about people, but what you're
yeah.
trying to do is trying to force a drug on us through emotional manipulation. You know what I mean? It comes in swings and roundabouts. It's all about the balance. That's why I say if you're in the heart, if you stay within the heart,
Mm,
you can move
mm,
down when you need to move down, and then you can move
mm.
up when you need to
Oh,
move up.
okay, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah,
So you mean the lower is for self protection?
yeah. That's
Yeah,
what it's there
right.
for. It's
Yeah,
for
yeah.
living in the physical world.
Yeah,
Survival,
but
sexual, creative, and the willpower. That's all about being based in the physical world.
Devon, going back to your earlier comment of your
Mhm.
72 virgins.
Yeah.
So here's something interesting. I don't know if I've told you this. Do you know that Muslims believe that everybody stays the same age in the afterlife? And the
Mm.
age is 33.
Okay. Interesting.
Have you, have you heard? Have you heard that?
I think I've not heard it, but I think it's a misconception. I think once again it's misunderstanding from what I can
Hmm.
think in my brain.
Yeah,
33 was Jesus's age. I don't think it was his literal age. I think it's a
yeah.
spiritual age. With the Masons, they have this thing called the 33rd degree. So there's like
Okay,
levels
interesting.
of
Yeah,
within the
yeah, yeah.
Masons, and 33 is the highest level of attainment within
Right.
the order,
Okay.
and not
Yeah,
many
yeah.
people get there. I think most people are usually stuck
Right.
at 32. So what I
Yeah.
think, yeah. So what I think when they say this
You and
is,
I, you and I are there. Yeah, but go.
still a few more years to go. But I think when Muslims say this, they don't realize it's more of a 33 age of spiritual understanding and enlightenment rather than a
Right.
physical age of 33 years old. And the whole stop
Right.
aging thing, I think that is possible because aging only comes from deterioration. And if you are constantly renewing yourself, you
Hmm.
don't age. So I think
Well, you
once
would.
you're
Yeah, you would.
connected,
Yeah. Well, the aging is only the physical.
yes.
Do you know what I mean? So
But
the
it's
aging has
it's a
nothing
reflection
to
of
do.
the physical is always a reflection of the spiritual. Amount of people
Yeah,
I've met,
yeah, I totally agree. Of
yeah,
course, if it's where you're at. You know what I mean? And basically, you
yeah.
look in the mirror, you think, "Fuck, I look shit." It's because I've smoked 2 packets of fags yesterday. I've had 3 biryanis over the last week. Do you know what I mean? It's all that
No, no, no.
unhealthy.
It's not even
Yeah.
that.
Mm,
I've eaten unhealthy shit. I've eaten loads of crap, and people
mm,
compliment me on my skin and all this stuff and my
mm.
hair, and I'm like, I don't do anything special. I don't
Yeah,
moisturize. I
yeah, yeah.
don't water my head every day like grass. I'm not trying to
Mm,
grow it. It's part of God's gift.
mm,
And
mm.
from what I've
But
noticed,
you're only 37, aren't you?
yeah, 36. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So you're still
Yeah, but
very.
there's people.
You are,
When I was
yeah.
21 years old, 22 years old, I had friends going
Oh,
bald,
right.
and what I noticed about them going bald was that they weren't very spiritual. They weren't very connected within
Okay.
themselves, and that's some kind of commonality I've
Well.
seen to find in people is that when they are bald, they're
Mm,
usually losing some kind of spiritual
Okay,
grasp. I don't know how true it is,
yeah.
but it kind of reflects
Yeah.
within history as well. When you look at history and the
So what do we say about the
ancient
Dalai
mystics,
Lama?
is he bald?
He's bald. He's
Oh,
bald. Oh, I'll have to take that back. No, I'm joking.
maybe he was spiritual at
Yeah.
one point and then he cut his hair off. But
Yeah.
I think
Then he became unspiritual, and he's really a
so
secret shagger.
the
You
difference
can't
is
ask me here because we know you're up to no good in private.
the difference is with the monks, they typically shave their heads off at the beginning of their journey.
Anyway, yeah,
Yes.
absolutely. That's true.
So
yeah,
with them, I understand the aspect because I've done it before as well, where I've just shaved my head off.
Have you, man?
Yeah.
I'd struggle with that if I shaved my head off.
No,
Even when I get my hair cut short,
it's
sometimes
just hair.
it could take me a bit getting you. It is just 100%.
It's just hair, and it will grow back. And
yeah,
if anyone's got a problem with the way you look, that's a them problem,
that's
not a me problem.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I've got pictures of me on Facebook where I had like a long ass beard, I had like curly black hair, like really long, and my beard was scruffy, and people were like, "Oh, you look so good. Why have you done this?" And I'm like, "I'm going au natural. Like I just want to see what I look like when I don't give a damn. When
Yeah.
I'm not trying to make this appear nice for everyone else. Am I happy
It's
with what I
just
look like?"
Yeah, you're coming out of attachment to the physical image of yourself, basically, is
Yes.
what you're doing.
It doesn't mean
I
that.
do,
It doesn't
yeah.
mean like right now I do trim and I do shave and stuff, but it's not something that I do because it gives me confidence or gives me any kind of no. It's just purely because of the beard was super long and it was just getting really hot and during the winter, so I cut it off. And the hair was getting really long as well during the winter, and I was going for a long walk, and I cut it off. Then it was just more practicality rather than
Yeah. I totally get it.
aesthetic
Yeah.
and trying to look good.
Do you know Joe Wicks?
Joe Wicks.
Yeah, so he's the guy. He's got long, dark, curly hair.
Mhm.
He's the guy who became very big on YouTube during COVID for doing all the fitness videos.
Okay, yes, yeah. It sounds familiar. I think I may have seen a few of his things.
Yeah, so he was kind of there to try and help people with their mental health stay active in the home, And so he was on Dragon's Den.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he was on that last week as a guest judge just for one episode, and he basically somebody was there and it was some guy doing a pitch about something, and he basically said to this guy, he said, "I don't use products on my hair," and I thought I've stopped using. There's something my thinking has changed around about shampoo and conditioner. Do you know what I mean? That water is cleanliness is okay. It doesn't have to involve chemicals.
I do use shampoo, but every once in a while it'll be
the same with me.
yeah.
I've got less part of my routine though. So it's more like as long as my hair has its own. But I went to my barber's and I've got a very good barber. He's been seeing me about 10 years, and he's a very nice guy. He's from Eritrea, and he's the only one that cuts my hair. And he says to me, "Damien, you look at you. He always nurtures me and kind of lifts me up, and he says to me, Damien, he's always like, Damien, you're fine.
Yeah.
You don't need to go there in your head about these things. So I keep saying I'm going to get a facelift and all this kind of stuff. I was like, Damien, you're fine, really, you're fine. But he was saying, you're 59 next month and you still have all your hair. Maybe a little bit finer than it was, but for the most part, I do. So it's not a bad place to be nearly 60 and still have all my hair.
No, that's good. Once again, it kind of proves my point on the spiritual connectedness.
It's kind of going back to you. So I must
Sorry. You must be seriously connected.
I must be really. But sorry, man, going back to I do apologize. I know sometimes you can struggle with getting the word in education.
It's all right,
I know I'm a little. I can be a little bit full on like that.
I'm like that too sometimes.
But sorry, the thing with the afterlife, this is one of the things
With the what? Sorry.
that I knew one of the things I knew Islam for me wasn't true was because there's loads of places.
You've got plenty of reasons, but
there's plenty of reasons. My new thing in my head where I'm going to have conversations if somebody people are always trying to convert me, I say, I'm sorry, but Islam just doesn't stand up under scrutiny, and that really is the bottom line.
Yeah.
You know,
Conversation
when
ender.
I show, when I'm, yeah, is there? Say that again?
Conversation ender. It should nip
Well,
the conversation in its bud. It's like, okay, look, I don't see, unless it
I
ends up
well,
encouraging
no,
him to
just
talk.
it's not even that I'm trying to end the conversation. I'm just saying, if somebody, I feel I can authentically, without being disrespectful of somebody, you know, when people say, "Oh, you talk about Islam," you know, etc. And I think I can honestly say, and be in like really in a heart energy, and saying to the people, "This is where I'm at. I don't have to go on about, you know, age of Aisha or whatever
Yeah,
to make my
yeah.
point. I could just say, well, all the evidence that I've seen over however long, I just don't see it stands up under scrutiny. That's really it. Now, that's not saying that I think Christianity is perfect
Mhm.
or that I don't see the issues with Christianity, but I just think the story of Jesus Christ is just a much more powerful narrative and story. Do you know what I mean?
Um,
Um,
with the Jesus story, I want to say yes, I find it powerful and good, but I think the way that people end up teaching it nowadays, because I've spoken to so many Christians and they're like,
yeah,
listen,
yeah, yeah.
all you need to do is believe in Jesus and you're saved. And I'm like, bro, if
Yeah,
it
no,
was that
totally. I get
simple,
it. Yeah, totally. Yeah.
if it
And I
was that
struggle.
simple, you wouldn't need a big book for it. It would just be believe in this guy. He did this amazing stuff. That's it. You're saved.
Yeah,
The end.
there's a whole lot of issues there. And I can understand a lot of the Islamic and the Muslim arguments around the whole thing about Jesus. You know, I
Mm,
kind of get it.
mm,
So when they say, you know, how can Jesus be God?
mm,
You know, I get that.
mm,
Do
mm,
you understand what I mean? And then I kind of think, do I need to believe that Jesus? I don't believe Jesus is God,
mm.
but I do believe Jesus is part of the. See, I believe. You know, when Jesus says in the Bible, I think it was to Abraham. He wasn't around then, but somebody says something to him, and he says, "I, I, I am."
I am before Abraham was, or
Yeah,
something like that. Yeah.
yeah, something like that. Well, what I kind of when I hear that, I kind of think he's saying I always was.
Mm,
You see what I mean? I've
mm.
always existed in the spiritual realm, like we all have.
Exactly.
Do
It's
you,
not
do you understand
the
what?
kingdom of heaven isn't just in Jesus; it's in everyone.
Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
So our soul is kind of, you know, it's coming from somewhere, but we've been switched off.
Mm.
I think we had discussed this probably a little bit before. Did we talk about the memories? Who was it? Oh, was it Jay
Oh,
Fu?
Jafu, yeah,
He was
yeah. He
on.
was
Yeah,
asking why we don't come in with full memories.
yeah. You know what I mean? So I think, you know, there's certain things I have no doubt about, and a lot
Mm.
of it, like I said before, is based on my experiences, things that have happened, that you
Mm.
know that I've experienced. So I have no doubt that soul is the driver of the physical. You know, it's there in a real. It's maybe as an energy,
Mm.
however it is, but it's real.
Mm.
And when the body dies, the soul leaves the body and goes off on its journey through the portal and goes goes up, and you know God is like, "Hello, Dave. We were wondering what time you were going to pop up, drink up a tea." Do you know what I mean? I'm kind of making joke. But
Yeah,
you
it's fine.
see, we need to be. I struggle with you could, and you can see this mostly on the Islamic side. But most people who are very devoutly religious, they you couldn't say I couldn't say what I've just said there. You know what I mean? Because they can't connect that you can be a spiritual person, a spiritual thinker, but you still have a really good funny sense of humor. You know, and kind of spin things in a funny way.
Yeah.
You know, they can't equate the two.
I don't know if you
You,
watched the conversation I had with the Sheikh when I had the devil mask on. He was
I
like,
did, yeah.
"Oh, I can say you're a good person. I can say you're
Mm,
this," and he was saying all these great things, and I just said, "Oh, well,
mm.
I'd say you're lying," as a joke.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
was
yeah,
making a
yeah,
point,
yeah,
but I was
yeah.
just like making it.
I don't want to
He did
hate
not
the
like
man.
it. He did not like
Yeah,
it. He was like,
but
"Oh,
yeah, but I don't. I just there's something about him. I just don't want to. But sorry,
mm,
do you think do you sorry you were saying but so I believe the soul comes into the body, it's
mm,
probably predestined, and whoever is up in the you know the other side is saying, right, Damien needs to learn that lesson because he's been a bit of a bitch before, so he needs to learn on this life what that's about. So so I believe there's a predestination. Probably the souls are chosen where to go,
And what kind of
and,
experience they're gonna have.
what kind of experience I'm going to have. I still believe it's free will.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You have no's arguing about this all the time. It's like you go down right. So and again, it's the higher and the lower chakras. So I have the free will between the two, whether to kind of choose to go to the highest possible. What you're saying about keeping it in a particular level,
Balance.
but
Yeah, but you use
yeah,
discernment when you go up and down. You use
yeah,
discernment when you go up and down.
So I still have I have that free will there, but I do believe that the soul goes back, and so I believe that Jesus did come down from that realm, because what I find very interesting is when Muslims say that they all about the oneness. There's only one God. They believe in the oneness. Blah 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 blah. But yet they accept that there's angels. Muslims have a much stronger belief in angels than non-Muslims. Do you know what I mean? So I have these discussions saying, but just by the very nature that you're believing in these other beings being present in the heavenly kingdom shows you believe there's something else. I'm not saying I don't believe that there probably is a supreme kind of thing. And then I heard the arguments of why there couldn't be more than one God coming from some Muslims about they're talking about when they talk about the Trinity, and they come back with the thing about if there was more than one God, they'd be arguing with each other. I said, you're looking at the heavenly kingdom through a human lens of the ego. Do you see? Obviously, it wouldn't be. It would be a completely different.
Would it?
Frequency. Well, yeah, I think. Well, this is why I kind of wonder where you're going with your sexual stuff. Yeah, what do you think?
I wasn't going to talk about anything sexual just yet, but I was going to say, but
were you serious? Were you serious for that?
Yeah.
Do you believe the sexual activity in heaven?
Yeah.
The afterlife.
Yeah.
But sorry, but do you have to see how that's just? I see that as a human desire.
It's.
I believe that's very carnal. I just believe when we go on to the next level.
Well, there's a difference between making love and fucking. Huh? There's a difference between making love and fucking, right?
Yes.
So you could see there that there is a higher version of sex. It just isn't the lower version. And it doesn't mean that the lower version doesn't exist. Like, it still has its place and its purpose, but you...
What only in this world?
It could be in the other realm too, because, like you said, our body is, like you said, with the aura. The aura is created by the chakra points.
Yeah.
So, if the aura is created by the chakra points, and the chakra points aren't physical, but they're metaphysical, then reason would stand that when you die, that metaphysical part of you, that survival, that sexual, would also go with you, because that's part of your spiritual body.
But hold on, but the whole thing is that the sexual thing wouldn't be metaphysical. That's a physical thing. That's part of your physical thing.
No.
How would you see that as metaphysical?
No, the way we do it is physical. Yes, I'm not denying that. I'm saying that the whole chakra thing, the chakras, is metaphysical. It's not in the physical. And we know.
Yeah. Okay.
And you said
the energy body. Yeah.
And the energy body is created by having that sexual desire, part of the survival, part of the willpower, part of all the other chakras. So that aura, when you die, takes all of those energy fields, including the ones with sex and survival, and takes them all up with it. Nothing's left behind, except the body, the shell. But
why would you need the sex and survival? Because the soul is a transcendental consciousness.
Yeah, but it's all part of the. So I've said this before. White light, when you split it down through a prism, turns into 7.
That's.
So if I went, okay, now we're going to put these 7 back into the white light, but I don't want to put red back in. It's not going to be white light. It's not going to be the same.
Yeah. Their basic makeup of the white light. Yeah.
So the way God's given it to us is the way He'll take it back. So if He's given this part of it, then He'll take that part with Him as well when we go back to. That's the way I see it. Anyway, it's just like.
It's interesting to say. No, I appreciate your view on that.
That's all good.
I've never thought that. I think because of the things I experienced, it was just an experience of nothing. I just say it was nothing. I was nothing for a few minutes. I was nothing. You know, the I recognized by myself wasn't there, and and I had experienced this connection to everything. Do you know what I mean? And nowhere within the experience that I had could I imagine any sexual energy. If that makes sense.
Well, imagine, like they say, I think Christians say this, but when husband and wife come together, two flesh become one. Meaning that it's not just a physical
That's a Spice Girls song, the man. You know that.
Oh, to become one, yes, it is. Yeah.
When to become one.
I used to love Spice Girls, but yeah. So the two becoming one, not physically, but spiritually, and that comes through the sexual act. So there is.
There's a union.
Yes, there's a lot of deepness to everything, but like I say, that's too many people end up going down that aspect of the sexual route and end up going the wrong way because they just go a bit too far with their desires rather than the high aspect.
When God said, God, did God say this? Or somebody saying this and then saying God said it. Do you know what I mean? So when God says in Genesis, we created you in our image. What would you believe they're talking about? Our physical image, our soul?
Both.
Do you think?
Yeah. The physical image being humanoid. You could have different variations. Like the Egyptians had like the lion one, or this one, or the crocodile one. So I think you could have different types of humanoids, but the humanoid is the God form, and then the spirit is obviously the same in every single one.
See, I believe the physical form is just for the physical experience, and when we're done, we leave the physical behind and we go up to.
Why come here if you're just here to die? If you're just here just to go to heaven. Why come here in the first place? Why don't you just stay up in heaven and then never come down here? There's a reason we're here, and the reason we're here.
I believe that. I believe that. But what I believe, I came to believe, is the aura, energy body, is the casing. If you kind of go off into a little bit UFO kind of, multi-dimensional and metaphysical, I believe the aura. I think I told you about one time I was watching this woman and she was walking across the stage, and there was just all these color boxes everywhere. I told you about that.
I don't remember that, but
I think I'm sure I did. I'm sure I did. And so basically, I was watching. As I would start to relax into watching, then I would start to see things. You know what I mean? And basically, just all these colors start to come off her, and then they just expanded across the stage. And then she was moving. As she moved, she was moving within the color, and it was all colored boxes, right? So what I believe is that the light, the energy body, a bit like you saw when you had the Krillian photography, that energy body is part of the soul, and it's what has, I believe, is what's brought the soul after conception in the physical. That energy body has brought the soul into the body, and when the body physically dies, with the chakras and everything, with the chakras, I don't believe the chakras will die. I believe the energy body, the aura field, carries is the transport for the soul back to the next world. So it's like the casing.
Yeah.
That's what I believe.
But what? So, because we started this on a few different things. So, firstly, you said that you don't see with Muslims they believing in angels, and then saying, "Oh, heaven's this wonderful place where all these beings can get along." I said on that point, I wanted to say that if we look at the Bible, the Torah, and the Quran, all of them have the same story. They have a story that God was there, and there was a mighty angel who then rebelled against him. So to say that these guys wouldn't argue in a heavenly Iblis, yeah, or Satan.
But there's Lucifer, Satan.
Or I call him the man.
Sorry, that is your name, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I
Yeah.
thought, oh my God, have I just got into a contact with something I don't realize I'll be taken over by a demon?
No, no, no.
Sorry,
My
but
name's the man.
I'm only
Um,
kidding. Yeah.
so yeah, so we've got this story of where angels rebelled against God. So in
Yeah.
this heavenly realm, if it did exist and it was
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
and we were going by the logic that you're using, no,
Mm.
they would have disagreements because of what everything else says as well. Like we've got 3 different religions confirming that
Mm.
someone didn't do what God wanted him to do. So maybe there isn't a lot of free will up there. Oh no,
But
maybe there's
yeah,
more free will up there than we realize.
but there's a lot of places where the Quran just is so different from the biblical text.
Yeah, they're not going to be exactly the same. I think.
Like the crucifixion, they don't believe the crucifixion
Correct.
that
Yeah.
Jesus was on the cross. Do you know what I mean? But and all the scholarly stuff that I've done a good deep dive into that, and there's a lot of scholarly stuff, saying that it is, and all around the time of Jesus. We're not talking about recent scholars. We're talking scholars in the first century.
Mm-hmm.
People renowned, top Roman scholars. So there you've got people who aren't Christian. Do you know what I mean? Putting together stuff saying this has happened. So I said to somebody the other night on the EF Java. I know you're not particularly fond of them.
It is what it
Actually,
is.
they have the Java clinic.
Mm-hmm. For people who have doubts.
But this is they had a new one the other night, and it was what did they call it? They changed the name from the Java clinic to something else. And I made a comment on it. I said, "Oh, I was just getting used to the Dawa Clinic, and now there's a name change." But
Was it a good name change?
It was within the same kind of thing. I think it was Muslims with doubts or something like that.
Okay. A bit more self-explanatory.
A bit more out, yeah, a bit more honest.
I think they've had a lot of people come up there and trying to disprove Islam, and they're like, no, not today. I've seen it months and months ago. That was typically like you'd get random people coming in and trying to disprove Islam, and they're like, no, tonight's just for the Muslims, blah blah blah. So I guess they're thinking that it's a bit easier just to title it correctly, where people have no doubt. See what I did there?
Yeah. I think. Look, for me, looking in, I feel that with the Dawa, the Muslim Dawa people, they're getting more desperate.
Mm.
Yeah. So the streams are starting earlier.
Oh.
They're going on till 1 and 2 in the morning.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So sometimes you'll have a stream that'll go on for 8 to 10 hours.
Mm.
So I see that as a sign of desperation.
Yeah, it makes sense. You've got the Christians getting even more heated with God logic. I just saw a couple of clips the other day where he was just trying to explain to someone how it was just funny. It was just something about the devil, and I was just like, oh, it's a funny topic. I didn't expect God logic to cover this, but he was covering like the devil in Islam and stuff like that. And then what was I saying about this? How did I start this?
I was saying about them getting later in the Dawa.
Thank you. Yeah. So you got the Christian side doing this from that angle. Then, like you just said, you've got the Ahmadi group, the Muslims who are attacking these regular Muslims, the Sunni Muslims.
The Qadanis.
Yeah. So you've got all these different angles that they're getting shot at from, and they're just obviously putting up their defenses as much as they can.
I don't know if you've noticed this. I'll tell you something I have noticed, and it annoys me now. Fake what's the word? AI videos popping up on YouTube. Under the title "I was a Muslim and I had a near-death experience, and now I've come to Christ." Have you seen them? And
it's so funny.
And the voice is obviously an AI voice, and the voice is like, "I died and then I saw Jesus and etc. And now I've come to Christ." Yeah, and it's totally AI, but the voice, for most of the women's one, it's the same voice.
Yeah.
So somebody has decided to go into. See, I just don't think that's. I don't think that's healthy. I don't.
It's
Do you know what I mean?
it's part of the game. You're gonna have
It's
agents
part,
of
it's part, yeah, no, absolutely,
you're gonna have
absolutely. It's part
agents
of
of
the game.
chaos. I've seen
Yeah.
those videos. I've seen those like loads of them. Like, oh, Muslims are converting at a record pace in Iran, or this, that, or was it? What did I see recently? Something about the Messiah has arrived in Israel seconds ago, and you're like,
Right. Not gold
really?
is not gold is green
No.
or wood green.
Well, I clicked on it and I was just like,
Yeah.
yeah. As soon as I clicked on it, it wasn't a live
Mm.
coverage. It was AI video with AI voice, and I was like, yeah, okay, it's just another
And
one of these.
and that's I'm finding a lot of stuff now. I'll kind of switch into watch something. It might be political sometimes on a political thing.
Mhm.
Oh, I think, oh, this is just AI. You know, there's no the classic thing where it won't be the interview. I want to see an interview with a particular person
Mhm.
speaking, and it's not them. It'll be a narrative or a commentary, but
Mhm.
with an AI voice over it.
Mhm.
And I've become so recognizable of it. I think, oh, I really, I don't want to. I find it very, very boring to listen to
Yeah,
because it's so automated. You
yes,
know,
and
you know,
it doesn't turn into a learning experience of, hey, I'm about to experience this. It turns into, oh, I'm listening to what they're gonna tell me, and it's a robot voice.
yeah, it's basically totally, yeah.
Yeah, agents of
So
chaos, man. Agents of chaos. They're everywhere in different
yeah,
aspects, in different ways. Even like the Dawa teams. I think the Dawa teams are part of
mm,
the agents of chaos. They know that there's higher levels to Islam and that people should be elevating themselves, but they don't want people to elevate because then they lose control and power.
yeah.
Because
But you think there's a sexual aspect, the man,
you're really
to the
stuck on the sexual aspect of.
no,
No, it's fine.
only
I don't mind the questions. It's just
no, it's not that. It's only because you know, totally. I would always respect someone's view to
mhm,
believe what they want to believe. You know, I mean, I probably, you know, but there's probably stuff if I scrape away not too much of the surface in my own thinking that people think really, that, you know. But I just don't see the. I mean, I don't know.
mm,
You know what I mean? I mean, the Muslim people came back to me and said, "Well, if there's no sex, you know, there were kind of, I hear these narratives like, oh no, I'm behaving myself here because I'm going to be rewarded.
mhm,
Do you know this kind of thing?
mhm.
And then there's the whole points thing. You know, this
Yeah.
whole that the gaining. You know, I mean, Shalini is quite funny when she's up there going Tesco club card. It's very funny. It is funny. You
Yeah.
know, I think for me, I think if I was the nearest thing I feel to a spiritual thing, what we're a bit Muslim is the Sufis.
Is it what?
You know, the Sufis.
Sufis. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I find they're near um, to something. You know, in the sense of because they're using a lot of kind of meditational kind of aspects of how they chant.
Mhm,
And Allah, Allah, Allah.
mhm.
Do you know about that? Yeah, so they're saying Allah, but they're like Allah,
Yeah.
Allah, and they're going around, you know, in the circle and stuff like that. So I think the mysticism, but yeah, so I kind of struggle when a Muslim says to me, "Well, what's the point? Well, we're going to what's the point of heaven?
Yeah. If you can't. Mhm,
If there's no and then and it's very hard to see that the only point you will get of what I'm not you by the way
mm,
to them is well, the only point they will get is until you have something that happens to you that wakes you up.
mhm,
Do you know what I mean?
mhm.
Where you can look at a tree or a leaf and think, "Oh my God, wow!" Do you know what I mean? And then you make that everything is connected. Do you know what I
Mhm.
mean? And then only then you realize when you recognize the higher aspect to yourself, we kind of understand why there probably isn't
So
anything going on.
the best way I can
But they
explain.
said they'd be bored. They said they'd be
Yeah.
bored. What they
Yeah.
said,
No.
what
No.
about that?
No. No.
And I'm
For a lot of these
yeah,
Muslims, I've like Hashim. I heard him speak to someone once, and he. Someone said to him, "Oh, you believe in 72 virgins?" And he was like, "Yes. So what? We have an epic. We have a really good afterlife. What's your afterlife?" And I was just like, "Bro, yeah, they take it too far. They take
is it two different places? You know what I mean? What's yours? Where you go?
exactly. But the way I would see it is the Garden of Eden is essentially heaven, right?
Right. But they say that was on Earth. A lot of people believe that the Garden of Eden in Iraq or something like that, don't they?
Some people do, yeah, but it depends
Yeah.
on how
Is
you.
it Babylon? Is
So,
something I don't know.
so do you
Yeah.
think Garden of Eden is for you personally? Do you think it's on Earth or is part of heaven? Just so I can know how to navigate
I
this
th- I
conversation.
th- I think I think let me kind of go off track a little bit.
Just to get back on
You
point.
know, just kind of more making a wider point about
Mhm,
text and biblical text. Um, you know that there's a lot about Sodom and Gomorrah
mhm,
and lots and all about this kind of demonization of homosexuality
mhm.
in the mostly in the Old Testament. And Jesus apparently, I had a Muslim say to me one night on the stream, um, Jesus never ever said anything about gay people.
Mhm.
I thought, oh really? That's interesting. Um, so the point I was trying to make was, so all of that. I thought, where did the Old Testament come from? Do you know what I mean? So we have to go back a little bit prior to that and see what was going on.
Mhm.
And you had the Greek, culture before that, everything that was going on, and homosexuality was rife
Mhm.
in
Mhm.
Greek culture.
Mhm.
I wish I was born then. To be quite honest, I really would because for a lot of reasons, I wish I was born then. And there was even a cup that I came across, a silver cup. It's in a museum somewhere,
Mhm.
and it was before the time of Jesus, or maybe around the time of Jesus. I think it was before. And it was the imagery on this comp. I can't remember the name. Was of two men having sex.
Mhm.
You know when you go to have you been to have you been to India? What a stupid question! I was just going to ask for that.
I may
You know
not
when you
have.
go
Yeah.
well, in a lot of the temples in India, there's a lot of erotic symbolism
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
the temples.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So this cup was basically from the Greco culture,
Mhm.
and it was these two men being, naked and very erotic with each other on this comp, and it's in a museum somewhere. I'd have to do a bit more research there. So I kind of think, and I was at, I have to laugh about this really, but I was at a tour in Greece of, it was in Crete, and it was a famous place basically, and all the foundations were still there of this ancient site,
Mhm.
you know, and I kind of got part of a tour guide. I kind of jumped into somebody else's tour of the
As
cheap,
you do.
to listen to what was being said, and he was making this tour guide was making reference to homosexuality. They done this, but he was looking at me, and I'm not like, I said, mate, you know what I mean? Excuse me, don't be blaming. But what I was going to say, my point was that I wouldn't be surprised that because of what was going on in the Greek culture, the Greco culture, the Greek at the time, that behavior, how it's perceived, made its way into the Old Testament.
Okay.
Do you see
Yeah. Yeah.
what I
Yeah.
mean? That's where that was coming from.
But what
Um,
about heaven though? So heaven, do you think is like Garden of Eden, or do you think it's just a place of pure white light where you don't exist as a human body, but you just exist as a spiritual essence that kind of
I
just
think it's
floats
an,
around in?
I think you. Oh, God, it's a difficult one, then, man.
Uh, uh,
It is. I mean, who knows? I mean, the only people who ever, I heard it the other day, and it kind of struck me. Something was talking about death or something, or somebody had died or something. And so, well, at least they know the secret now. Do you know what I mean? And it just kind of hit me with the way. I think it was a commentator on a documentary I was watching, and
Mm.
I thought, well, you're actually so on the money what you're saying there. So I think, um, it's a higher state of consciousness.
Mhm.
I think we've come down here as a soul within the physical, um, for a test, for a reason, with a purpose. Who are we to know?
Mm.
We get we have guidance. We have things that show us along the way, um, to hopefully bring us back to. I always say God wants you home.
Mhm.
Do you know what
Mhm.
I mean? Yeah. So I believe it.
Does he
Yeah, I mean,
want you back where he was, or does he want you to be at home?
I don't think he'll ever be in his full light. if that makes sense. I don't think you'll ever, I think you'll be in that realm.
Mm.
I think there may be something in the, the Muslim narrative about seven mansions,
Mm-hmm.
and I think somebody tried to explain the rainbow that's why that's proof of the seven mansions, the seven heavens,
Well, it'll be the
and
seven
then
chakras. It'll be you could live
and
in
the seven, yeah.
you
I
could live in
I
this element of the chakra. You could live in this element of the chakra. So if you want to live
I
in the
think,
highest, that would be probably
yeah.
closest
I,
to
thi- I,
God.
thi- I think the spiritual, I think the Buddhist, and I have a, I was going to go and get some bindi.
Yes, you said yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Now I probably get a lot of people look at me very oddly, but I just doesn't matter because I know why I'm putting it on.
There'll be
And
people
so,
tackling you thinking there's a sniper dot.
like, thinking what? Thinking what?
Thinking it's a sniper. You know, someone with a laser
Oh,
sniper.
I see what
They're going to be
yeah,
trying to
yeah,
save
yeah.
you. They're going to be jumping on top of
Yeah,
you.
yeah. God damn, yeah, I'm making myself a target. Yeah, yeah. So but the reason I want to put it on is because I did do it before. You
Mm.
know, I had some lovely Indian food tonight. There's an Indian place down the road, and I had some lovely momos.
Hmm.
Have you had momos
I,
before? Yeah,
I think I've had momos, but it's not
yeah,
something I would recognize just off that
yeah.
name.
They're
What's it?
Nepali. It's
Mm.
Nepali food mostly. So I think just because of where I went, things I went through, I kind of when I put on the bindi, I feel like it grounds me. Would be the straightest way
Hmm.
to say it. I believe that when I put the bindi on, I become grounded.
Hmm. Hmm.
So, um, and it's working on some level. You know, I believe with chakras and
No,
that. I believe it's all kind of interplaying there.
I think like even like the Jews, they have the yarmulke, I think it's called, the little round cap,
Yeah.
skull cap, and then even Muslims have the round skull cap. A lot of
Mm.
different faiths have this thing of you have to have something to remind you that there's something higher, and then that
Mm.
keeps you grounded.
I think that's basically you just put it in a nutshell.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
really is.
So the bindi is just another aspect of keeping
Yeah,
yourself with
yeah.
whatever
It's just
tools you can.
yeah, yeah. It's just something to keep you focused on the higher,
Hmm.
basically. Yeah,
Hmm.
and I think for that reason, I wouldn't have. I think I know myself well enough not to feel I have to be play into it like you were saying before to them
Hmm.
their narratives and what they're thinking about it because it's not about them. It's just something I'm doing. I know why I do it.
Hmm.
So it
It
wouldn't
only
be.
becomes a problem when they try and enforce it on others.
Well,
Hence
yeah,
why we have an
basically,
issue with Islam doing
yeah,
that. Yeah.
yeah, basically. But I personally think I believe in the Jesus light. I believe in the light of Jesus. I believe Jesus was a very evolved soul.
Hmm.
Now, I believe he probably see. When we look at the text, man, it's very difficult to uh, like you were kind of saying earlier, where people are so literally taking the text in all religions,
Hmm.
word for word,
Hmm.
and they're so easy to. We don't know who wrote what really. Do
Hmm.
you know what I mean? And do I believe that Moses split the Red Sea? No.
No.
Do you know? No.
Mm. I
So,
think he did,
so
but metaphorically.
well, yeah, but metaphorically, I
Yeah.
would
So
believe it.
Moses split the Red Sea. Yes, that's a true fact. But did he split the Red Sea? Probably not. It's probably some metaphor for some kind of other situation.
Yeah, do we believe the oceans opened up and split
Mm.
for the Jews to walk through? I mean,
Possible.
based on what we know,
Possible.
I would say no. I don't know. So there's a lot of stories
But what you know is
in the
that the
thing.
metaphysical exists. You know that the body is more than just the body; it's also the spirit, and
That I get.
you
Yeah, no,
understand
I
all
get
these
that.
things. So then, if
Yeah,
you understand these things, you could understand that hey, if God wanted to, He could do something that was against the laws of nature.
yeah. I do get that, but I think that we. Can you hold on a second,
Yeah, yeah,
though?
no problem.
Yeah, yeah. I need to get my charger, my
Oh,
battery charger. Yeah.
what for the headphones? I thought those headphones look wired to me. Oh, it's for his laptop. That's what it's for. Yeah, because he's always on his laptop. Uh, I'm just seeing my face. Oh god, I look so sassy. I'm watching back on the other stream. Oh god, it is what it is. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. It's gone on for a lot longer than I expected, but it's fine. I'm having a good conversation, and hopefully you guys are learning, understanding, growing. Don't take anything we say as just fact. Think for yourselves. Learn to connect with God yourself. Try and find higher truths within yourselves. Keep on growing. Keep on growing. He's almost back. He's almost back. I don't want to get into a little conversation again, otherwise I'll end up confusing him.
Hold on, the
No worries. Was it your laptop, yeah?
Say again?
Was it your laptop that needed charging?
Yeah, you got the message up saying about the battery.
Yeah.
I look like something with this like a Shaolin monk.
I was gonna say more like a police officer. You know, they used to have the chin
Oh,
straps
yeah,
with
yeah.
the round hats.
Right, my friend, I'm turning on my camera now. Okay, so this is all recorded for later use. So yeah, I don't know. You know what it is, man. I think there's a lot of. I believe I'm a spiritual person. I believe I know I've had metaphysical experiences.
Mm-hmm.
Now I can look at them and say, no, I will definitely say I wasn't under the influence
Mm-hmm.
of anything at the time, because otherwise I wouldn't accept the experience. I would just think, oh, that was a nice trip.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Whether it was drink or out drugs or whatever it was. So I know my experience was a real both many. I had several over periods, but the experiences were real. I don't doubt that. Now, but I would nuance that, saying that I could have been. I told you the experience with the angel. I remember telling you
Yes.
that.
Yeah.
'Cause, you know,
Yeah.
I mean, that was
With
pretty
the
wild.
wings. Yeah.
With the
yeah.
wings, that was
Yeah.
pretty wild. You know what I mean? So even though it can be a little bit kind of out there, but but I do question.
Mm-hmm.
I will look and think, and I won't just accept something. I'm not that far gone. Do you understand what I mean? So, but I'm open to the idea with the first experience that I had when I came out of my body. What I would say is at that time I was going through a very difficult emotional, personal experience. Okay, um, and so I'm open to the fact that that could have been, whether it was God given or my mind created it, my brain created the experience, for me to have that experience to help me shift from where I was at around where I was at the time.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean?
The alarm clock.
The kind of, yeah, basically, so, yeah, like the alarm clock. I was thinking, oh my God, I can't cope. Do you know what I mean? So I'm open to the fact that it's a possibility. I wouldn't say, but I still won't deny the experience. I had the experience. So both are valid. Do you understand? So I do think it's possible. Well, I'll tell you what an interesting thing was. I was in India and I read this book from some Westerner. He'd written a book and he had described my experiences almost identically in the book, right?
Yeah.
But he'd had the experiences on LSD, okay? And it was kind of like blah, 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 blah. And I got so annoyed.
I worked hard for this. I went through
Well,
shit.
it doesn't so much your effort is, but I said, don't compare the experiences you've had on a drug, that you've taken a drug specifically to experience, on something that's happened to me completely naturally.
True,
You know what I mean?
but you got to
And
understand.
I emailed him. I took the point to email him
No, you
about it.
didn't.
I did. He never responded. Yeah.
Um,
But
see,
yeah, that's what I felt. I needed to do that. Yeah.
you've got those two experiences, and I understand. I've seen loads of people go for the DMT stuff and all this stuff as well.
Exactly. And the
Yeah.
ayahuasca, what's that called?
Ayahuasca, that's DMT.
Ayahuasca. Yeah.
So people go for these experiences, but the thing is, yes, they do have experiences because essentially what it is say your body is like a mobile phone. It's got the capability to receive Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and all these other different capabilities. But
you're not doing Islamic Dawah to me because they compare God to a mobile phone.
well, I'm not comparing God to a mobile phone. I'm comparing
No,
humans.
I'm kidding, but they use the mobile phone
Yeah.
analogy
They love that one.
Yeah.
But the idea is
Yeah, well.
that when you go through the experience like you did, you're installing the software permanently into the phone that it could now receive these particular signals. Whereas if you're just doing it on drugs, you get the free trial version. You get the free trial version of the software that allows you to see this capability of your phone, but then as soon as it's over, it's over. And then
7 day free trial, max fee.
That's essentially it. So yeah, their experiences are just as valid as yours, but unfortunately, due to the nature of them trying to achieve these through these means that it's not going to be long lasting. It's not going to have that same powerful effect as it had on you, where it literally changed your life. It really woke you up.
Totally. Yeah. Do you know McPhee, man?
McAfee, McAfee, Norton antivirus.
Remember the story about him being arrested because he killed his neighbor over the noise of a cat?
No.
Do you remember that?
No, you know these weird stories. I've never.
I know.
No, it's good. It's good. It's good. I like random trivia.
Weirdness is good sometimes.
Yeah.
So he got into a row with his neighbor who lived in a house next to him, and it was something about a cat, and he killed him, and it was very reminiscent of O.J. Simpson when it was on the news. It was all the police helicopters out trying to find him. He's in prison for however long.
This isn't the same. No, this isn't the same McAfee who actually made McAfee, is it?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
yeah.
That's why I'm thinking the story. Yeah, it's the same John McAfee. I think it's John McAfee who created the McAfee software, the antivirus. Yeah.
Damn. Some people.
Weird,
yeah, but some people just go crazy over stupid things. Well, as we mentioned earlier.
Well, it is kind of that no matter what you have on a material level, there's no protection against your buttons being triggered.
No,
you know what I mean.
The only protection for your mind is your mind.
Really, and you're as vulnerable. You're kind of as vulnerable to the elements, so to speak. You could be going around like I am mostly with a smile in your face, and you're thinking, "All right, I'll ignore that bullshit. I'll ignore that bullshit." You know what I mean? But there's just you have a self protection cloak, but you're just the wrong person, wrong time, and you just completely slip out. You just don't know it. I think I think we all have that aspect within us, 100%. And anybody who denies it is lying. Do you know what I mean?
No,
nobody is peace and light all the time. So what? Sorry, what did you think that those Mahadi guys in Sweden? I watched a live stream of them last night, and it was very, very interesting.
What were they talking about?
Well, what it was you should be able to see it. Let me just see, and I'll tell you if it's still there. It was about a UFO.
Oh, they're talking UFOs on Mahdi's channel. Interesting.
No, sorry. You know which channel I'm talking about?
Yeah, the Mahdi one, not the American Mahdi. You're talking about the
not Chris.
Yeah, you're talking about the New Brotherhood.
Yeah, the peace and light. And there is something I said a few comments to them. I kind of thought there's something very authentic about them. So basically, what they were saying now, I don't know how much I believe about right. I'll just turn it 10 hours ago. When was 10 hours ago? That would have been 10 o'clock this morning, wouldn't it?
12.
Right. So this can't be the one I watched last night. Hold on just a second. Let's see. So this is a live stream. The Mahdi has appeared.
Yeah, that's the standard thingy.
Is it right? Let me just see. Right. So basically, what it was, they'd got put. All right. I'm not. I'm not. You'll have to have a little look for it, Chris, because I'm not sure which
Man.
one this is. But and there's a lot of stuff there.
Mm.
Do you know what I mean? So basically, they've got footage of this thing that appeared in the sky, and they're saying that they've been given advanced knowledge that's going to happen.
Okay.
Um, and this looked like something seriously. It was a very close up, unless, and I don't with them. I don't get the thing. They don't come across gimmicky to me.
They're a little bit gimmicky.
Eh?
They're a little bit gimmicky in my
You think?
eyes. Yeah, there's the black hats thing that they're trying to do.
What I thought because the phrase of gold in Sweden.
No, no, it's literally that's one of the little
Right.
what I heard him say once was that it's a symbol of the working man to have the cap on the fact that
Okay.
and that's their thing. That's part of their uniform. So
Which
he's
is
that guy, the guy who normally speaks. He's been
hmm.
collecting disciples at the moment. He's made a few
Abba
different people.
Sadiq. Abba Sadiq is his
I
name,
have no idea.
and he's very Western looking. I think he must be Swedish. He's that white Swedish, you know.
Possibly. I have no
Yeah,
idea.
yeah.
10-year anniversary speech of the Mahdi. Okay, that's not the one.
And it came out with really positive stuff about the gay community. There were being interviewed about the gay community by a Muslim woman, and they just came out with these really positive.
Positive how?
Stuff. Huh?
Positive how?
It just basically, not judging, just this
Okay.
whole thing
Mm.
about, people. This girl who was interviewing them was basically saying, there's all these narratives and people are kind of targeting and the gay community and the LGBTQ. I
Mm.
just hate the phrase. It's just when I was growing up, we didn't have that terminology. You know what I mean? So she was kind of having a conversation and saying, there's all these things targeting the gay, the gay community, and he was saying, look, we just, there was just his response was very good, and I was just saying, like, who is judge?
Mm.
You know what I mean? The judgment, if there's going to be any judgment, it'll
It'll
be
be
on the
God.
next,
God will
it'll
do
be
the
in the next
judgment,
life.
not
Yeah,
us. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Yeah,
No.
in between when we're having a shag in the afterlife, I'm joking. Sorry, I had to try that. So, but I thought there was something. Now I wasn't mad going on the main guy. His name is Abba Al Sadiq, I think.
Mm.
But the members, anyway. So if you see the footage of this thing that appears in the sky, and they're all there together, going wow, right around
Mm.
a lake, basically.
Mm.
And it is this really like big light that seems to have a life within the light.
Mm.
Something is
Mm.
happening, yeah, and then it throws off a ring from
Interesting.
around off the light. But it's very, I mean, I don't know. So uh, there's a guy called Stephen Greer. Do you know him?
Name sounds familiar. I can't put a face to it.
Right, kind of very quite unattractive guy, big on UFOs. He's kind of one of the main people on UFOs.
What did you say his name
Uh,
is?
Stephen Greer.
Stephen Gray. Yeah.
Yeah, you will recognize him. He's one of the number one kind of people at that.
Oh, okay. Yes. Yes. I recognize him.
Yeah, I don't like him, and I don't believe him. And the story came out recently about him, about he does this remote viewing. He gets people to go to this very remote place in the desert or something, and
Mm.
tells them they can communicate with UFOs, and the UFO, if they just behave, do this kind of thing, UFOs will appear.
Mm.
So of course something appeared, and it turned out he'd paid somebody to drop something from a plane. So but it's something about him. He's just never sat right with me. I do believe there is something going on in relation to
UFOs and whatnot.
UFO. Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
But I don't believe Stephen Greer. There's just something about him. Just so it just doesn't ring true to me. Do you know what I
Well,
mean?
I've said previously, I think it's like angels or something, but who knows? Maybe they're the demons. Maybe they're the demons. Maybe they want to restore order. As
Well, I just found listening to them because they were all being interviewed about what they saw. Yes, you're right about the beanie hat. I did
Mhm.
pick up on that. Now, if I get some sponsorship coming across their screen about a hat, I'll just say, sorry, guys, you've lost me here. But I did pick up. But there was something very kind of good, with basically what you were saying. There was what I noticed listening to them was something very wholesome.
Mhm.
There was something very wholesome about them,
Mhm.
and within that wholesomeness, there was kind of something authentic.
No,
I didn't think they were,
I
they
did.
didn't
No, I
come
didn't. I
across,
didn't. I didn't watch them thinking scam artists either. I did think,
mm,
yeah, they're looking for truth. They
mm.
are trying their best to try and come together and try and find a better way than what Muslims are doing at the moment. And I have to applaud that. I have to go, yeah, great.
And they're referring a lot to the biblical scripture,
Yes, they do. Yeah, yeah.
and they were talking about the Holy Spirit.
Oh, were they? Oh, cool.
Yes, which I found really very, very strange. So there's a woman. I haven't watched it all. I was watching on a live stream. I sent some comments. They were very quick to come back to me
Mm,
and in the comments. I said, look, I think your stuff is really interesting, and I said I didn't go into too much. But I just thought I find your stuff is interesting. Like you say, if you look at the energy, don't you? And you
mm,
think, whether we don't know, but the energy sent. I felt the energy was healthy,
mm,
and I felt as a group, they were on something, and it's kind of like what you were saying earlier. Maybe it's more about the Islam shifting to another level
mm,
in where they're going.
mm,
But when they were commenting on scripture, and they seem to refer to. So anyway, this girl, this blonde Danish or Swedish girl,
oh, I think
who's
I've seen her.
part
Yeah,
who's part of this.
yeah.
And again, I found her very genuine. I
Mm.
really, usually I look for things to think, oh no, this is bullshit. And she was saying she had a dream, and in the dream, in her dream, she had a dream,
Oh, wow.
you know,
Inception. Yeah,
uh,
yeah.
right? And it was about Elijah and something, a pregnancy, and all of this. But I haven't got any further than that. So I need to do a bit more looking at it. There was a part where I kind of thought, where these men's groups go off on their own
Mm,
into the hills and kind of do all this male bonding
yeah,
together.
yeah.
I know a few people who've done this, and they sit around campfires, and they're usually quite academically, intellectual people,
Mm,
and they've kind of got to a point where they think, guys, we need to really get into our whatever, And I thought there was a bit of that about it. Um, but mostly I find them genuine. I did feel.
no,
So
they
what's
look
your
like
thought?
they look like they're trying to have open conversations, and
Hmm.
I don't disagree with having open conversations. They're looking at their text and they're trying to look at it from a different perspective rather than the same perspective that they've been taught for the last 1,600 years. They try to look
Right.
at it and try and go, okay, now how can we understand this deeper? If we look at the Bible, this
Hmm.
says this. Okay, now we can look back at this text, and now we can,
Yeah,
you know what I
yeah.
mean? Rather than with the Dawa channels who are like, oh no, no, we don't believe in those books. They're all fake,
We
and
don't need, and they say we don't need the Bible,
yeah, and
and I've heard that a lot. Do you know what I mean? And
but
they
they
say we
read the
don't
Bible
need
a
it.
lot.
Well, they do. Yeah, but they do know the Bible, even if a lot of it is kind of incorrect. But they will turn around and say, I find this very strange that we accept Jesus as a prophet, we
Mm,
believe he's coming back, but
mm,
we haven't a clue what he said. Do you know what I mean? I just find the irony there of if you believe those two very fundamental things about Jesus,
yeah,
why are you not going and reading every single scripture?
yeah, yeah. Trying to
You
find
know what
out
I mean? About what
more
he
about the
said.
person.
You know what I mean? If that's what you believe, I just don't get. It doesn't make any sense to me. And I did say it. There's a guy. He's quite arrogant, actually. There's a guy in Speaker's Corner. I won't say his name, but I spoke to him one night. He was trying to convert me. He's very arrogant. He's very polished. You know, and at the end, I kind of just couldn't help myself but say, "Sorry, but you believe Jesus is prophet, and you believe he's coming back." And he said, "Yes." I said, "Well, then why? I don't understand." And he was like, oh God, how do I answer that? He just was so shocked. He couldn't
Yeah.
didn't have an answer. You know what I mean? So that's the kind of key. I, I I struggle with I do struggle with the text of you. Now, I was reading. Here's an interesting story. I was reading some verses from the Quran,
Hmm.
not pleasant verses. Okay, so these were referring to cutting people's hands up
Okay.
for thievery
Hmm.
and flogging people for fornication.
Hmm.
I went, sorry, but I don't believe that's God speaking. Just from my own understanding of what I know and over the last 20 years, but I said that's not in my. I can't say everything 100%,
Hmm.
but that is not what I recognize in any way as a supreme being saying, "Oh, cut your hand, whatever," you know what I mean? And so basically, when I was reading these verses, I'm quite used to because of what I used to do before as an actor. I'm used to text,
Mm.
so I'm used to being able to kind of look at text past the text itself.
Yeah, look at
I mean,
subcontext. Yeah.
yeah, I can understand. There's kind of there's different levels. When
Mm.
you do working as an actor,
The
you're looking at text.
emotions, the
There's
physicalness,
different,
whatever.
yeah. There's a whole few different things. Of what's he really saying here?
Hmm.
What? Yeah, that's how you develop a character. What's the character really saying?
Yeah.
And so when I was reading this text, there was just a point where I thought it's somebody. I felt like it was somebody very young
Hmm.
speaking to me
Hmm.
in the text.
Hmm.
Okay, I just feel like it's a young, not a child, but a young mind is talking to me.
Mm.
And then later, like a lot later, on Nose's channel, even though I'm still banned, which is fine, even though he keeps dropping videos
Yeah,
of
I
me,
noticed. Yeah, a couple
you know
the
what I
other
mean?
day.
I was like, no, they're really getting as much value out of me. So,
I think they're just trying to get a reaction because
well,
they've got no reason to play the same old conversations
oh,
unless his audience is that like they don't care about content. They just want to hear
yeah. Well,
the
they've
nose.
got a lot of videos of me that they keep dropping. Have you seen the last one was how to munch and smoke and talk at the This is so funny. So, so basically, then it came up on his channel because they do it. I wouldn't take it too much seriously, but they do quite some stuff. With the Quran and reading the Quran and go
Mm.
through it. They have done done a lot of stuff there. Um, but they came out that it was a 21-year-old person who wrote the Quran.
Mm.
Are you aware of that?
The compilation, yeah, I'm guessing, yeah,
Yeah.
because they call it
So
the Riwayat rather than the Quran because they're saying no,
yeah.
it's a compilation. So I'm guessing that's who they're talking about when they say
So,
21-year-old wrote it.
so some guy called Saeed something or other
Mm-hmm.
who was hired by Uthman
Yep, 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 yep.
um, to put
Yeah,
the
they did
to
this whole history lesson where bloody lieutenant read out the entire Wikipedia page
mm,
without proposing a question first, without giving some kind of premise as to what they were going to
yeah.
explain. It was just literally
Yeah,
like,
I
oh,
don't like I don't like how they deal with the
he'd be like,
issues.
listen, listen.
Yeah, yeah.
Lieutenant's gonna read you something.
I'm still speaking. I'm still
Yeah,
speaking.
and
When she goes she does that.
lieutenant's gonna read you something, and then all
Yeah.
right, cool. She gets past the first paragraph. I'm like, okay, cool. Nope. She keeps going. She keeps going.
Yeah.
She keeps going. She's read the entire thing, and then Big Nose goes, all right.
Mm,
So what do you think? And I went, what do I think about what? You've just read a whole
mm,
article to me. What's the question? What do I think about
yeah.
what? So yeah, no, I understand. They have mentioned this whole young guy doing the Quran thing, but it's like me saying that the Bible was written by King James because that version is the one that everyone's used. You know what I mean? Because he's the
Yeah,
one
yeah,
who's
yeah.
collated it, translated it to English, and then passed it on. Instead of just going, "Oh, it's the Bible," but translated, they're
Yeah,
going,
yeah, yeah.
"No, it's written by this guy," and I'm just like, bro, like, use a bit of
And
common
the,
sense.
and this is why demand that I'm very reluctant when it
Mm.
comes to scriptures.
Mm-hmm.
You know, why I won't give my sorry. Are in Islam why I won't submit. You know what I mean?
You got to submit though. So
I
we'll come back to the submitting in a second. One thing you
yeah.
said earlier in regards to hands getting cut off. So you didn't like that, but I have to ask you: if you lived in a society where it was going to be run by God,
Yeah,
and God doesn't say there's any punishment for stealing,
yeah.
or God says there's going to be a punishment for stealing,
Mm,
it's not that God wants to cut off your hands. It's
mm.
the fact that God is just saying this is something you shouldn't do, and there's going to be consequences
Yeah,
for doing
yeah,
these.
I've heard that. I've heard, obviously, I've heard the argument from Muslims that
Is that
exact.
what they say as well?
Argument. Yeah, of course, that's the
Okay.
exact kind of thing. Yeah, and I get the point. Of course, I get the point. But what I'm trying to say is that my understanding of God is not speaking there.
It's not what?
Is not speaking there.
Okay.
And what I tried to say to them, say for example, is a 15-year-old boy, he steals something, he has his hands cut up,
Mhm.
then for the rest of his life, he can't work and provide for him and his family.
Yeah.
Do you know?
No, I understand. I think
Yeah.
at that
And it's
point,
God that stupid that he wouldn't know that.
no. So once again, this is why I disagree with Islam, because Islam is always like,
Mm,
oh no, it's objective
mm,
morality. It's objective morality. If this is the line, you don't cross the line. And I'm like,
yeah.
no, you got to look at the situation. So if you
Mm,
have a 10-year-old boy stealing, you're not going to cut
mm.
off his hands. But if you have a 30-year-old who's been a bum
Stealing
most
rock.
of his life
Yeah.
and then he just keeps
Yeah.
on stealing, then obviously at
Yeah.
that point you need to teach him
Yeah.
a lesson.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'd prefer the lesson not be so brutal where someone loses a hand. But if that's because the thing is, I can see the
I would rather.
advantages. I can
Uh,
see the advantages of putting a punishment so extreme that people are like, maybe I just won't. Because you could have like punishment for stealing is you get whipped 2 times, and they're gonna go, do you know what? I'll steal because
better
it's
than 100 times for or fornication.
whatever.
I suppose.
But people start analyzing and thinking, okay, I can deal with this punishment if I get caught, and
Yeah.
then they'll end up stealing more. Whereas if
Yeah.
the punishment is so severe, you're just like, I
Yeah.
don't even want to get involved with it.
I think this is where my head goes with this kind of thing is I don't think God interferes in His creation in that way.
God, what? Sorry.
That's really where I'm coming. Say again.
So what did you say? God doesn't what?
I don't think God interferes in His
Oh, interferes.
creation by giving dictates and rules, and I think we're here to learn through our own mistakes, etc., etc., etc. One of the arguments that will come back from Muslims
I'll have to
is
disagree, but yeah, carry on.
right. So one of the arguments that come across from Muslims, well, we look at there's hardly any crime in the Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
I thought, well, there may be something in that, but they have the death penalty in America. It doesn't stop people killing each other. Do you know what I mean? So I just don't believe God. If there is a God, I mean, I'm still not sure if there is a God or. See, I kind of think probably I'd probably more inclined to Buddhism
Okay.
in their kind of thinking. I believe in the soul. I believe we continue. I have no doubt about that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? What it is, I don't know, but I don't think it's anything of a that we will recognize on a human level. I think it'll be the highest part of us that will continue on.
Mm-hmm.
Because I believe the human experience is a physical experience, and it's just for the physical world, and the lower chakras all play in there. But when the soul leaves the body, you would. I don't believe anyway. I mean, do you look at much NDE stuff?
No.
No. Right.
No,
See,
I know you like that stuff.
Well, it's just that I like it. It's and Paul Williams
Yes, yeah, you
blogging.
did. You told me, about
Yeah.
the
So
two women.
he-
No, the crash where they saw each other.
Yeah, but it came out together. I mean, so I believe in that etheric, that essence of that we are separate from the body.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and we can be fortunate, like I was, to have experiences for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
That can then make us think, oh my. I mean, look, I was going through a very difficult time at that time. I'd lost. I have a condition. Is the best way to say it.
Mm-hmm.
And I was on a drug that caused me to lose vast amounts of fat
Mm-hmm.
in my face. And that's why I came out of acting. Do you know what I mean? Because my parents had
Yeah, it
changed
starts changing.
drastically.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, very quickly over a period of a month. I'd been in Ireland filming a commercial for Vodafone, getting 5 grand, feeling on a high. Yeah, and then I came back and it just like that. I lost a stone and a half in a month, and so I went through this kind of experience of just so traumatized
Mm.
by the change in my physical. I mean, I look a lot better now, but um, so I went through. I was physically traumatized by my parents, and you know, I couldn't. When I'd go out on the street, drug addicts would stop me. They'd pass me and then look at me twice and
Mm.
come back to me and say,
You
"You
want
need."
some?
There's always a junkie.
Yeah.
And so I went through that. So there was a point you were kind of going back to what you said before about the alarm.
Hmm.
So there was a point where I'd be thinking, how can I go out the door again?
How can I what?
Do you
Sorry.
know what I mean? How can I go outside the door
Okay.
again?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? How can I just deal with other people's reactions? Or
Hmm.
what? And it wasn't even, So I had anyway. So I had that experience, and then I had the second experience. And now here's an interesting thing. All this all in the same time frame.
Mm.
Now I was going to AA at the time, yeah, um, and I went going. It's kind of interesting talking about the heart energy.
Hmm.
Now I knew I didn't look well. I knew I was struggling. I went into a fish and chip shop, an Arabic
Hmm.
fish and chip shop that used to be on the corner of Oxford Street and Tottenham Court Road. Yeah, on the way to an AA
Somewhere.
meeting
Yeah.
on a Sunday afternoon, and this guy, I ordered what I got. There's those things that you remember. I did write a lot of this down just from my own memory. But there's those moments as you go along where you feel something higher is looking
Leading.
after you,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
leading you, and that just say, and it's what keeps you going.
Mm.
So I basically went into this fish and chip shop. Now, before I went in there, I was kind of quite. I felt vulnerable. I really looked for people, looking at me. I
Hmm.
was looking for it. You
Hmm.
know what I mean?
Hmm.
I knew I didn't look right, etc. So, so basically, I went into this fish and chip shop, and this, what I would presume would be a Muslim man behind the counter. Muslim people are very heartfelt. And much more than non-Muslims would be my experience.
So, which Muslims are more helpful?
I believe Muslim people are much more heartfelt
Um.
than non-Muslims. I find the non-Muslims, the British people, are much more mind orientated.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
You
I'd
know what I
agree with
mean?
that. Yeah. Yeah.
Much more intellectual, especially the ones that are very highly educated.
Hmm.
They try to hide it, but they will show when they disprove of something.
Yeah.
Whereas within Ireland, I always have this comparison about Ireland when I'm talking to people who don't know Ireland. I say Ireland is very heart. The people in Ireland are very heart
Big hearts.
orientated.
Big hearts.
The British people are very intellect and mind orientated.
Hmm.
That's the difference. They're very different animals,
Hmm.
really, in that way. Even though they're so close together, I think Ireland's very lucky because there's a very strong culture, especially
Yes.
around music.
Mm.
So I went into this um, fish and chip shop, or kind of like kebab shop, or whatever, and and the guy says, "Hello, my friend. How are you?" And I think I was on my way to an AA meeting. It would have been a Sunday afternoon. And I said to the guy, "Can I have a chip butty?"
Hmm.
Yeah, you know what I mean,
Yeah.
chip
Yeah.
butty. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
It's a roll with chips inside and maybe
yeah.
a ketchup or
Yeah,
something.
loads of butter. As much cholesterol as you can get. You know what I mean? And he gave me this chip butty, and I'm really kind of really remembering it now. You really can remember it, like
Hmm.
in the moment, because it was so powerful for me. And he gave me this chip buddy, and it was just like really overfilled with chips,
Hmm.
you know. And I said to him, "My friend, you've given me so many chips," and he just looked at me with the biggest smile on his face, and he said, "My friend, we have to look after you." And when he said it, I just felt it
Hmm.
in my heart like a wave.
Mm-hmm.
of love that just came over me, and I'd never experienced something like this.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I really hadn't.
No, no, I understand.
You know,
I would compare it to the heart lifts people up. You know, when you open your heart to people, it can lift them up. And obviously, where you were in your bottom three, you were like, "Oh, why is people are people looking
I
at
was
me because of
very fear.
this?"
I was in fear. I was
Yeah,
full of fear.
you were in that
Yeah,
bottom three in the
yeah.
survival mode. You were like, "Oh
Mm.
no, can they see this? Can they see that? Do they know because of the way I look?" So you
Yeah,
were
yeah,
proper
yeah,
like
totally, yeah.
paranoid and negative. And then when he just opens up his heart, it just lifts you up and it just
It
brings you to a
how
new place. Yeah.
it blew me. It just blew me away. It just because I had a physical, I felt it physically
Mm,
come into my heart. I
mm,
really felt it, and it just threw me completely. And I'm like, oh my god! So I came out, and there was a homeless woman, a few feet sat down on the thing, and like, hello, my friend, all right. And I said, "Do you want something to eat?" And I went into McDonald's and basically, probably exaggerating a bit, but bought her everything. I
yeah.
said, "God, because of this experience, I said, oh my God, I have to show love. I've just been shown love. You know what I mean?"
Mm.
And that was very powerful. That was a powerful, powerful, powerful experience for me. So
But did
I
you not get
kind
the heart thing from AA? Because I thought you were gonna say AA would have been like that as well. Because
no, no, no. I
it was
found
all in my
AA
brain.
very, very, very cliquey.
Okay.
And very, yeah, and if you don't, I know, don't get me wrong now, AA for me as a support for the first, say, 5 years, maybe a bit longer, I found it was a brilliant support as a place to
Mm,
go when my head was going a bit crazy.
mm,
Even if I went into AA and I didn't, share in the meeting or talk about, where I was at, it just being there helped lift my negative kind of head. So I
mm.
find it AA, and I always recommend to people,
But they
when
could use a little bit more heart in AA.
I just found what I found with AA was that if you're not going in there bearing your soul about every single thought that you have, you know what I mean? Like every microaggression that somebody experiences in a day, they'll spill it in
Mm,
AA, and but it had look. I when I traveled, I went to AA meetings in India. I went
mm,
to AA meetings in the Canaries. So whenever I traveled in my early years, that the first thing I do is look for an AA meeting.
mm,
And it wasn't particularly that I thought I would wanted to drink, but I recognized that my head really wasn't good. In my thinking, and I
mm.
needed that grounding of that place as a support to keep get me through. So I used it for what it's supposed to be. So it's kept me sober for 20 years. Well, some people would say I'm a dry drunk because I'm not really doing. So some of the issues I had in AA would be because I'm not applying the program in my life in how it's being prescribed.
Mm, mm.
So it's a 12-step
Yes, I've heard
program.
of the 12 steps. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So, and that's basically in all the fellowships, whether it's NA, AA, NA, SLA, there's so many different types of programs, there's so many different things. And the 12 steps are the foundation of them. So normally what would happen would be I'd get to step 4, and then I would drop, you're doing this with a sponsor,
Mm.
you know what I mean? And so step 4 is when you bare your soul
Okay.
about everything that's happened in your life and all your resentments, all your dark, just everything
Mm.
basically, you know what I mean? And all your pain and all your dirt, basically. Really the gunge,
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah. Just getting it all out.
Getting it all out. And I think when I got to step 4, I always dropped the sponsor.
What was
And
step
so
five?
I well never got to step 5.
I
I
gotta
don't
find
know.
out what step five is because
Never,
it sounds like you
I
were trying
never.
to avoid step five.
No, I was trying to avoid step 4.
Oh,
So
so
step
so
4 was the
you
problem.
wouldn't actually bare your soul then?
No, no, not in step
Ah.
4 was there was I came from a very traumatic background. You know what I mean?
Mm,
That I wouldn't wish on anybody. But so there was all that anger. Like I say, you get through your life. You keep a smile on your face. You have your ways of kind of keeping everything kind of balanced to get yourself through the day and keep. It's really about keeping everything okay.
mm,
People would say to me, "Are you happy, Damien?" I say I'm content.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? And then maybe things like, like I had these conversations with this woman I know today and a few people now, and I think, well, Damien, do you realize how much you're saying this to people? I think this is madness. So I talk about how I cook these casseroles and how once they're in the fridge, I guess all I was basically saying today was, I finished a lamb stew last night. I mean, I know this is madness, Devin, right? I know this is complete madness. But these kind of simple things keep me okay, keep me
Mm-hmm.
on the level, yeah. So I was saying to this woman was, I had a lamb stew. I bought this fabulous pot about 4 years ago from this German. It's a bit like La Croisette.
No.
Those saucepans. It's
Oh
a
yes, yes,
cooking.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. They're usually in red
I was gonna
and
say yeah,
orange.
red with the
Yeah,
cream on the inside or white on the
with
inside or
it,
something.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
So I bought something, but it's not from that one. But it's so anyway. So it's a German company called, I think, Feischler, and I bought it on eBay. I got it for about 20 quid with free postage. It was discounted, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Oh,
it's
good.
cast iron. It's
Mm.
cast iron pot, and it's huge. I think I might have showed it to you.
I think you did. I think it was the stew you made last time, the casserole,
I think
and
I
you
know. I
you told
know.
me the casserole
It's one of
story then as well.
we were on streams, and I'm showing you my pot. Got to laugh with these things, damn it, So this laughing energy is healthy. So basically, I was saying to this woman, I've got this pot, I bought it from blah, blah, blah. And when I make a stew, once I have my first, meal out of it and then it's in the fridge, and then for a whole week, I
Mhm.
know I'm covered. It doesn't mean I have the same food every day, by the way. But it just means some days I think, oh, I don't want to prepare, go through the thing of making a fresh meal, like preparing vegetables or whatever it
Mm.
is. So I know I'm covered for the most part.
That's
I
why
don't.
God gave us the microwave.
Well, I take it out, yeah, and I take it out from the pot and I put it in the microwave. So I was saying to this woman today about it. So for me, a lot of it is the point. The point I'm making is, even though I'm
What
sure
you
she's
were
looking at me,
you're trying to make a point?
right? Well, the point I was trying to make was
The heart
that
for the Muslims. Oh
no,
no, no. Well, we moved on from that point. On the heart of the Muslims. Which point are we on now?
well, I was kind of within the same kind of thing.
Sorry,
Look,
I'm just.
that's right. I was trying to kind of say that the simple, basic things of self care was the point I was trying to make to this
Yeah.
woman.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Was of kind of looking after myself, and I get so I've been able to. So we were able to have a conversation about uh, how difficult we can find it looking after ourselves or keeping
Mm-hmm.
our homes clean,
Mm-hmm.
and that kind of a conversation, and saying, well, it's most important to get out of the house and meet people and have coffee and interact. It's good to have a clean home, but not to be, the most important thing is your mental health. You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Yeah. It's like you could have a clean prison cell, or you could just not be in the prison cell. It's
Yeah,
like
you could just,
if it if
yeah,
it's
yeah.
a
Basically,
messy prison
that's
cell or a
basically
clean
yeah,
prison cell, it doesn't make a
yeah.
difference. You don't want
No, that's basically
you do want it
yeah,
clean, yes, but you don't want to keep
yeah,
it as a clean prison cell. You still want to go out
yeah.
and do what you need to do and
Well, yeah, no, yeah,
experience
yeah.
life.
Basically, mm. You need to be. I think that's something I realized. I think I'm a bit of a control merchant, and I wouldn't normally admit that.
Control merchant, meaning like you
Yeah.
like to be in control.
Well, I'm not so much controlling other people, but mostly I can see it in the sense of how I'm trying to be in a a controlled emotional state. I try to
Hmm.
control my emotional state
Hmm.
to constantly all the time be in that same emotional state.
Hmm.
Uh, and then if I'm not, and then I can kind of like, oh my god, what's happening? You know what I mean? That kind of do. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. What I'm going to do is on Sunday I'm going to go over and see my mom, and because I haven't seen her since May, and
There'll be plenty
and
of
then
chaos there then. That'll get you out of your control state.
well, do you know what it is, man? I've been very neglectful of her.
Oh no.
She's 77,
Mm.
and she lives in Stockwell. It's not miles away, and she keeps ringing me. She says, "Damien, I love you very much," and it's always like before the call ends, "I love you very much," and I feel like I've been neglectful, and I think now is the time to just think, to go and spend time with her because she's reaching out to me, really asking me
Mm.
to come and see her. You know, she keeps saying she's going to come up here to the market, but she's really saying, "I want to see you because I haven't seen you."
Yeah.
And I think so. I think I'm kind of being quite selfish in relation to my mother. So, um,
Who knows? You might
like,
go down and have a really good time. You might get to know something new about her you never realized.
yeah, there's a lot of barriers there, that man. You know.
The barriers are always going to be there. We got to at
Yeah,
some point
yeah.
we got to bulldoze down those barriers and just go and see what happens. Embrace the chaos. Embrace the chaos. Like, what's the worst that's going to happen? What is the worst that's going to happen?
Where's your parents?
So where are they, or where are they from?
Yeah, where are they? Yeah, where are they?
Downstairs, and maybe in that room over there behind this TV screen. I live with my
Sorry.
parents. I live with my parents, so
Oh, do you?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I'm a failure
So
in life.
not behind that lovely room you're in at the moment.
No, no, no.
Oh,
Yeah.
so you live with your family?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I wanted to get my own place, but started
Well,
focus.
if you're content at home, there's no. I don't see the.
Well, I'm not
see
content
the
at home. I'm not content at home.
Right.
It's always been a bit of a prison to me.
Really?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's more of I've spoken about it on other streams where like I'd have issues with the family, and I kind of realized I was the problem because
No.
everyone else seems to be getting on fine. As soon as I say something, people get upset. So I was like, okay, I'll
So
just
who's
stick to myself. So
who's there? Is it? Have you got siblings there?
one sibling left. Yeah,
Well,
so-
brothers.
yeah,
brothers.
one brother. I
Right.
have two brothers. One of them's gone,
Mm.
married, house,
Right.
family, the lot. And then there's just me and my younger brother. And
Okay.
yeah, so, but like I said, it kind of turned into a bit of a prison for me because I felt like no matter what I said would always lead to arguments. So I kept myself to myself and kind of
Okay.
isolated myself in the room, just trying to figure out what am I doing wrong.
Right. Okay.
And I realized I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm just
So it's a lot of your stuff going outside the house, for a few good days, taken off. Is that to get away from the
sometimes yes, sometimes.
interacting with the home?
Well,
your
it's not.
parents?
I don't mind interacting with them. I don't
Mm.
have a problem interacting with them. It's just the fact that when I do interact with them, they end up getting into arguments over something I've said, and
Oh,
I don't mind if they're shouting at me, but when they start shouting at each other, I'm like, no, I didn't want to cause problems between you two.
yeah,
I just wanted
yeah.
to say this, and yeah, so I just keep myself to myself, and I was like, I must be the problem, but I realize I'm not the problem. It's just sometimes people don't like the way I say things. Sometimes, especially when they think they know better. And
You think you're probably very much your own person, the man.
oh, 100%. Yeah, since I was a
Yeah.
kid, I've tried to be
and
my own
and
person.
they may come from a much more formal way of wanting you to be. Like, why haven't you done this? Why haven't you studied this? Why aren't you like your brother? Whatever.
I've
Do you
heard it
know what I
all
mean?
before. I've heard it all before. Like, yeah.
Yeah. So they might not um, kind of get the like Damon's just a free bird,
Just wants to have fun.
and kind of build you up when you are doing stuff like when you're doing the driving, and which obviously when you're doing the coach driving, that's when you're still working for, you're independent, you're working for yourself, so do you feel that they try to bring things into the mix that it has to be going somewhere with an end point,
Um, yes.
like a study, or you're going to get this is what's going to happen there, and then this is going to happen,
Yeah,
and then
the
this
whole life plan, the whole
the
yeah,
whole family parents thing.
yeah. Which I wanted. I wanted the whole family thing, but I didn't want to just do it because I was in a rush to do it. I wanted to
Yeah.
find the right person. I wanted to make sure that I was in a good place, not just mentally, not just physically, not monetarily, but in all aspects. I wanted to make sure, because I've said this before, to keep a woman happy, you need to keep her sexually satisfied, spiritually
Yeah, yeah.
satisfied, emotionally satisfied, emotionally, spiritually, sexually, physically.
I know a stunning
No,
woman.
no, sorry, intellectually, and then the last one was sorry. What were you gonna say?
I know a stunning woman
That matches all of those.
well, yeah, I think she's definitely very deep. I would
Well, no,
definitely
no,
say
no. All women
she's-
have these 5 elements. All women have these five
Mm.
elements, but it's about whether, as a man, you can give them the 5 elements. Because you'll
mm,
hear about like the girl gets with the guy who's a gym rat, and then all of a
Right.
sudden she's like, "Oh, but we don't have good conversations." Yeah, because
but
the
can you
physical
imagine?
aspect is fulfilled, but that emotional aspect isn't. So it's about
Oh.
trying to make sure that you're able to fulfill all aspects. So yeah, that's why I was like, I want to wait until I've grown a bit more, learned a bit more about life, and then I'll do it. But then I thought, well, it hasn't happened yet. Maybe
Mm.
God's got another plan. Maybe I'm not supposed to have a family. So at the moment, I'm leaving it in God's hands, like I do with everything.
Yeah, I do. I don't think you should force
No.
I don't think it's a good idea to force that thing. And I think again, it's embracing the chaos, like you said. It's like this is where I'm at now, and you know, I'll tell you an interesting story. I used to work at St Mary's Hospital,
Hmm.
yeah, back in 2006, and I remember a point when I used to go to the hospital. So I was working nights till 6 in the morning,
Hmm.
and having my dinner at 2 in the morning. So I
It
worked like
messes up your
4 days.
system. You
Oh,
end up
you
putting on
hold my
so
whole
much weight. Yeah,
yeah.
it's so bad.
I was working from 6 at night till 6 in the morning. The money was very good,
Hmm.
yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
And I worked for the NHS for quite a few years before. So I was working in medical records, basically just filing records. You
Hmm.
know, there was a small team of us, three of us, you know, and it was pretty good. It was pretty good. And then of course everything went digital, so there wasn't needed anymore. But what happened was I used to try. I always remember this. That this is when I was living at my own flat. I used to cycle. I
Hmm.
had a bike, so I used to cycle up to the edge of the road, up the edge of the road, up to the hospital. And I always remember when I got to this point on the edge of the road before I would turn into I forget what it's called now, something gardens, and then
Hmm.
you turn up to the hospital. And I always remember when I used to kind of come up this little path, I felt something energetically
Hmm.
communicating with me.
Hmm.
And I would stand up on my bike. Do you know what I mean? As I was
Hmm.
cycling, I would come off the seat, and I felt that something was coming to me in the sense of a relationship. I
Hmm.
felt the universe was saying we were sending you something that to you, and I just felt that I was going to meet somebody.
Hmm.
It was a knowing. There was no doubt that this was I in my head that I thought I know something's coming.
Hmm.
You know. So about a month later, I went into this pub in Marble Arch, which I used to drink in a lot. And I walked into this pub, and there was a man sat in the pub, and I looked at him, and it was like in amongst all the darkness of everybody else in the pub,
Hmm.
he was like this bright light. It was like a light bulb. It
Hmm.
really was like a light bulb. And I ended up anyway talking to him, and it was an interesting thing. And then we came back to my place. We walked down the street hand in hand. It was just not something I would do.
Hmm.
You know
You're
what I
just
mean?
in the zone.
It was just in his own, and it was the most weirdest thing. And basically, he was a couple of years older than me,
Mm.
and he lived up in Hungerford. You know Hungerford?
Sounds familiar, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah. It's near Avebury and
Okay,
Stonehenge,
cool, cool,
near
cool, cool.
Reading and all that kind of stuff. So anyway, we started seeing each other, and he was just this guy that was into paganism and ISIS and the earth. He was
Mm.
into all this kind of stuff. And so I was seeing him for a year. I had to come out of the relationship, but for a while, it was very intense, and it was kind of going back to what something you said about sexuality and intimacy, and about intimacy being sexual, but
Mm.
without sex,
Mm.
you know.
Mm.
So there were times where we were very unsexual, but the intimacy was so intense that I felt I was on a drug.
Mm.
Do you know what I mean? And
Yeah,
there was a point where I thought, "Has he spiked my drip? Done something?" I was because I didn't.
because
These
you were
were
feeling this new feeling. Yeah, yeah.
new feeling. I'd never experienced something like this, and this is all sober and blah 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 blah. So I seen him for a while. I went to spend time with him down in his house, and totally hippy dippy, very good looking,
Mm.
blonde, blue eyed man.
Mm.
His wife had left him, basically. He'd
Mm.
been married for years, and his wife had divorced him because he'd been diagnosed with Parkinson's
Oh,
and MS.
and MS.
Yeah,
Wow.
so,
Mm.
and MS. So he's one of 30 people at the time, and or one of the only 30 people at the time in the UK who had both conditions. So, and he had that tremor in the arm. Do
Mm.
you know what I mean? So we went and we spent 3 months together, traveling in Crete in Greece,
Mm-hmm.
and it was it was very intense. It was a little bit for me. I kind of struggled with it because it was very overwhelming to me
Mm-hmm.
in how his feelings to me. Do you know what I mean? It was a bit. I thought I struggled with it, and so it was hard to have that kind of much of obsession and love coming towards you.
Mm-hmm.
You
Mm-hmm.
know what I mean? On one level, there was a nicety about it, but there was another level. I just thought, oh my god, this is really claustrophobic. Once I went through a certain stage of it,
Mm-hmm.
I thought, oh my god. And then one time, you got to remember now, he lived in the country. One time, I went into my corner shop, and the guy who knew me, who I was friendly with, uh, said, "Your friend's been in here." I said, "Who you been?" And he said, "You blah blah blah." I said, "What?" Right? So I rang him. I said, "Did you go into my corner shop?" And he said, "Oh, baby, I just wanted to feel your energy." I thought, "Oh my god, this guy's psycho! This guy's psycho!" So I had a year. I had a year. It was a learning experience. But I'll tell you what happened was, so I was, he had a brother. They were nice guys. They were interesting. They were into the whole Stonehenge
Mm-hmm.
and communicating with, you know what I mean? They were into all of that. Um, but what happened was, I went to a party with him, to his ex's, somewhere, I think in Hammersmith or something like that. And the ex was quite sarky with me. He said,
Mm-hmm.
"Oh, do you want me to go and get you some coke in the shop?" being a bitch, being, you don't drink, you
Mm-hmm.
boring guy, yeah. And I said, "Well, whatever, don't worry about it." And so I sat there for a few hours in this energy. You got to remember that this is kind of quite when I was just newly sober.
Mm-hmm.
Would have been, actually, I remember I was about 8 months sober. And so I kind of thought I have to sit in this, all these dynamics playing out, all this stuff going on, and stay sober and not pick up. I was, I think I was very aware that I changed and
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't
New
going back.
page. Yeah.
Yeah, well, not to the new age, but I
New
was
page.
aware.
Page.
New page, yeah, yeah.
Yes.
So I was
New
there's a new
chapter.
page.
Yeah.
Sorry, I
That's all right.
misheard you. So it was a new chapter. So what happened was we came out of the party and he kissed me.
Mm.
And he said, "Oh, I'm so proud of you, Damien, and there. You've done so well dealing with everybody there." And when he kissed me, I got a taste of coke all
Mm.
in my lips,
Mm-hmm.
right? So he'd been in the kitchen with his ex and whoever else doing cocaine.
Oh,
Okay?
not
Yeah?
Coca Cola. I was thinking Coca
Not,
Cola.
not, not
I was
Coca-Cola.
like, oh, cool. So
Yeah, yeah.
he had a Coke and he didn't give you one. Oh, that's a mean guy. But no,
Yeah,
it's okay.
yeah,
We're talking
yeah.
about different Coke.
Yeah, no, difficult. So I came out, and when I tasted the coke, because I'd been, my sobriety was
Mm-hmm.
so important to me.
Mm-hmm.
I got felt so betrayed
Mm-hmm.
and so angry and deflated and let down by him because I thought I had no choice
Mm-hmm.
in that
Experience, yeah.
interaction, in that experience. And then we went for the Chinatown afterwards, and I just couldn't stop saying, "I said sorry, Adrian, but yeah." Oh, then the other thing was he was trying to get me to start taking antidepressants. Now I'd been on antidepressants for years,
Mm.
before, and I know the difference where I'm at, and I know I was strong enough to recognize that I'm okay without them. Yes, I'll struggle and different whatever, but I didn't need them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I thought, here I have a guy giving me coke, against my,
Yeah.
no choice, and trying to tell me to take antidepressants, you know. So I had to pull out of it. I had to think, no, this guy, Damien, is not for you. It was a nice journey for the year that I was with him. I think it
Yeah.
was a year, and but he's on a different.
Yeah. He wasn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like he was supporting your growth in the sense that.
No, and I felt I was being stunted. I felt this guy's going to pull you back. You
Yeah.
could end up drinking again. Where does the chatter go? Oh, why don't you have a drink? You
Mm.
know what I mean? So his wife left him because of the MS. She
And
said,
the Parkinson's. Yeah.
yeah, she said it wasn't part of her life's plan. His Parkinson's, which is kind of a
Mm.
bit of a thing.
Yeah. See, I think yeah,
Yeah,
this is why I don't want to rush into anything. I want to make sure that if I get with someone and we have a family together, it's
yeah.
for the long haul. It's not for, oh, it's not part of my life plan. See you later. No, it's
Mm.
till death do us part. So one of us
I
has to
think what
die.
I think I'm a stronger belief than on that the universe makes these decisions
Hmm.
in the
Hmm.
sense of sending you somebody
Hmm.
if it's the right thing to do, if it's meant to be, all of that. I believe they will come in,
Do you
right?
think the universe ever sends people as tests though? Because I've been getting a lot of like signals from the universe, but it all seems like tests. It's like God's going,
No, I
are you
think
gonna
I
put
have.
your hand in the cookie jar? Are you gonna put your hand in the cookie jar?
Yeah, no, I get your point. Yeah, no, I think where you are at now, I think that I think you're open enough. Let's put it that way. I think you're open enough to recognize certain
Hmm.
things
Hmm.
of the right people. You know what I mean? And I think the way I felt that thing on the bike
Hmm.
when I was going along, I think you might something like that might happen to you, and you just start to maybe notice a change in your own energy
Hmm.
field, and might recognize, oh, I'm ready to meet somebody.
Hmm.
You just might have something that might go on,
I, I,
and I think
I,
you could
I'm
get something done.
I'm not gonna lie. Yesterday when I did my little mini journey, when I was sat there, I was kind of like thinking that I need to be somewhere else, but it's once again not something I want to rush. I want to make sure that if
Mm,
I go to that place to do what I need to do, and if
mm,
that is the right vibe and the right feeling of something going to happen,
mm,
I want to make sure that it's not just a high and a buy. I want to make sure that
mm.
it's fully
No,
locked
yeah,
in.
but what I think the man is you're when you're at a certain level, yeah, you will attract people on that level. You may
Mm-hmm.
not be open to it or recognize it, but the cards are playing out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That energy where somebody, uh, now if you have, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but if you have other people coming in playing games with you,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean. You have to recognize that and think, oh, so sorry, this is, you know what I mean. If they're just in a place where they're, if it's not honest,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I
I
mean.
think my
You
problem
have
though is
to,
like I said before. I like to embrace the chaos sometimes. Sometimes I'm like, go on, let's play a few more games. Let's play a few more
okay.
games.
Oh well, maybe that's more about you. Maybe you have to decide where it is you want to, not to be on a material level, but
Mm.
what level you want to be spiritually. You
Well,
know what I mean?
I found
On an intimacy way. I mean,
no,
with
no, I
somebody.
understand. Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
understand. But I find that when I'm just going with the flow and just enjoying the moment and not overthinking things and
Mm.
letting things go, I develop
Yeah.
quicker. I learn more.
Right. Okay.
Whereas
Yeah.
if I am stuck in this trying to control the situation, control this and control that, I end up boxing myself in and
Yeah,
then
no, I
don't
totally
end
get
up
that, and
growing.
I'm not saying about controlling. Yeah, no, I get it, but also keep it be mindful.
Yeah, no, 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 no. Obviously, yeah.
Because you know,
You got to keep it on the level and understand that. Hey,
'cause the big well, you could look at them and saying it, take me the right way when I say this. You know
mm,
what I mean? And
no,
that
no,
I'm
I'm not.
coming
I'm
from
taking it
it,
the wrong way.
right? But, no, but I am coming from. Yeah, you're a very good looking guy on an aesthetic level.
Yeah,
No, you have got a very strong look. Yeah.
yeah.
So you will pick up people who will be attracted to that.
Mm,
So you have to recognize within yourself, is that where this is coming from, or is it coming from a higher place?
no, for
So
sure.
do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you think, right, do I want to go like what you're saying, go into this chaos and thing, and just for a sexual thing, or do I want somebody who's going to say, oh, let's go away for a week, lie in a park, or we'll go and see the whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you have that, but they're your decisions.
No, no, no. I know what I want. But like I
Right.
said, I'm waiting for God to line it up for me. In the meantime, if He's giving me tests, if He's giving me challenges, if He's giving me,
Hey, God, what's happening? Yeah, yeah.
like I said, I've been waiting for years. I've been waiting for years. I wanted to have kids when I was 24. I'm 36 now. So I've wanted to do this for a very long time, but it hasn't happened
Right.
yet, and I haven't found the right person where I could go, yes, you're the one. If I did think people were the one, they've let me down,
Mm.
and I've gone, okay, maybe I was wrong. But
Well,
it's
let me tell you about
mm,
this woman I know.
oh, please do.
Um, yeah, she's stunning. She really is
Is she
stunning.
one of the two women that you mentioned last time?
Which two women?
You said there's one Muslim one and one other one, and they're both a bit crazy.
Well, she is Muslim,
Okay,
but she's not one of them.
okay,
No.
cool, 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 cool.
So this woman is very glam.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's very very glamorous. Right. I don't think she's practicing Muslim
Mm-hmm.
because I know she talks about having a glass of wine.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So there's nothing about her that would stand out and say she is Muslim. Right.
Mm-hmm.
She's got stunning long black curly hair.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And she's probably a similar age too, maybe a bit younger.
Mm-hmm.
And we often sit and kind of have a chat. And I remember one time we were sitting, this guy came in who was quite good looking, but I would say you're better looking. And she basically
Thank you for the
said,
compliment.
"Oh, no, it's good. Well, sometimes just because you look at them and you wouldn't be my cup of tea, but you are a good looking guy, and there's nothing wrong with being truthful. Do you understand what I mean? That's why I said to you, as long as you know I'm coming from the right place
Yeah,
and what
yeah,
I say.
no, for sure. Yeah, yeah,
So her name is Katya,
yeah. Mhm.
and she's from the Punjab,
Oh, okay.
which is not far from you, no?
No, I'm Punjab as well. So Katya,
Right.
that's a strange name for
She's
um,
Pakistani,
Pakistani.
Punjabi.
Okay,
Yeah, because Punjab's split into two, isn't it? You got
correct.
Indian
Yes.
Punjab and Pakistani Punjab. So she's
Yeah.
Pakistani Punjab. So she's British. Now
Mhm.
she's born here. She's from Accra. I always take the piss. I'm sure I really annoy her actually, because I can't help myself. She she's from Accrington Stanley. You know
Accrington
Accrington
Stanley.
Stanley.
No,
Do you know?
it sounds posh though.
Do you remember? I think Sean Bean done the ad. I think it's for the bread. I think Accrington or something. Accrington somewhere in northern town where the mine and it's all hills uphill,
Mm-hmm.
and you got the boy going up with the trolley with the bread trying to push the thing up the hill. Have you
Yeah.
ever never seen the
It sounds kind of
advertising?
familiar, but I
Yeah,
can't. It's not clicking. Uh,
yeah. So she's from Accrington Stanley, but she lives in London. She's got a very good job. She works um, for the local council
mhm.
in a quite a high end position,
Nice.
uh, doing. Oh, I don't know. She's got a high job. And she works mostly from her computer.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Office job.
So,
Mm.
well, but she's doing working. When she's in the coffee shop, she's working.
Yeah,
She's
yeah, yeah.
she's not based in the office, but I think she'd be senior management level.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So she's always off on
Uh,
holiday, I bet.
I don't. No, I don't
Really?
see that much. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know her that well. I just sometimes I'll say
If I could
her.
do remote working, I'd be on holiday all the time. Just literally, just like on the
Yeah,
beach,
I don't.
tapping away.
Yeah, I don't. I hadn't seen her for a month. And she said, "Oh, I was home for a month in Accrington, Stanley." And she's very nice. She's lovely. She's very reserved. She's open, but she's also like, Damien, you're just chatting a bit too much there. She won't say it, but she'll say, I know. I think I'm rabbiting on, or maybe
Yeah.
I'm anxious or something, and um, but she's very nice. And she's very attractive, very very attractive. Yeah, she's got really long black curly hair, and when she comes in, she just looks just. Oh, you get
What
me? So
what was the
so
advert? Was it the You Worth It one?
it was all.
Yeah, I'm just imagining
Yeah,
that with the hair flick, which
yeah.
I could do as
She's
well.
got a hair flick. Yeah, she's beautiful. I think she's actually quite. No, She's a bit overweight. She's a bit chubby, not in a major huge
Mm.
way, um, but she's lovely. But she's very. I would class her as. I think she's quite deep.
That's good. That's good. I think deep
Yeah,
people are more important than just shallow people. Shallow
yeah,
people are fun, uh,
yeah.
but deep people is where you make the real connections. You don't make real connections with shallow people.
No, I'm quite shallow. I'm.
Are you?
Yeah, I can be. Yeah. I think because of what a lot of stuff that's going on with me personally can make me very fair based. Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
On that level, I can be shallow. It's not that I'm shallow in the sense of that I don't listen to people or
Mm.
support people. You know what I mean? I'm
Mm.
quite good. I'm very empathic. Do
Yes.
you know what
No.
I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. No. No. I understand. You're saying shallow more like
Yeah.
sometimes a bit flippant or whatever, which I think is a bit a
I
healthy balance.
Yeah, I can be a bit. I'm a queen. What can I say? I'm a queen. So I can be a bit. If I'm not feeling particularly great and I have to make an effort, then I can kind of yeah, it is what it is. Look, I'm not, I know myself enough, and like I say, God's shown me enough things
Mm.
to make me say, I'll say, I don't think there's anybody here. But I'm living with HIV, yeah,
Okay, yeah.
for 32 years.
Damn. Okay.
So so it was 32 years on the day of Trump's bloody inauguration. So we'll have that in common, forever.
Well,
So
I know his inauguration was on Martin Luther Day King Day.
the 20th.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
you
yeah,
just try and focus on
20th.
Martin Luther King rather than
Yeah, no,
Trump.
no, 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 it's totally good. I don't have I'm quite, I've been through so much with it. You know what I mean? Such trials and tribulations. For the most part, I didn't think 32 years ago I'd still be here to tell the tale about it.
Oh,
Do you
how long
understand
did
what
they
I mean?
say that you have afterwards?
Oh, there's no what? Sorry, them.
Yeah, back then, how long were they giving you?
It wasn't it wasn't really like that. You weren't told you had a because I wasn't ill. I was never ill. I've
Mm,
never been ill.
mm,
Do you know what I mean? I've never had an illness. I've had issues.
mm,
Like I told you, I had side effects of medication that
mm.
caused me issues that affected me mostly on a physical level, but on psychological level. But I've never been
Ill.
hospitalized. I've
Mm.
never been in hospitals in 32 years. So most people nowadays live very healthy lives and they live with a normal lifespan. Do you know
Amazing.
what I mean?
You have to take drugs for it,
I have
or
to take two. Sorry, hold on. When I was getting my water, I'd forgotten. So that's
yeah, 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 yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
there you go. So I have because I
You forget
because
whether you've taken it or not. Some
yeah,
people the days.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah. No,
yeah,
smart.
and you can kind of miss. Um, I went to HIV charity in India and kind of had a discussion with them, and I bought them one of the issues. This is many years ago. And one of the issues that they had because there's such a stigma
Mm.
still around it in India. It's probably changed somewhat, but when I was there, 12 years ago, there was a huge stigma with HIV. Do you know what I mean? In a lot of countries, those kind of countries,
Yeah.
there can be those kind of issues. So I asked, what can I do? And they said, one of the main issues that we have is because of the stigma, people forget to, or whatever, forget or don't take the medication.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the issues that the main issue was they had patients. You just find this news out. You don't know where your head's all over the place, and then the issue is the adherence to the medication.
Mm-hmm.
Remembering to take it because obviously the issue is you can miss up to really to say safely you can miss one dose a month.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a thing what's called the undetectable viral load. Yeah. So that means that the virus is so small in my body that it's not enough to become a virus in somebody else's body
Okay,
because
so you can't
there's
transmute it.
so you can't I mean it's not an issue because I'm not I'm not sexual at the moment
Well,
for years,
I
but
did have one question, and it's mainly on my ignorance. But so kissing isn't an issue.
no, you can't. No, it's never been for.
Cool.
You could never catch that. There's no physical contact that you mean in transmitting HIV?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
No, 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 there's no physical issue that you can't. Even if I had, oh, here's an interesting thing. They done a study. I think it was called the Pivot Study. I went to look for it again, and I couldn't find it. So when you go to the hospitals, they have signs everywhere in all hospitals in the
Mm.
clinics, yeah, and it basically says UD equals ante UT, okay. And what it means is undetectable. That means if you have an undetectable viral load, which nearly everybody will have,
Mm.
because that's what the medication do, it keeps it be under 20 copies. Okay.
Okay.
So it says undetectable means untransmissible, right?
Mm.
So they've done a study of about 5,000 people over 5 years or something like this. This is going back 10, 15 years ago. And so you had maybe one partner who was HIV
Mm-hmm.
and one who was not HIV. And not just gay people, this was across the board.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so straight married couples, etc., etc., etc. And then basically they said, we just want you to continue how you have your normal sexual activity, and then we will review you.
Mm-hmm.
And after the 5 years, even though you had people who, probably the majority, who were having sex unprotected with their partner.
Mhm.
Yeah, not one single case after the five
Wow.
years came back positive. Yeah, so that's the thing. That's why these signs are now all there, so that when you're undetectable, there's not enough viral load, what they call it,
Mhm.
in your bloodstream
I think
for
that's
it
why
to
it's
be
probably
a
got a
virus.
bit of a stigma to it. Is because I just kind of assumed it was like, oh, once you got it, that's it. You can't do anything, and
Oh
you
no,
got to be
no,
careful of
well, you got
everything.
it for life. You got it for life unless they make some.
No,
They
no,
have
no, for sure it's for life. But I mean, like it
yeah,
was
yeah.
still quite highly
No,
transmissible. I thought it
yeah,
was
no, no,
along
you
those
can't.
lines.
You can't. Nobody can. I mean, when I was diagnosed first, there was all, you'd be too young to remember the ads of the gravestones. Do
Yeah, I
you
don't
remember
remember
any of
that.
that
No.
when AIDS came out first? You know what I mean? So I don't have AIDS. I have HIV. So it's a
Mm.
different. I've never been diagnosed with AIDS. So AIDS diagnosis has criteria. So it means that if you have your immune system, yeah, and most people's average immune system is about 800 blood cells. Is I think it's white blood cells.
Yeah,
Um,
white tea count. I
yeah,
think it's called.
right. It's called the T count.
Yeah.
That's what it is. So it's about eight to around the 800 mark, 1,000 mark. Mine was always uh, a bit higher than that.
Mm.
So they used to. So I used to get before it was blood tests every 3 months. Yeah. So I'd go and I'd get my T count
Mm.
and my viral load was two tests. Yeah. So for the last 5 years, they've stopped the T count completely in hospitals. So there's
Mm.
no need for it anymore because if your viral load is undetectable, it can't do anything to
Yeah.
your T. Yeah. So that's basically where it was. So yeah. So basically, when they give you an AIDS diagnosis, it's if you've been hospitalized as a direct result of your HIV condition, or if your viral load. I mean, this was always the thing years ago. If your viral load, not your viral load. Yeah, if it's called your CD4 count.
Mm.
Okay? If your blood cells, because of the virus attacking your normal healthy cells,
Yeah, it's like an
if that
autoimmune, right?
is autoimmune, yeah.
Yeah.
So if your blood cells went below 250,
Mm.
all right, then you would be given automatically as an AIDS diagnosis. That's
Okay.
even if you aren't ill, do you know what I mean?
Mm.
If it went below, this was the marker. If you go below this, we diagnose you with AIDS, even if you never got ill. But I mean, I know quite a few people, obviously.
So sorry, I'm just a little bit confused. So HIV turns into AIDS, or HIV
It,
can lead to AIDS?
HIV can lead to AIDS. It does not. It's
Cool,
not.
cool,
No, it
cool, cool,
doesn't.
cool.
It's not an automatic thing.
Yeah.
So because of the medication keeps the viral load at such a low level
Mm.
in the body that it can't attack your immune system.
Mm.
So that's basically it. So for years, that I've always had, for the most part, I've always had undetectable, and most people would. Do you
Mm.
know what I mean? And then if it did bounce back, they'd realize that, oh, there's an issue with the medication. We need to switch the medication.
Mm.
Do you know what I
Mm.
mean? That the virus is starting to resist
Yeah.
or get around the drug, and then they'd need to. But I do know I've heard stories of people who've been down to one cell, one
So they're
P.
pretty much almost cured.
And come no. I mean like no. What I mean is their immune system has been down to one cell. So
Oh, oh, okay.
instead of 800,
Yeah, yeah,
1,000, they've been like that thing at
yeah.
that level, and come back from it.
Well, I
You know what
think just to, I think the reason is for that is because they took a blood sample, and obviously within that sample there may have only been one, but in the rest of the body there's still more. It's just within that sample the count is one part per million or whatever.
But that is yeah, but that's how they measure throughout the body.
Yeah, yeah,
No,
but
that
but
yeah.
there's not just one cell, healthy cell.
No, 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 no,
Just in
no,
case
no,
anyone's
no.
listening.
You're right. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
you're right. Right.
it's
Yeah.
just
No, so what they're saying is your immune system they use it as a marker and they make the figures
yeah,
comparatively.
yeah.
So they say you're down to it's not just one. Yeah,
Because I
they
got
say,
confused with that. I was like, oh, one
yeah,
cell,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
it.
Actually, you got me thinking there. Yeah. So basically, they would be down to one healthy cell per whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, in within the immune system. I mean the immune system is so damaged that
Yeah.
they can't
Sure.
fight. And what happens that in that situation is once the immune system becomes damaged and
Mm.
and that vulnerable, is you don't have the ability to fight off the most smallest things like a cold. So
Mm-hmm.
you can end up getting cold or something very everyday,
Mm-hmm.
but because we normally would fight it off. Do you know what I mean? Or that when you're that low in your immune system, you can't fight it off,
Mm-hmm.
and then you end up hospitalized. So you could end up hospitalized with a cold that could
Because of yeah.
turns into pneumonia. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, I'm glad
Yeah.
I've got a good immune system. My immune system's pretty strong. I'll go lick a lamppost or
Right.
something. I'll be fine.
But it's not what it was as a man. Do you know what I mean? I'm quite open about it. I
Mm.
don't share it straight away with everybody, but
No, I appreciate you
um,
opening up about that. Yeah.
yeah, well, it's not, and I think it's important because yeah, again, it goes back to truth. You know what I mean? Because I just think when you have conversation, people and by people's other reactions, it's like, sorry, I just want you to recognize this is not you, by the way.
Mm.
Want when I'm having conversations with people, it's not very open, but say it's just a medical condition,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and it's trying to get people to keep that in mind, So it's like this is just a medical condition. And there's no, it's not in. And I mean, there was a time where people were overhyped, panicked about it, and
Mm.
thought,
I think
you know,
that's where I've
mm,
got the idea that you can't do anything with your life, like you
no,
can't
no,
kiss
yeah,
or
no,
anything,
no, there's no,
because it
you
was
can't,
so overhyped back in the day.
yeah,
Because I
yeah,
do remember
yeah,
those adverts about people going,
yeah,
but yeah,
yeah. No, you can't. You can't. It's a completely different ball game now.
you're still a
And
person.
then
You're still a person at the
yeah,
end of the day. That comes
well,
first.
yeah, yeah, yeah. No, it's look, and it's kind of um, if I wasn't HIV, would I have stopped drinking? Probably
Mm-hmm.
not.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The way you were saying about my neighbor on the
Yeah.
previous address, why I gave up. So would I have stopped drinking? Maybe not. I probably would have. They were kind of so the HIV was kind of like an alarm,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
like a stopgap to
That's
say
good.
hey, something.
You can see the positivity in something
Yeah,
as
no,
bad
no,
as HIV.
totally.
You're like, yeah, do you know what? It's helped me move forward in my life.
Sorry, what I was going to say to you was when I went to India and I went to this HIV charity, and I said, "So what's tell me a little bit?" And said one of the main issues we have, people are overwhelmed because of the stigma, and it was very difficult emotionally for them.
Mm-hmm.
And they said so they find it hard to stick to the medication. And one of the issues was because of cost, mostly, was that most people with HIV in India at the time, especially new people with HIV, there's 5 million people in India with HIV.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That but here it's less than 100,000.
That's probably because they don't have access to the drugs that you have access to.
They do, no, they do. I have to say, now
Oh,
they do. Yeah, no, I went through the whole thing. Initially,
they're
they
just
would
not
only
taking
get,
the medication?
eh?
Are they just not taking the medication? Because from what you
No,
said,
no,
I just
no,
assumed that if they're taking the medication, then it shouldn't be getting into a bigger number. It should be staying at the
no.
steady
Well,
number it is.
no. Well, what was there was different. Anyway, let me just tell you what I did. Was so I bought 200 drug boxes
Mm,
for this charity because I thought here's a clear issue.
mm,
So I went to this pharmacy and ordered, and I got all these drug boxes so they could measure see the medication day by day. So I gave
mm.
200 drug
Nice.
boxes to this charity. Well, it's just kind of you just kind of think this is just the right thing to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
You know what I mean? I'm still here. God's given me this, but I'm still here,
yeah.
and I
And
can
if you
get
can
and I
help
can
out,
get
why not help
and I
out?
yeah yeah. So no, so one of the I've kind of seen a lot of changes in India. What they did in India, I used to go get my blood done in India when I
Oh,
was traveling.
or your blood test.
Yeah, it
Oh,
cost me £2 £2.50.
I wouldn't trust a needle. I'd be
Yeah,
like,
no, no, no,
can
it was fine. Yeah, I had a Muslim
I'd get the
doctor,
lighter
and
out and I'd fire up the needle point
no,
just to make
no,
sure.
no. I had some the odd kind of crazy experience, but I was in a private hospital, and there was this receptionist. I mean, this is a private hospital in
Mm,
Delhi, in like top, top notch. You're spending your money, and I was sitting in the reception. And I had my blood test, and this fucking twat of a receptionist called me in front of all of the other patients, and it wasn't a HIV
mm,
clinic. It was just a normal receptionist, and I just was going to the department for my blood to get these particular tests. So it was just ordinary patients getting other things as well. And this patient, or this stupid idiot of a reception, called me across. I have to laugh at it now because it is funny. It wasn't at the time. I made a big issue. I done a big history for it. I had management down in the office. I was down in
No
the
way.
management office.
Oh
Yeah,
wow.
well, you have to. You have to call out,
Well,
thing.
what
And I
did she
really,
say? What did she say? I
and
really want to know what she
yeah,
said now.
yeah, no, I'll tell you. But it's more about educating them. What I did
Yes.
was more
Yeah.
about educating them.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what I did was I got this guy from the receptionist shouts me across this massive room that I
Mm.
was in with probably 50 other patients. Like, Mr. Prawley, your HIV test results are ready. Take off. And I'm like, seriously? So that's a lack of education. I mean, that's obviously ignorance. And, I
Mm.
have to say it for what it is. It would never happen in the UK. Do you know what I
Well,
mean? So
maybe it's a good thing. Maybe she's living in the future you want, where there's no stigmatization in regards to HIV, and she's just thinking, yeah, it's just a condition.
it was a guy actually. Yeah. But, I well no I cut. Well, I don't. I'm going back now.
Because that's
50
the future you
years.
want. You want the future where it's not stigmatized, where people are able to just understand it's just a condition. So if someone was to say,
Well,
hey,
I think with that, yeah, but I think with that, I think the point is you wouldn't. I've actually had.
I understand that you don't want to share
Yeah,
personal information to other
yeah, it's
people.
more
Yeah,
about that.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I've actually had where I think I was in a NHS, not an NHS. I was in a public hospital for
Hmm.
some reason, right? In India, in somewhere in India. I think it was in Delhi, and it was one of the most surreal experiences I've ever experienced. All the doctors, there was probably three doctors at this one big. You got to think about everything that was happening was
Hmm.
in one space,
Hmm.
right? One open space, okay. And there was three doctors sat at this room at this table, okay. The patients were all sitting looking on.
Hmm.
It was like a round table, so there was no rooms or offices or have you come in now, Mr. Rogers? And they're talking in front of everybody about what's going on with you. You know what I mean? And everything has just been. But I have to say, with that hospital, let me tell you a funny story. With that hospital, when you drive up to it, this is a government hospital, a public
Hmm.
hospital. You had all the patients who were washing their clothes in the wards and hanging them outside on the window. So it was like a slum. You like
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
walking, you see, that was the kind of thing. And then when you went for an X-ray, remember having an X-ray, and you all were in a line. You had to take off your top, and you were given an X-ray slide. The things that they
Hmm.
put in the thing, and you're seeing everything. It's just all open, and say, okay, next,
Next,
and you go in.
it's just like
It
a
was
large
so
auditorium or something.
there was no privacy. It was the most weirdest thing. So yeah,
India's weird.
so
I
I
remember.
love, I love India. I don't. I would never down India. I think
I
it's
would.
the most.
I would. I
Would
went.
you?
Yeah, because I went. I was taken there as a kid. I think I must have been 8, 6 or 7 or 8. I don't know. Can't remember the age. It
Hmm.
was a long time ago. Ancient history. So when I went, yeah, I had this condition called deviated septum, where
Right.
inside the nose you got a little bit of flappy skin that ends up
Right.
kind of blocking your nose. So
Yeah.
regardless of what time of year it was, my nose always was blocked, and it was really hard
Okay.
breathing. So parents took me. Well, my mum took me to India, and took me to some doctor there. They stuck this shit up my nose and electrocuted the fuck out of me. And literally for the next 3 days, all I could smell was burning skin.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Like singeing.
where they were trying to singe it or kind of cut it back or something. I don't know what the hell they were doing, and they were just shoving it up there, and it was painful. But yeah, for the next 3 days, all I smelled was burning. And then there was these other pills that they got me. I don't know how. I didn't even know I had all these medical conditions at the time.
Mm.
Um, but then these little pills that they got me, and they were like little. Oh my god, they were horrid. They were horrid. They were like some kind of
Mm.
Indian medicine where some
Or,
guy has
or a Vedic.
maybe, I don't know. It was just
Yeah.
like some guy's made it, and he's special, and he knows what he's doing,
Or
and
or a Vedic natural medicine. Yeah,
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 and
yeah,
he just
yeah, yeah.
gave me these pills, but it made me throw up every time. It was just so
Right.
disgusting. So that's my experience of hospitals or doctors in India. So for me, I'm
Was
just
that
like,
private?
oh,
Was that a private hospital?
I was about 7 or 8. I honestly couldn't tell
Right.
you.
Okay.
Back then, it was
Right.
just it was just we were driving from town to town to town, and we were going to see many different doctors, and yeah, and they kept giving me these pills for this or pills for that, and I was just like, what the fuck's going on? I'm not dying, am I?
But what I would say, to man, the private healthcare,
Mm.
I did have to, I had to go to this, where I was in Goa. I used to go and see this. I remember on my scooter. This is one thing I love about Goa. I just buzz around on my scooter,
Mm.
on my moped. Absolutely, that was really a highlight for me of
Yeah,
being in Goa.
completely different lifestyle.
Is it
Yeah.
just like I feel like I'm in the Caribbean, and the ocean is so warm, and the food is so good. I sit at the sunset having a £5 lobster
Mm.
on sunset, and you know what I mean.
Yeah,
It's just
everything's cheap. Like, yeah.
everything is so good. So I would go to this woman, um, in this. It really was like a jungle hospital. It was really in the middle of
Mm.
nowhere. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Um, it was very. It was for local people.
Mm.
It was a free hospital. Now here was an interesting story. I went in. I had to have a blood test. And I had this doctor, this Muslim woman, young woman, who was brilliant.
Mm.
She emailed me results,
Oh,
discussed
cool.
with me. Oh, she was absolutely so wonderful. But I had a blood test, and they took off a sticker to put on the bottle and just put down my first name, not the doctor, whoever the nurse was
Yeah.
at the time. It was like being in a. Where would I compare it to? It
Starbucks?
was.
They write your name on the cup, don't they?
Yeah.
Usually wrong, but yeah, they try.
Yeah. No, I'm trying to think. It was like a jungle hospital. It was like being in what kind of place am I thinking of? Where when you went in, all the people you were interacting with, the nurses, it was like being um
At a 5-star hotel service
no
where they know you
it
by
was,
name and they talk to you
yeah, oh
nicely.
yeah, absolutely, yeah, Jamie, do sit down there, darling. We'll have your results for you in less
Oh,
than five
we know you.
minutes.
You're just Damien. We don't need to know your
Yeah,
last
yeah.
name. We know you.
And I had to. Well, I got the, and I had to basically. What's the thing I'm trying to think of? It's a country hospital. It was really for these people, almost like they hadn't interacted. I mean, obviously they had, but that they hadn't interacted with the. It was like a. Oh, like an Afri. It reminded me like of an African hospital out in the jungle.
Hmm.
It's that kind of thing. And so yeah, and I have to say, sorry, you need um my date of birth. You need my surname. How do you know there's not another Damien who you're taking a blood test from? And the issue was that when I pointed it out, it was almost like it went over their head.
Yeah, because they were like, no, we know you, Damien. You're the only Damien in Goa.
Well, they didn't know me. They hadn't seen me before, but it was just the most weird. These kind of very simple
Yeah.
checks
Yeah,
to try
because
and
they're not
put in
that
place.
busy. Because from what it sounds like, because they're a country hospital, because they're out in the sticks, they don't get many randomers. It's usually the locals, and if they do get a randomer, they usually know who the
Yeah,
randomer is. They're like, oh yeah,
yeah,
that
yeah.
guy, yeah, cool, yeah, he's a new guy.
But I did get a lot of good care, and I got. Well, I'll tell you a funny story. I went to a private hospital in, I think it was in
You
Delhi.
go to hospital a lot. Is this all
I
for
know
blood
I did, but
tests?
yeah, no, I did. I ended up having a problem with my kidneys at one point because
Oh,
of my medication. I
mm-hmm.
ended up with an issue with my kidneys, and I had kept having to go to blood clinics in mostly in Delhi
Mm.
and getting checked because it was dropped. There was a problem. I had a serious
Yeah,
problem with it, and I was
good that you got the support there.
there was great treatment there. Yeah,
Mm.
no, absolutely great treatment.
Mm.
So what I would do is I'd have to go and get these tests in this blood clinic. It was
Mm.
not just like a laboratory, and then feed the results back to London to the
Mm.
consultant. Do you know what I mean? So they were caused by a drug that I had been on. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So there was a lot of issues came up because of the drugs. So there was I had
that's what
to
drugs do.
I was under the kidney specialist for a year. Um, there was a problem. There was a concern about my liver. So it's not without issue. I've never
Mm.
been ill, but it's not without issues. But I went into this hospital. I think it was to see a doctor in Galway in a private hospital, like a consultant, the fiver. That was why I paid. I
Okay.
paid that. And I went into this hospital. Beautiful summer's day, obviously. It's hot weather, you know.
That's India.
And yeah, and I'm just taking everything in my stride. You know, I think that's what I was trying to say. I take things in my stride.
Mm,
Unless I'm pushed where I can't anymore, I will take things in my stride. You know.
mm.
So basically, I'm in the hospital in my flip flops and my shorts. You know, I'm a summer girl and all. I'm on all. So what? Yeah, I'm here to find something now, but I'm on holiday, even if I am on 6 months holiday. And so all these nurses, they're all standing in a corner and giving me filthy looks.
Mm.
I mean, beyond. Same with Indians, they're very direct. Do you know what I mean? So when they want to make a point, they make it very. They're
Yeah.
not. They don't stand on.
They're not beating around the bush. No.
They're not beating around the bush. It
No.
happens a lot, you know. And so I just thought, oh my god, why are these people keep staring at me? They're like this, you know. So there was that. So I went into the doctor and I said there was a woman doctor and she's very sweet. I said, so, I have to be honest. I said, when I was at the reception, the nurses they just kept really giving me. She said, Mr. Frawley, to come and see a consultant.
It's what?
To come and see a consultant
Mm.
in India. This is a private hospital. People have to save the money, you know,
Mm.
and to come and see a consultant, it's a very big thing for them
Mm-hmm.
to come and
Mm-hmm.
see. And when they see you sat there in your short and your flip flops, and then you have no respect. I said, all right, okay, now I
You
get
were
it.
meant to wear your Sunday best.
I said, but basically, that was the message. You
Yeah.
should
Yeah.
really show respect for you know what I mean. So, well, the thing with India is the healthcare is really inexpensive. The private
Mm.
healthcare.
Mm.
So
But
you
for
know,
them at the place, it is expensive for those
well,
who are working.
compared to here, man, I could go and get a scan there for £50.
No, no, no.
I
I
would,
understand. No, I understand that you're saying
mm,
that, but I'm saying, but for the people who live in India and
oh yeah,
work in India,
absolutely, no,
for them,
absolutely,
it's
yeah,
still a hell
oh
of a
yeah,
lot of
so
money. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
totally.
But for
They
us, yeah,
wouldn't,
with the
yeah,
conversion rate.
they wouldn't be able to take. Oh, I fancy. You you know what I mean. They wouldn't have the same thinking
No.
in the sense of availability or financially to things the way I could. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And they do a lot of help. You see a lot of Westerners there going in, kind of booking health packages where they do a full, like an MOT on you, and you have
Okay.
scans and different
And
things.
they pay for this for the regular people, for the locals.
No, this is for the tourists.
Oh, they pay for themselves.
No, it's for no for the self.
Oh,
The tourists are going in basically,
just for like
um,
the healthcare
just
tourists.
yeah, healthcare tourism. It's basically healthcare tourism. So because they know it's if they have an MRI scan or a CT scan done in London, it's going to
Mm.
cost £1,000,
Mm.
but it'll cost £50
It's like people
in
go
India.
down to Turkey for the teeth. It's like if they get the teeth done
It's
here,
the whole
it's
yeah. I
yeah.
wouldn't get my teeth done in Turkey, and I've heard so many horror stories. But yeah, no, it is. But the private healthcare is very good. You know what I mean in India, and
I
I
got
did have to use it quite a lot.
I got a
But
question for you.
in yeah, go
You got that payout you said you were waiting for.
on.
Why are you going to Egypt rather than Goa? It seems like you had a lot more fun and
I might be rethinking Egypt actually because I
oh,
was doing little bit of a check on that last night, and because of the health issue,
mhm.
um, it looks like that you could turn. I've been to Egypt before, but they can if you have to declare your status.
Mhm.
I mean, I can bring all the relevant documentation with me, but they can be. You got to remember,
They
Egypt's
can be fussy. Yeah, yeah,
a
yeah.
military thing, so they can just say no, sorry, mate.
So
See ya.
what's plan B?
So plan B is
Goa?
I'm gonna wait. Well, no, the thing is, I've kind of lost the window for Goa.
Really?
The time window. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, the time window.
So
Okay, okay, okay.
yeah, yeah. So really, because Goa gets very hot by the end of February, it just really boils.
Mm.
Um, so what I'll do, I leave it for the minute. I've got a few appointments coming up, So I've got medical appointments. My kind of regular things I need to get done are coming up in February. So I've got and they're every 6 months. So I have to do those in February. And then I have the people coming out to. So I'm kind of booked up till the end of February.
So you wouldn't be
And
going
then
anytime soon anyway, then.
no, I think. Do you know what it is? Man, I don't want to make hasty decisions. Do you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
no, for sure. But then sometimes you got to make a few hasty decisions. Yesterday, I made a hasty decision.
Did you?
Right?
Did you kill somebody? Did you shoot
Yes,
someone?
yes, I killed the old self.
All right. Okay.
But yeah, yesterday I made a hasty decision. It was just like, well, it wasn't yesterday. I made the decision
Now,
the day
hold on,
before.
man. I'm going to tell you something because I forget it. Sorry to
Go for it.
interrupt you.
Go for it. Go for it. Go for it.
This has come up somewhere before what you've just said there. I'm going back years ago, and I just had a memory of it. Um, about killing the old self.
Mm-hmm.
And are you a new person, Damien, or something is going into that guy? I say always be thankful of the old self because it's the old self that's got you where you are.
Yeah. Well, it's not
You
killing.
know,
I was just joking around
no,
because you
no,
said, "Did you kill
no,
someone?"
I'm not
Yeah.
even talking about you saying what you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm just remembering that I used to have
Well, the way
that
I
used
would.
to come up in conversations.
Yeah.
you
No.
know
No.
what I
It's a good way to keep an eye on it because yeah, your old self isn't a bad person, and yeah, it's
It's
not
just
about killing them either. It's just
yeah,
about transforming and becoming something
yeah.
new and
But
growing every day.
that was that old self done all the groundwork
Yes, exactly.
for
So
you to
yeah. So yesterday, the day before, deciding that I'm going to go for a walk was a bit of a hasty decision. It was just something I was feeling. It was just coming from inside. It was like there was no mental, logical reason I could think of to say no. This is the right time, even though I've not prepared, not got any money, can't take care of myself in the financial aspect. But I trusted the universe would supply everything I needed.
Yeah.
So mentally, it made no sense, but I had to follow the heart. I had to follow the bit of chaos, the uncertainty. And it was only through that uncertainty and that little bit of chaos I had that I had, like you said earlier, with your revelations, with you waking up when those bad things happened.
Yeah.
It's only because I put myself through this little bit of hardship that I was able to rediscover a newer part of me that wasn't fully integrated into the old self. So yeah, that's why I'm like, sometimes plans are good, but sometimes you also got to follow the heart. I understand what you're saying. You've got your appointments and stuff, so yeah, definitely stick around for your appointments.
I have to wait for that, but well, I'm not sure what to do, but I would like to go to Egypt. I'm not overly mad about Egypt. I've been to Egypt. I do like Egypt, but I have experiences, so I know it's very cheap accommodation. I've just seen loads of stuff cost-wise that would, it wouldn't be costly a thing. Oh, I did look up on a website. There's lots of information around HIV travelers, about people who are HIV and traveling, and about traveling to different countries and what to expect and what the criteria is. Yeah. So there's only about 6 countries that have a blanket ban
Okay, that's not bad.
entering, which is not bad. Yeah. And you can imagine the countries that they would be. So it would
Saudi
be
Arabia,
mostly United Arab Emirates. I just come to spread HIV around the Kaaba. Can I come in?
Let me just go kiss that stone.
Oh, Jesus! Oh, you're all going to catch it now. You know what I mean?
Using tongue on the stone. It's like, no, you're just supposed to kiss it. No, I am kissing it. This is a French kiss.
Oh, don't! And I don't. So, man, we could be killed.
What?
So we could be killed. So
What?
no, I'm joking. I'm kidding. No,
If they want to kill me, they could come kill me. I've got to go at some point.
This is where one of the places I fall down. I do love Muslims. Now, I had a bit of an issue. There's 2. I don't know if they're Turkish or Lebanese. I think they might be Lebanese. Now, here's the funny thing. They look like identical twins.
Oh, I've lost you. The last thing you said was they look like identical twins, and then it froze.
They look like identical twins. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. You're back.
Yeah. So I kind of go in there, probably once a week or something, and I get a pizza or a shawarma or something like that. And
Oh, shawarma sounds
basically,
good right now.
yeah, they do nice shawarmas for £7. Really
Ooh,
big shawarma, like
with
full of
lots of
meat,
garlic mayo and oh, chili.
everything.
Oh,
Yeah, the whole
damn.
shebang. And so basically, so there's one guy. He's a bit sniffy. I like they're twins.
Mm,
So I now I know who I'm talking to, but for a long time I could never recognize which one I was talking to.
mm,
And as far as I knew, they were twins. Okay, they look identical. I mean, literally identical. So I remember one time thinking I was talking to this other guy who's very friendly, and one time he gave me a discount in the summer, and he said, "Oh, I do you that, and you can sit outside and do your drink."
mm.
I was always quite sweet. And then, so I thought I was talking to one night, and this other guy is skinnier, which is kind of one of the telling signs that it's not the same person. And he said to me, I said, oh, how are you? And blah, blah, blah. Just being my chatty self, I'm probably just driving bonkers. And he just went, what you want?
Just get to the point.
Get to the point. And then I did ask him, I said, are you twins? He said, no, we're cousins. And I thought, oh, that's just started off a conversation in my head. You're absolutely, you're absolutely identical looking. So something is here, you know what I mean? So I went down the other day and I got a pizza. And now the younger one that I don't particularly get on with, it pissed me off enough that I came back and removed my Google review.
Oh, damn.
Of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I traveled in India free. I had free flights in India
Oh,
based on from reviews on TripAdvisor. Yeah.
no way.
I did, yeah. They had a partnership with Jet Airways.
Uh-huh.
So when I move around India, every place I stayed, I get 500 air miles. And
Wow.
within the same trip I was there, I had 10,000, and I flew return from Goa to Kerala.
That's
Yeah.
cool. So do you have
And-
to like sign up for TripAdvisor to get that, or is it just you just
Well,
get ratings?
that was just that particularly what. Yeah, you have
Yeah,
to sign up for it. So I would write reviews
that's
everywhere
cool.
I was moving.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't think they have the same kind of a thing now, but
Well, I think they do for more influencers. But now they focus on people who already
yeah,
got like a following or something, and then they'll
yeah,
probably target them.
yeah, yeah, basically. So basically, I kind of anyway. So I had a bit of he was sniffed me. I thought, oh, that guy's right rude. I thought I don't like rudeness. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So I came home and I just removed the review after giving them a really fabulous review. I thought, right, now here's what I can do. So I removed the review. They never had any comment about it. And then basically, so I went down the other night. I ordered a pizza, and I ordered some barbecue wings.
Mm.
And I said, my friend, can I have some barbecue sauce? They give it comes in a sachet or a tub for the wings, yeah.
Mm.
And then they give you another sauce for the pizza, like a garlic and herb
Yeah.
in a
Oof.
tub.
Yeah.
So I ordered a pizza, and the pizzas they generally are pretty good. Um, so anyway, I had a bag of shopping with me. I came out. They said, grab the pizza, make sure you hold it this way, etc., etc., etc. I got it. Yeah, I totally realized what I have to do. Came home, holding the pizza straight away. Came in, put it down, opened it up. All the toppings on the pizza were in one corner of the box.
Oh, what?
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm trying to pull the toppings from the corner of the box back onto the pizza, right? And they've given me two garlic herb
And
sauces,
no barbecue.
no barbecue.
Oh.
No. Do you know I sat on that? this
Why?
is where I'm very unhealthy. I stewed on that on resentment for about 3 days.
Mm.
I wanted to go down, and there was moments I wanted to go down and really,
Mm.
blah 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 blah. And I kind of at the same time I was talking to myself, saying, Damien, do you realize you're getting upset over an extra garlic and herb because you didn't get barbecue sauce, and because your pizza toppings have ended up? Do you realize you're stewing on this? I was
Yeah.
really
You're letting
murdered.
it ruin your evening. You're.
I let it ruin 3 evenings. I was
Oh.
murderous.
What?
I was murderous on it because I thought, oh, this guy's taking the piss. And what I thought was they have very high counters,
Mm.
yeah. And I thought he's dropped the pizza, and he's then picked it up. It looked like a pizza had been dropped,
Yeah,
and
when it's
that
still
that must
freshly
be
made, where that's why it's all gone into one corner.
that's why it's all got into there. So I thought, right, okay. So I went in today, and the other guy was there because I feel comfortable with the other guy. I said, Samir, look, I I'm sorry to have to make a complaint. Do you mind if I do? Because I think it's just best to be able to, say what I need to say.
Mm.
And so I brought up. This is quite funny actually. So I brought up I brought up the point about the sauces first, and he said, "I'm really sorry about that. I'll make sure they know that. Thank you for letting me know." I said, "Sorry, come here. That wasn't really the point.
That was the
That was
appetizer.
that
Here's
was
the
the
main course.
that was the appetizer. It was the main course." And he was like, "Oh," and I said, "So this happened with the pizza." And no, he's just very amiable. He said, "I can go and look in the CCTV
Mm.
and see what happened." I thought, really? Okay, oh, brilliant. So I said, "I hope you don't mind me saying it, Samir," but I said, I think when you can be frank with people in the right way, in the nice way, it's kind of can be quite good, gold dust really.
Mm.
I
Mm.
said, "Samir, what'll happen now to is that when I come in the next time, I'm not in there all the time, but the next time I come in, what I have to do is I have to check everything, open the books, and check
Before you
everything
leave,
while
yeah.
I'm still here
Yeah.
before I leave." And he said, "That's fine, you do that, it's okay." And he was being totally genuine,
Mm.
he wasn't taking. And I said, "It's just that I have to do that. I'm
No,
just
just
trying
do
to
it.
make
I do it all the time. If I go and order something, from experience as well, from same position you're in, where I've
yeah,
come
yeah,
home all excited, sat down, and I've looked and they've either given me the wrong thing or they've messed something up or whatever the situation. The amount of times that's happened. So I was like, if I
yeah,
just take 2 seconds to double check it before I leave,
yeah,
cool.
yeah, yeah." Well, I didn't before. I trusted him, and now I realize.
Yeah.
And this guy's got a bit of a.
The thing
The other
is,
guy's
you,
a bit of
you,
a
you
thing.
there's nothing wrong with trusting them, but you also have to trust that they're human beings, and sometimes people make mistakes, and
That's absolutely 100%. Yeah,
sometimes,
100%.
especially when they're doing so many orders a day, they may have just
Yeah,
forgotten or whatever, and
yeah.
it's no
Well,
big deal. If you just go, sorry, I don't want this extra garlic and herb. Can I get a barbecue? And they
yeah,
go, oh
yeah.
yes, so
Well,
sorry, sir.
I think because there was two issues. I think that's what annoyed me. I thought he was taking the piss. Do you understand
Yeah,
what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah, yeah. You're
He's
like,
quite
okay, the pizza's fucked up, but then the sauces as well. Come
like
on.
you're not thinking here. You're
Yeah.
obviously deliberately trying to act the idiot. You know what I mean? So, but what I kind of thought was, there's a pizza place across the road that I used to use all the time
Mm.
until the owners. There's a guy from Iran, although he'd never say he's from Iran. He says, "I'm Persian." You know what I mean? This young guy, he's very well off, stunning looking, loves to play games with me. You know what I mean? Kind of, he likes to kind of
Poke. Yeah.
joke,
Yeah.
like flirt. And sometimes I'm like, "Oh, maybe just kind of cut it out, maybe. I know that, you're acting the idiot here." And he goes, "Oh, my friend, how are you? Big smart, big smile." Yeah, yeah. And he makes some kind of a comment, you know what I mean? And but he has this pizza. It's fresco,
Mhm.
al fresco pizza.
Mhm.
So it's all oven baked.
Yeah.
They do the most fabulous pizzas, but he does huge pizzas for a tenner, right? Now before it was with two or three toppings, but when I would go there, he would give me for the same price about 10 anything. He'd just give me everything I need. Yeah.
Mhm.
So he's stopped working there. He's still his pizza place. So he's got a guy working
He
there.
got
He's
fired because
obviously.
of you. He was giving you all
Huh?
the extra toppings that he got fired.
Yeah?
I said he's giving you all the extra toppings, so he got fired. That's why he doesn't work there anymore.
No, he's the owner.
Oh yeah, you said yeah.
No,
Sorry. Yeah.
no, this guy, he's the owner. So since he's kind of not there, he's got this massive big blue, like a Range Rover.
Mhm.
What do you call those kind of cars? They're really high up.
Uh,
So
Range
it's like a
Rover.
dark.
Oh,
It's like a Range Rover. It's like a dark blue. It's from miles away. It
a
just
Hummer.
stands out. What's it called?
Hummer.
I don't know
Here,
the
let me
name.
show
It's
you a
a
quick picture
stunning,
of a Hummer.
yeah,
Wee.
stunning car.
I'm sorry. I'm kind of confused on how you started this story about the pizza place. I thought you were going to take it somewhere else.
No, well, what I was going to say was that basically now I went into the other pizza place to speak to somebody. My friend was there
Mm.
getting a pizza, and when I seen the pizza he's got, I thought, "Oh, Damien, they do the best pizzas. Forget the fact if you don't get the extra toppings." and the fact that you're paying probably a five or more anyway in the place that you're getting the issues with,
Hmm.
just ask your man how much are the extra toppings. Because when he done this pizza for my friend, it was just absolutely gorgeous. So I thought I might kind of, I might kind of give back and because I might go back there and just do a bit of a calculation with how much the extra toppings are and see if I can get it to the same price. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm sure there's ways. Is this what you're talking about? This is a
It's like a
Hummer.
Jeep. It's a Jeep. Yeah.
That's usually quite
Well,
high up, I think.
it's like the red one, but it wouldn't have. It only has the two windows.
Yeah, yeah. No, you get the different variations.
Yeah, it's
Cool,
a
cool,
Jeep.
cool.
Sorry, it was actually a Jeep. Is the word I was trying to think of. It's a Jeep.
Oh, it's just a regular Jeep.
Well, yeah, I think you. Well, that's what I would look. I've done. Is it? Is it? Yeah, it's a Jeep, but it's a very obviously 30 or 40 grams worth of Jeep.
Yeah, decent car. Decent car.
Mm. He's got loads. He's really, really kind of done very well for himself. So I might that, but he's a character, Mehdi, and he sees me in the street sometimes, and he's always got that kind of a joke in his eye, but he's winding you up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you get me? He's really good looking. Like I mean,
Mm.
really, really, really good looking, and got this big mop of black curly hair. He's
Mm.
probably about 35.
Mm.
Big brown eyes. He wears kind of um, army jackets and all that khaki stuff.
Okay, yeah.
And you know what I mean. He's just got a certain look about it. And he's just playful. There's nothing kind of but I might go back there for the pizza. So 'cause I don't like to get into these kind of issues. You know what it is.
The life issues though, they're just standard life issues. It's nothing too
Yeah,
serious. You
no,
know what I mean? It's
no,
just
it's not. You're right. No, totally. But that's what I'm saying. I stewed on this other pizza for 3 days. I was
that
like,
was insane.
that's totally, but I could see the insanity.
Yeah, yeah. But
You
only
know what I mean?
afterwards, after the 3 days.
Huh?
But only after 3 days.
Well, no, at the time, I could see it at the time.
Oh, you could see at the time.
No,
Why didn't you
I
snap
could see
yourself
it
out
at
of
the
it?
time.
Why didn't you just think to yourself, hey,
Well, I think how I snapped myself out of it really was by going in and placing it up
yes,
with
exactly,
the other
rather than
guy. You
avoiding
know
it?
what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I say, look, sorry, I need to say this. You know what I mean? And the guy was completely not the guy that he wasn't the guy that served me the pizza.
Mm.
He was there, he was there, but I thought I have to say this. Sorry, but you know what I mean? As Nose would say, yeah, but no, but be right back soon. You know what I mean? So, but if you were to say, if you were to pick a religion,
Hmm.
man, where you would see the light, where would you say it is?
Uh, it depends on what you mean by see the light.
Where would you think that? Where would you look? Where would you look at something and say, I know I see truth in that.
I see
Yeah, I
truth.
can.
I see truth in
Yeah,
all religions, though. That's the thing.
right.
But if I wanted to say, how can, which religion would you choose if you want to enjoy the pleasures of life a little bit and still be quite strict? I'd go Islam. If you said,
Yeah.
what religion could I choose where I can have a connection with God, but I don't have that many restrictions? I'd say Christianity. If you know what I mean, it depends on your flavor. If you want your life to be this flavored, then that's the flavor you go for. You know,
Do
it's
I want garlic and herb or barbecue sauce?
exactly gotta go herbal barbecue. What do you want? What's your flavor? So for me, that's why I'm like, I see truth in all religions, as long
Yeah.
as the religion isn't just about an identity and then trying to push that identity on others. If it's something
Am I?
that you've
Yeah.
taken on as your way of life, then I've got no issue. What were you gonna say?
Am I able to share something here?
Yes, it will ask you to share it, and then it will ask me to confirm. But I can
Right.
confirm
Hold on.
as long as it's nothing
No.
dodgy. Knowing you, Damien, with your
No. Well,
pictures.
it would. No. It wouldn't be. It wouldn't be. My dodgy days. I've got. I don't know if you've ever looked through my channel. I've got loads of stuff from the Bodhi tree.
The Bodhi tree. I think you've
Yeah.
mentioned that before. I've not actually looked into it.
Yeah. Where Buddha. He
Yes, that's it.
meditated
Yeah,
for years
yeah, yeah.
under the tree. So I was there, and a lot of other places as well. So I kind of videoed a lot of the Buddhist stuff from India, and so I have all the monks chant. So the Indian in the around the Bodhi tree, it was amazing. It was all these monks from all different um, traditions. So not all the one lineage,
Mhm.
all on different hills behind this field. Uh, and you just heard this. It was the most
Amazing.
stunning
Yeah, yeah.
thing.
They do the throat singing.
But it was just so you have this lineage there, this lineage there, but it was like a fence, and they were on a hill,
Mhm.
and they're all different hills going around the center temple and the Bodhi tree, and it was just really intense. It was very. I stayed in a hotel with the monks, the Buddhist monks, and it was just. I'm surprised you never want to go back to India, the man. Do
No, I'd
you
like
know?
to go back to India, but I don't want to go as a family trip. I would like to go as a random complete tourist where I just literally I want to go on the train from one place to the other, then do buses, coaches, go up to the mountains. There's so much I want to do, like explore in life. There's so many different places, not just India as well. Like there's so many different
I
good places.
I think India is the best place in the world.
Uh, it's up there, but I like
Mm.
Japan because I've been there. But I'd like to do Machu Picchu. I think that would be cool. Um,
Okay.
there's so many different cool places to check out in life. Like there's
How how do I share this to the man?
have you selected share? So at the bottom you've got the present button. Do you see where it says present?
Okay, all right. I'm going into share screen,
Correct. Share screen.
video file.
Share screen.
Oh shit! But how do I get it onto the screen?
Oh, so is it a video file you want to share then, or is it a?
Well, it's a video. It's a video from my YouTube channel.
Okay, so you go to your YouTube channel, load up the page,
Right, hold on. Yeah.
and then you go share screen, and then it will give you the option of your different tabs that you've got open.
Mm. Right. Yeah. What is? Oh God. You know.
What was it?
Okay.
Sound like you're
Right.
panicking there. Don't
Yes.
panic, Mr. Mannery. Don't
Do,
panic.
do you know what it is, the man? You know with the shorts, the way the layout with the functions of shorts
Mm-hmm.
are very different from the ordinary videos.
Correct.
So
I wouldn't know.
when I try to pause something, I have to really kind of find it. So share. Okay. Now where do I share?
So no, don't. Just open up your video. So
Yeah.
it's on the tab. Then
Yeah.
go back to StreamYard.
Yeah.
Then go to present,
Yeah.
share screen, and then in the list there you'll find the tab that you want to share.
Share screen. All right. Okay. I found it.
Perfect.
This. Uh, is it there?
That does not look like a Bodhi tree.
No, it's not. This is my friend. No, sorry. You can have a look. You can have a look around at your own leisure. I'm just going to just show you my friend Chanel.
Shanaz. So this
Yeah.
isn't the what was the other one's name? You said
No. The other one, I have to have a little bit of a word and kind of do a bit of promo of you.
oh, so you promo other people?
No, you know what I mean. So you're talking about the other Muslim woman
Yeah,
that I
yeah,
said that you like.
yeah. The one with the long, lush black
Yeah, no,
hair.
I don't have any content of her. I'd have to have a conversation with her saying, "Oh, by the way, Kataya, I know this guy. He's really nice,"
You don't have to set me up. I'm fine.
and then kind of go that way and see what she
Like I
says.
said, I let the universe unfold. But I'm just kind of curious.
Yeah.
So what you do, like promos for different people, like
No. If I see, I put it this way: I've got two couples who are married because of me.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So one is a Muslim man who's been my boss, and he's married to an Irish drunken woman. Now I say I'm kind of making light when I say that. They're
Yeah.
both very successful people
Mm-hmm.
in their careers. But he's very conservative, tiny Muslim,
Mm-hmm.
and she's this really tall who likes to party. But she never. But I say she, when at the right times. But um, this is the woman who referred me to. This is my best friend on the
Okay.
screen, yeah, and this is Shanaz who referred me to the solicitor that got me my money.
Okay,
from
cool,
the,
cool, cool,
from
cool.
the there was something I was going to tell you about her, but I can't remember what it was.
Do you want to play the video quickly? If it's a
Yeah, how
it's
do
a
I do?
short-
Do I do it?
Yeah, it's just press the play button on your YouTube page where you've opened it up.
Right.
Just go to your YouTube page where you've opened it up, and then just press the play button in the top left-hand corner.
Well, God,
You're not on the page yet because the mouse isn't moving. So change, because you might be looking at the StreamYard. So just go to where you open up the YouTube channel, where you open up your
Right.
YouTube channel tab. There you go. And now you can move the mouse. There we go. Yeah, press play.
Well, oh, sorry. Press play on the channel.
That.
I love your colors.
Is that it?
Sean, you're looking very blue today.
Oh, thank you
So
so
you're going
much.
through your blue period like Van Gogh.
Oh, thank you.
Rose.
Hi.
Hi, darling.
How are you?
I love your colors. Sean, you're looking very blue today.
Oh, thank you
So
so
you're going
much.
through your blue period like Van Gogh.
Oh, thank you. Hi.
Hi, darling.
How are you?
I love your
That's
colors.
basically
Sean, you're looking very blue
Yeah.
today.
What's the other video?
Oh, thank you
So
so
you're going
much.
through your blue period like Van Gogh.
Say again.
What was the other video? The throat singing one, the monks.
Okay, let me find. Hold on a second. How do I come out of here? I've never done this before. You can tell, obviously.
Oh wow, you've got 106 videos.
Yeah, I do. I put up good. I put up. I have some good content. You know.
I'll have to check
so,
that out. Yeah.
Yeah. I put up a lot of good music stuff. You know, when I come across really good vocalists
hmm
or good covers of songs, those kinds of stuff. I've got a lot of videos from around northern India that I've made and put music to them. You know, they were like still shots, camera shots,
hmm
and I've kind of put them to, you know, this sort of stuff. And it's just nice, the man, to have as memories, you know, from years ago.
No, for sure. Yeah, that's one of the
Have you
reasons
seen-
I like doing this kind of crazy stupidness.
Have you seen my TV commercial from Vodafone?
No, you mentioned it earlier. Go for it.
Do you want to see it?
Yeah, go for it.
Is that playing now?
Yeah, it's playing.
Okay. Right, so that's NatWest. I've done an ad for NatWest. For the cricket,
Judith,
this one's BT.
Assistant Deputy Vice Head. Well done.
Jolly good. Well done, darling.
Jolly good.
Nell,
No, that's Neil. Neil,
Co-Coordinating Supervisor.
you're going right to the top.
To empower your people, you could promote everyone.
Steve, Sub-Regional Sales Support Agent.
I was the only one, man, that didn't get ripped off. Everybody else got
Or
ripped
you
off
could
except
give
me.
them the power to work anywhere.
I got 2.5 grand, and everybody else got
Great
250.
stuff. Great stuff.
It's not just
So you were the only person who got ripped off, or you weren't?
No, I was the only person who didn't get ripped off.
Yeah, because obviously he said you're going to the top.
Yeah. Hold on.
Hello.
Hey Jane, we're all in the boardroom. Are you coming in?
See how different I look to
Yeah, so young.
Exactly what I have just been talking about. Pointless, frivolous expense. Well,
But it's free. In business, 1 in 5 mobile calls is to the same number.
good.
With Vodafone, every ShareTime customer can choose another Vodafone number to call free during peak hours.
Have I missed anything?
Just another reason why.
Yeah, you
all
done well. It
professional
wasn't just
service
extra
I
work. You were
did.
actually
No, it's
talking
proper
and-
acting.
yeah,
Yeah,
proper acting,
I had a proper acting agent for that. I got 5 grand for that last commercial for they flew me to Ireland,
Oh, cool.
and then basically, and then it went to Hungary, and they dubbed my voice in Hungarian, but I've never seen that.
Sure, it's on the
And I
internet.
got
somewhere.
paid again, not the same amount, but I got let me see if I can find the
I think I saw it
Would-
earlier when you were scrolling.
the Buddhist one.
Yeah, on
Oh,
there you
right.
go. There's at the top, the third one along. Buddhist praying around the Bodhi tree.
Right, that one's only 19 seconds, so I'm gonna try. There's one here that, right. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the temple. The Bodhi tree behind it.
It looks like they're praying. I didn't think Buddhists
No,
pray.
No, I think the tree is. I think that's the tree behind the yellow.
Okay. It's just protected.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the tree. That's the Bodhi tree, where Buddha became enlightened.
That's
Fabulous,
cool.
isn't it?
That's cool. So yeah, I noticed that some of them were like praying kind of thing, like they were doing like the whole Muslim kind of routine of like bending down, prostrating, and then getting back up again.
Yeah,
Like,
don't tell the Muslims that.
well, the Muslims would
That's
love that. The Muslims will go, see,
what I
Muslims.
mean. That's what I mean. They'll say they're really Muslims.
Yeah.
Look how they're praying. They're like Jesus.
But I'm just
Prostrating.
confused. I thought Buddhists don't pray; they just meditate.
Well, they meditate, but they chant.
Yeah, but I get the chanting as well. But it's like
Yeah,
they weren't
yeah.
just chanting and meditating; they were prostrating, like they were going through
They
ritualistic.
do. Yeah, they do this. They do this prostrating thing,
Mm.
where they go around, and they go around in a ritual around the whole area,
Mhm.
and they stop every few seconds and get down on the floor and prostrate.
Any reason why, or do you not know?
No, it's just part of their thing, and they also do where they have all these bells, and they go around and they in a line, and they
Ring the bells.
move all the bells, like these kind of things.
Oh, it's interesting. I never seen that before. I don't know if I'd. Yeah, I probably would like to go, but I don't think the Bodhi tree is literally the Bodhi tree. I don't know. I think that.
Well, apparently it was destroyed
Okay.
by somebody called, I'm not sure if it's Ashoka, and then later a sapling was taken from the tree from Sri Lanka and brought back, and then that tree was grown from the original sapling.
Interesting. Interesting.
It's a brilliant. I think India is just, you know, just so many different, you know, so different levels. I just think India is just amazing.
I'm glad someone appreciates the culture.
Oh,
I definitely
no,
don't.
it is.
I don't
No,
know
I
enough
know
about
that.
it.
Yeah, no, I know. But maybe it's just not your. Maybe it's just not your time.
But no, it's just
to-
it's not. It's just because I haven't had a chance to explore it, like as a tourist, as someone who's learning. I've always been
Yeah,
whenever
yeah.
I've gone, it's always been like a family thing, or when I was rushing around from doctors. It's never been just oh, let me just sit down and appreciate this for what it is.
Mm.
Like I do watch this guy called Praveen Mohan. I don't know if you've heard of him.
Okay. No.
He talks about some crazy stuff, like about
Mm.
ancient aliens and stuff like that, and how like he goes into like loads of temples, and he kind of shows you all these crazy things like bicycles and stuff carved into the, or someone using a telescope when telescopes were only invented 500 years ago, and the temple was carved 1,000 years ago. He's like,
Right.
why do they have these unless it was already ancient knowledge that we lost and then it was rediscovered later? So yeah, it's just really interesting like that. So I appreciate that kind of stuff because I get to go see parts of the temple that he's videotaped, and he could show me different things. But I'd like to go myself and actually have a proper look. And I want to go to the mountains. I love mountains. I really want to go to Darjeeling, I think it's called,
Right.
in Nepal.
Oh yeah. No, Darjeeling is in India.
Oh, is it India?
Yeah, so it's kind of northeast India. It's next to Assam.
You probably know better than I do.
Well, I just remember looking, you know, having a bit of awareness, because I remember thinking, oh my God, that's way up over there, and I know it's very green, and it's where
Yeah,
You know,
that's when
it
I saw the
was,
pictures. I was like, yes, I want to go
yeah,
there. That looks beautiful. It looks stunning.
yeah. It's all. Oh, no, hold on, let's just show you this. Now this is me on the. Good. Do you want to see this, Demand?
Yeah, let me bring it up on stage. There we
This
go.
is this is on the way up to the Buddha. It's a stills. I've done it as a stills to music.
Mm-hmm.
So
Like a slideshow.
Buddha meditated in a cave
Can you turn the
before.
volume down a little bit? I can't hear you.
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. So Buddha meditated in a cave
Mm-hmm.
for several years, apparently, before he went down to the Bodhi tree.
Mm-hmm.
It's not well known about this in Buddhism.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's in the sense of you know, your average person who would know about, like Westerner who would know about Buddhism. So this is the cave, yeah. But it's all stills I've taken and then I've set them to music,
Yeah.
yeah. But and it's actually the Gayatri mantra I've used, which is the highest
Yeah,
mantra
we talked about it
yeah.
previously.
So
Yeah.
that's so you said you didn't know what it was, did you? So you'll hear it here for the first time.
No, I think we played it last time. I think we
No,
played it.
no, I don't think we did.
We
Man.
looked at the lyrics. One of the two.
Did we?
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
think
I read the
okay.
lyrics in.
Or you
Sanskrit
may have looked
badly.
at the lyrics.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So I just find this right here. We go.
Just don't
I'll
put it so
find
high. Just turn the volume down slightly.
Oh, is it? Okay.
That's it.
Better.
Yeah, it's better. Just I couldn't hear you over it.
All right.
I love the fact they always have so much color in India and Nepal.
Absolutely.
I
Yes.
love it.
And so devout. I just wish I had that unquestionable devotion. You know. So that's the cave.
Mm.
Yeah. You see the orbs?
Oh, that's you.
Yeah. Sorry. Did you see the orbs?
No. Sorry. Go back a bit.
Do you know about orbs?
Yeah. I've
Damon?
heard of orbs. Yeah.
Right. Well, hold on. Have a look at this. Now, I have other pictures from something else, which I won't show you because I can't find them again. But if you look at the orbs, just tell me what you think. Yeah.
Okay.
You'll reckon. Tell me if you think they're orbs. See them?
Okay. Yeah. I see 3. You really love India, don't you?
Oh, I do. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do.
It looks like you had so much fun there as well.
Did you see the boy standing next to me? He had earmuffs on at one stage.
Oh, I didn't see the earmuffs, but I saw the guy standing next to you. The
But
guy at the Buddhist.
Yeah, no, this is a Indian guy, young guy dressed in blue.
Okay, no, I didn't. What about him?
Yeah, he was killed about a month later in
Oh.
a car accident. He was sat at a restaurant and a car came off the street and killed him. I'll tell you if I see him again in here. Probably won't.
Oh, the monkeys! They're evil.
Absolutely, and they're everywhere.
I love them.
Yeah, I do too. But they're vicious. I've had them really
very vicious.
attack me. Yeah.
They could rip your face off.
Yeah.
And they're cheeky as hell. Like they love stealing food.
Yeah. They're not nice in the sense of gentle things at all.
ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः
Now, did you see that guy sitting on the bike?
Mhm.
Yeah, so he was, his name is Muna. So a month later, he was killed in a car accident,
Oh,
and it was just shocking. He was the most nice. He was a guide for me, like a tour guide,
Mhm.
and he would turn up my hotel every morning and say, "Good morning, sir. What do you want to do today?" He was just such a typical, that typical respectful character you see
Mhm.
sometimes in the Indian movies sometimes. And he was just like that.
Just a good guy.
And
No,
he
for
was
sure.
just good. He was just this bright light of a lovely guy. And then I got a call from somebody when basically saying it happened. So yeah, I paid for his funeral to his
Oh, that's
father
nice
because
of you.
it was just the most. It was 50 quid on my behalf. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But compared to his
Losing a
father was,
kid and then dealing with all that.
yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah.
I'd met his father. They were farmers. They were very simple people, and the father on the phone, he couldn't speak any English, and he was just shouting at me down the phone, "Mona, Mona, expire, Mona, expire," because they use the word expire for death
Mm,
in India.
mm, mm.
Yeah. I try to explain to people don't expire, milk expires. Oh, it's so sad. So fucking believe that.
ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः
Those were
तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं
cows, right?
भर्गो
Yeah, well, no,
देवस्य
people,
धीमहि
People. Okay.
people. Yeah,
धियो
yeah.
यो नः
Now this is
प्रचोदयात्
in a temple up in, I think it's Nepal. Yeah, that's Nepal.
ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः
That's cool.
Yeah.
What was I going to ask you? I was going to ask you
Have,
something.
have a look around your own time. I won't kind of.
Yeah, yeah. I was going to ask you
you
something
know,
about that video. What was I going to ask you?
it was it's a stunning place. I think it was just the right time for me, the man that I was in that headspace to kind of do
Mhm.
stuff like that.
How long were you
I
there for?
think. Well, I traveled. I've been there a lot of times. So
But that particular place was.
that
Did you
was.
spend a couple of weeks there, or do you have to do it in
Hold
like a
on,
few days?
where was I in? But the guy, I'd be there about 2 weeks,
2 weeks,
maybe
nice.
probably a bit less. And then Both Gaia is near Varanasi, so I'll have to get a train to
Mhm.
Varanasi. So but it's in Bihar.
Mhm.
Do you know Bihar?
Yeah, yeah. I think I looked at it recently on
Yeah.
the map. Bihar.
Yeah, so it's right on the border.
Because
It's
my
the
mum,
poorest
I
state
think,
in India.
yeah, I think my mum was trying to explain Bihar to me. Maybe it was Suvi. Someone was.
When I was there, it was It was classed as the poorest state in India.
Patna.
Um,
Patna. I know
Patna.
Patna.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Trade.
yeah.
I'm
Patna
glad you did
station.
that. And not, I'm glad you did that and not me. And when I was leaving Bodh Gaya to go back to Delhi, I think I was getting a 2 o'clock in the morning train or something,
Mm.
and I went into the station, and there was just all these people sleeping on the. It was like Armageddon. They had that kind of visual thing about it, and just all these people just sleeping on the platform, like everywhere,
Yeah.
And I made a friend. I think I have a video somewhere of it. And I met this guy at the station. It was very cold. Do you know what I mean? Especially in the nighttime.
Mm.
So we both had the shawls. The kind of wraps.
Mhm.
You wrap yourself around. And so I met him, and he was kind of just became friendly with me. He was kind of interested in me because of the foreigner or whatever. And really nice guy. And then I got on the train, and I think I left him. I'm not sure if I left him. I had some pictures of us on the platform, and then when I got on the train, something happened that I didn't have the right ticket for the carriage I was in, and the ticket inspector wasn't having any of it. I think he said, "Do you want to pay extra money?" And I said, "No." I'm very hoity-toity. How dare you? So I went into that kind of thing, and then he locked me in the hall between two carriages, and I couldn't move for the whole 4-hour journey. So I've done a video. I've done a video. I've got a video up there of me sat next to the toilet.
How
Which
were you
is
doing these
all-
videos? Did you have like one of those old cameras, or because I don't think you had like camera phones back when you did this, did you?
Well, I definitely didn't have a. I definitely didn't have a
Because
mobile. I definitely
this
didn't
was
have
at
a
least 15,
smartphone.
20 years ago, right, or earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah,
15, minimum 15 years ago. So I didn't have. I didn't have. Do you know what I was doing on my iPod?
iPod.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
okay, that's decent. Yeah.
Yeah, which I bought in India, actually, funny enough. So I was thinking I must have been making them. I think that from that. Yeah, I definitely didn't have a smartphone.
Mm.
Yeah. Because I think the smartphone I have now is the first ever smartphone I bought.
Oh.
Well, believe it or not, and I'm quite happy with it. Do you know what I mean? There's no
Yeah.
reason why I need to kind of get anything else. So yeah, so basically I was in this car. This guy said, "You're in the wrong car. You dropped my ticket. You're in the wrong car." This is blah blah blah. And then he gave me the option to pay extra, and I threw out, "Excuse me, I beg your pardon." And there was a bit of an issue with the language. I think you know what it was. I thought am I being ripped off? Is
Yeah,
this guy?
yeah. I'd understand that because
Yeah,
there's always people just trying tricks to try and get more money
yeah,
out of you, especially in India,
yeah.
especially with the police. They'll try and bribe you and
Oh
stuff
yeah,
like that. So when the
I had the
police
police.
are trying to
Yeah,
bribe you and they're trying
yeah,
to get money out of you, you kind of think that maybe
yeah.
there's other locals that kind of do the same as well when they can.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, well, actually, funny enough, in that last video, we were walking up from the Buddha's cave.
Mm.
What would happen would be the kids, they'd be there begging,
Mm.
and then 2 seconds later, you see them again, but in a different outfit. So
They grab another shawl, put that
they
across the
grab
head.
another
Yeah,
shawl,
yeah, yeah.
they'd be flying around, and they'd be just changing their thing.
You're like,
But
wow,
that's how,
this village has over 100 kids, and they're like,
yeah, no, there is.
there's
It's
only
very
2 kids
funny. I mean,
there.
I did find that humorous. They didn't kind of bother me. But no, what they used to do in that place, in the Buddha cave, and I think other places, some places like that. I think especially in the Buddha's cave, you'd buy coins.
Hmm.
You'd buy like £2 worth of uh, rupees in
Hmm.
all individual coins, so a big bag of silver coins,
Mm.
and you just go along, just kind of giving them. I mean, it
Sprinkling.
was nothing to it.
Sprinkle for the kids. I thought you meant like sprinkle around the shrine. Okay, so you
Yeah,
just
you
give around to
for
the kids.
and for people begging as well. You would do
Yeah,
it
yeah,
wouldn't be more for the shrine, it'd be more for the beggars. You
cool,
know,
cool,
the bit.
cool, cool, cool.
But yeah, so he locked me. He said when I wasn't getting that off me, he said out, pushed me out, and the doors locked, so you couldn't move between the
Yeah,
carriages.
yeah,
They locked,
yeah. Locked you in.
and then I couldn't get into the next one, so I was basically sat in the where the toilet was, and I made a video. And I said, "Look at me, this is my train journey to PR in my soul back to Varanasi." And, but I went to a place called Kapilvastu. I went to it in Lumbini in Nepal,
Hmm.
which is the birthplace of Buddha.
Hmm.
Yeah, and it is the most amazing place, but there's nothing there in the sense of accommodation, hardly any,
Hmm.
or food places for Westerners.
Hmm.
Yeah, so it hasn't developed, but they have this kind of massive square, which is a World Heritage Site park with monasteries
Hmm.
from all around the world. There, it's a huge place. Yeah. So you got the German monastery, and they all have very individual kind of characteristics that make them stand out from different things, you know.
Hmm.
And that was amazing. But what I did do, which most people didn't do, I got 2 buses to this place called Kapilvastu.
Hmm.
Yeah. So you got to remember it's pretty you know. There's no transport really, but you get these local buses and they're pretty hard work. So I had to get 2 buses to Kavalvastu, and then I had to get a rickshaw, a cycle rickshaw,
Hmm.
up to Kapilvastu's, up to the Buddha's palace. So I went to the palace where Buddha was born and brought up,
Hmm.
and he left there when he was 21. Do you know what I mean? And that was spine tingling, then, man, because I'm going up in a rickshaw and you got your man, he's push cycling. It's costing me about 40 pence if it was even that. And
Poor
on both
guy.
sides,
The poor guy.
I know, totally. On both sides, you've got all these farmers all dressed in white. They look like Popeye. You know
Popeye
what
the
I mean?
Sailor Man. He lives in
And
a
they're on,
caravan.
no olive, just Popeye. So you got them toiling the field.
Yeah.
So for everywhere you look to each side of you, you just see all these farmers just toiling the field, and then in front of you is the palace.
Hmm.
Now there's nothing left. There's
Oh, it's
no.
just ruins.
It's just the foundations
Oh,
in the
okay.
ground.
Wow. Not even the ruins, just the foundations.
Not even the roof. So you've got, but it's all sectioned off because
Mm.
it's the World Heritage Site. So you see that it's a green and there's a fence around it. And then I'm kind of, as I'm going up to it, it was spine tingling.
Mm.
Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
Thinking I'm going to the actual place where Buddha grew up, was born and grew up. He left the palace at 21.
Mm.
That's when he became aware of what was going on outside. So the day he came down to Kapilvastu, they tried to protect him, not so he couldn't see any of the poverty.
Mm. Mm.
His parents, yeah. And then he seen, and that's for whatever reason. Then he left. So I sat. There was a little like a tourist caravan outside selling drinks, and there was a tourist guide there, kind of a information. And I sat there with a drink for about 2 hours, and there was not a single other tourist, just me, right? And they were telling me, bits and pieces. And then I went and I sat in the ground on my own,
Oh, to
and you
meditate,
could
yeah?
see, no, well, more reflecting. You know what I mean? Thinking about the the importance of where I was. You know,
Just letting it soak in.
just let it soak in.
Yeah.
And just think,
Yeah.
wow, look where I am. Do you know what I mean? And the East Gate, which is where Buddha left the palace with his horse, and then he sent his servant on the horse back. I'm not sure if you're aware of that
Didn't know
aspect
that
of
part of the
Buddhism.
story. No.
Right, okay. So the East Gate is still standing.
Mhm.
That's still there, yeah. The only other structure is you see all the foundations, the stone foundations coming through the grass.
Mhm.
So you see all that, that's all breaking the grass away. So I sat there for a while and then went back, and that was amazing. And then I went to a place called Sarnath in India, which is near Varanasi, which is about, I think, an hour from Varanasi, the Ganges. And it's the first place that Buddha gave his first sermon to his first 6 disciples.
Oh, cool.
And all of the architecture is there.
Mhm. What?
You know,
What? Like
you
he
know what I
built a
mean?
temple?
Well, just all the foundations. There's a real structural. You can go in and see enough. You don't go inside anything. It's all open, but that was pretty awesome as well. Yeah. And then I went into a Buddhist monastery. It was very high up. I think it was in Nepal, and I think it was the Buddhist. I think it's called the Monkey Temple.
Mhm.
And this is quite funny. I climbed hundreds of steps up a side. I mean, it was a killer.
Yeah.
And then when I got up there, somebody said, "Why did you not come up this way in a taxi?"
Because you wanted to do it the hard way. You wanted to do it the way
No,
the people did it.
I didn't know. Oh yeah, no, you absolutely. I should have said that. But I didn't know that there was this other way in where you could just drive straight up to it into a cab. You know what I mean? So I was a bit pissed off by that. But up there, it's like on a big. There's a monastery up there. There's all
A monastery.
Buddhist monks
Okay,
in there. Yeah. But it's very high up.
Mhm.
Yeah. And so I went into this temple, and there was probably maybe 2 other Westerners there, and it was all these monks sitting down with a long kind of a bench along.
Mhm.
There's probably 20 or 30 monks, um, all chanting and banging drums,
Mhm.
and they had a gong, and I was just sitting in the corner, being able to witness all this,
Yeah, just immersed in it. Yeah.
immersed in it, and it was very visceral.
Yeah, I bet. I was gonna say like there's this
It
thing
was just
with these old monasteries. The way they're built is that they resonate with the sound. So when they're singing or when they start banging and stuff, and the way the sound vibrates off the walls and comes back to you, is just yeah. I've seen videos on it, and I was just like, yeah, to be in there would be freaking amazing.
it's yeah,
Freaking amazing.
it was totally amazing. So I kind of had a lot of very interesting places. I went to.
Would you not want to go back to there? Because you keep you said you got your trip coming up, and you said maybe Egypt is a no go, and go is too hot. How about up there?
I tell you, yeah, well, I'm not. Right, the issue, the man, is officially, you know, in relation to the DWP, yeah, I'm only allowed to be away for a month, you know, and India is so far away. I used to go to India for 6 months, and one time I was there for 2 years.
That sounds amazing.
Don't tell the government, yeah. One time I ended up getting sick in hospital, and I was in hospital in Kathmandu for 5 days. Yeah, I got very bad pneumonia or something in the chest. And thank God for insurance. You know, these two men in black suits came into me in the bed in the morning and said, "You, Mr. Crowley, do you have insurance?" It was like Men in Black, and they marched me up in the dressing gown to the office to ring the insurance company. So anyway, so that was that. But it was okay. So no, I've been. I think for me, for what I might do in relation to Egypt. So I looked about going to Egypt with around the sites that deal with my particular situation, you know, for advice, and they say what you can do. You know, because I could bring the, you know, if I bring the medication and bring the copies of the prescription and all of that, you know, because Egypt is got, well, one, there's got a lot of issues going on at the moment. They're releasing some more prisoners tomorrow, 4 female Israeli soldiers.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I really need to catch up on the news. I really haven't watched it in a long
Yeah.
time. I don't really need to, but it'll be nice to
No,
just
you're probably better off not. So, so basically, what this? So I kind of was looking at this site, and they basically said that I should about going to Egypt and the issues. So,
Well, I
could
said, why
turn
didn't
up
you
at
go
Egypt,
India, and then you went back to Egypt, so...
only because India's a long way.
Oh, yes, you said. Yeah, you don't want to do it for just a month, or you want to do it for a lot longer. Yeah. Cool.
So, and it's just where it's also kind of where I am physically as well. I don't particularly feel too hot. So I looked at Egypt and it said on this website, giving advice to people traveling like the church, and it said they're very strict. Might look at your medication, look at your documentation, and say no, and just say, you know. So what they did advise, and I might do this just to think. Well, they mean kind of don't be open. You know, put it out there. Do you know what I mean? So what they said was send a message, an email to the Egyptian embassy.
Yes.
Explaining your situation, you know, and be just saying, this is my situation, everything is fine, there's no issues, I can carry out medication, and I'll be insured. Is any issue? And then if they send me back an email, then obviously saying that's fine, then there's no reason, you know, that would just be, I'd say the customs say, I'm sorry, but this is from the embassy, your Egyptian embassy.
Yeah, I'm sure that that would hold some weight when you turn up.
Yeah, because otherwise the option is if I was just turned back, and I have heard things of this happening in Morocco before. Yeah, now I'm going back years ago, but now I've looked at the advice in Morocco now, and it's all changed. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's always constantly changing. Every place in the damn world is constantly changing.
Well, Morocco's just moving quite evolving. You know, it's quite with it now.
Okay, in a good way.
In a good way, yeah. So the up to date thing is saying there's no restriction. But I remember 15 years ago hearing stories, but all the stuff I read yesterday.
When I was working for the airline, I'm pretty sure Morocco was one of those places that they were like, be careful. I don't think it was because of Like, there's some places you go and they said like there's military action going on,
Hmm.
but Morocco is one of those places that you got to be careful at. Like, if you do go, just be careful of your surroundings and whatnot.
Yeah,
So,
because it's next to Libya.
is that why? Okay.
Yeah, one of the reasons.
Have you got the
is
world
Libya.
map memorized or something?
No. I remember hearing a story about two Western. I met women, Western women,
Mm.
who traveled across the Moroccan Sahara Desert. You know what I mean? These two elderly women. And I'd heard of a story of people who'd been killed in the desert,
Okay.
tourists. Yeah.
Oh.
So I was aware of the proximity, and I'd seen advice saying be careful of the
Mm.
Moroccan-Libyan border. So
Mm.
Libya obviously is what it is now. So
Yeah, back then it would have been quite nice under Gaddafi, right?
I think so. I know somebody Libyan.
But I guess there's always like good people and bad people, regardless of what the
Well,
country's like. So
I think Hillary Clinton messed up Libya, the man, and basically it's because of her that Libya is in the mess that it is. Libya was a very wealthy country under Gaddafi. Nothing's perfect.
no, for sure. But it was a very
Um,
wealthy country,
it was a
100%.
stable,
Yeah,
country.
yeah, and he
You know,
was he was actually quite good to his people in some
he was
respect.
good to his people, from what I hear. I
Yeah.
have this friend of mine who's Libyan who I know, and I was chatting to him about it the other day. And they say that they got rid of him because he was going to try to change the African currency
Yeah, to the
away
gold
from the
standard.
dollar
Yeah,
to
to
the
the
gold
gold standard,
standard.
and with the
And
ratio of how much gold they had in the country and to the proportion of people, they would have been the richest country in the world overnight.
yeah,
And they were
and they
like,
didn't, and the Western powers
well,
didn't want that.
the other thing is with the Western powers is that they're like, okay, if you go by gold standard, then we have to go by gold standard, and if we go by gold
Mm,
standard, then we can't print money anymore. You know, where they
yeah,
just add
um,
zeros in a bank account or just print
yeah,
off a bunch of. They won't be able to do that
basically,
anymore.
which is what's happening really everywhere now, isn't
Yeah,
it?
and
Everything is diluted, you know.
that's what I was gonna say with the Hillary Clinton. She was just a scapegoat. She's the one that gets blamed, but the decisions
You
are
didn't see,
being made above her.
you didn't see the video you didn't see the video of the inauguration,
No.
and she's in the audience, obviously, with Bill Clinton, and what's his name? Trump says, and I'm going to change the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. You're the Gulf of Mexico. So he said he changed the name to the Gulf of America. And the camera was on her. She was cracking up laughing. Cracking up laughing. Yeah, yeah. What's your plans for the weekend, man?
Uh, go with the flow. Let the universe
Right.
decide. Just gonna work on YouTube stuff. Probably be doing a few more. Like I did a few shorts recently,
Right.
and
Your subs have gone up, no?
yeah, I think it's because of the shorts.
Right.
But it's not really. I don't want just subs. I want people that are
Yeah.
actually interested in the content, because a lot of people sub and they never watch and whatnot.
And you do look at. Don't give yourself a hard time. You do a good content. Your content is good. Your layout is good. Your colors are good. Everything about and
Thank
you're
you.
quite honest. You know, no, I would say it as it is. And your stuff is, I'm not going to say you're the best YouTube
No.
channel. I don't want to
Yeah.
be anything like that. But your content is very individualistic,
Mhm.
and there will be people who like that kind of individualistic touch, and
Mhm.
who will be drawn to what you're doing. Do
Yeah,
you
I
know what I
hope
mean?
so. But with the shorts I've been putting out, the main ones that kind of get traction are the ones where I'm talking to Muslims or Christians, and
Right.
I really don't want to get trapped into this whole BS with them, because it's like I could go and speak to the Muslims and I could tell them how wrong they are. I could tell them why I think they're wrong. I could go through all the
Yeah.
crap, but they're not going to
Yeah.
listen. They're not ready to listen at the moment. So
Well,
why?
I think really, you know what it is. What I think when you say that,
Mm.
and I've kind of thought about it quite a bit actually. Anyway, not relating to yourself. I just think, are we involved? Are we responsible for bringing somebody to the truth, or what we perceive to be the truth?
Mm.
Even the Muslims think it's their responsibility to bring us to the truth, because they say, I think the arrogance of saying we're on the truth,
Yes.
and I was thinking Hamza comes up and says, well, if the Quran is right, that means Christianity is wrong. I
Mhm.
said to her, I thought, what if both are wrong?
Exactly.
You know what I
You
mean?
don't want to think about that option, do you?
Well, you don't hear that.
No,
You
no.
don't hear that come up as an option. Do you know what I mean?
But that's why.
So,
So I understand what you're saying in regards to, is it our responsibility? I think we should all have some kind of responsibility in trying to help each other in whatever
well,
way we
you just
can,
hear it. Yeah, absolutely.
but without forcing it upon others. So like I've said to them, like they could come up here and have a chat and we could talk about Islam and stuff if it's a normal conversation. But the other
Mm.
day I had someone come up and he was trying to explain to me how Islam says that you need to kill the infidels and you need to do this and you need to kill the non-believers.
Really?
And he was so adamant about it, and I was just trying to explain to him. I was like, listen, use your own brain for a second. Forget the text.
Mm. Mm.
If God gives you free will
Yeah.
and you're allowed to do whatever God wants you to do, and you can then on your deathbed say the Shahada and become Muslim, and God will forgive you for everything, why are you going around killing unbelievers? Maybe there's a plan for God, from God, with the free will, that they'll end up becoming Muslim in the future, but because you've killed them, now you've taken on that. I was just trying to get him to understand it from a more,
That's quite a good point, Dylan.
but
Yeah, you're already getting the converse out of the way before we get to them. That's quite a good point.
But it's like he just wouldn't have it. He was just like, no, stuck on repeat. He just could keep going, oh, but you don't understand this part of the hadith, or this part of the hadith says this. And I was like, look, forget the hadith,
And
forget the Quran, use your own
this,
brain.
yeah, this is the problem, is trying to get people to say, can you not think for yourself? And here's the issue. I like you were saying earlier, there is a lot of positives about Islam.
Mhm.
I do see how it works in people's lives as a system,
Mhm.
and it makes people, it keeps people in check and
Yeah.
stuff.
And plus our
But
mindful wives.
that's well, like well, why can't I get four husbands? That's not equal, you know. But what I was saying though, the only thing I kind of think about, not kind of think, the one thing that crosses my mind, with all of that in mind,
Mhm.
about you have to do your wuju, your washing in a particular way. You have to step into a room or out of a
Mhm.
room with a
Mhm.
particular thought. I mean, hello. So what I find with Islam, and the kind of rules and doctrines about everything is already written down how for you to behave.
Mhm.
Now, where does it come into the question about you thinking for yourself?
Mhm. Where's
And
the
that's
free will? Yeah.
where's the free will?
Yeah.
So so I kind of on that level kind of see it as kind of a lazy belief system because
Mhm.
you don't have to do anything.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
They're like, oh, I've
and
ticked off this box, ticked off that box, ticked off that box. I'm
you
done.
know, do
I'm
you
going
know
to
what I
heaven.
mean? We won't
Yeah.
go on to never mind the Tesco club card. But, yeah, but the issue everything is so controlled
Mhm.
in your life, and you're so indoctrinated in that way
So
that there's no.
room for being yourself. I get it.
Well, it's not
And
for working things out on your own. For just thinking, right, you look at how our conversation was, the things we were talking about. There's not much of a spirituality in Islam. That's one of the issues. I
but
struggle
that's because, like you
with that.
said, everything is regimented. Because everything's
Everything's so
regimented, it doesn't
regimented.
allow you to discover yourself through making mistakes, through learning and growing. It's all, no, have you not done this? You're going to hell. Now
Mm.
you need to do 15 special prayers to cleanse yourself. And it's like,
I mean, but if you do this one over there on this particular place, that wipes off the ones that you should have gone.
yeah.
Do you understand what I
But
mean?
you'll have to understand, though,
The whole thing is mad.
this is the thing, though. That's not from the Quran. All that stuff you've said is not
The
from the
hadith.
Quran. It's the
Yeah.
hadith.
Yeah.
It's because they follow the hadith like it's the word of God. That's where it's gone to the extremes.
Even though it's the word of Muhammad.
Yeah, because
Yeah, it's not a revelation.
well, that's what I would say. I would say, listen, if it's revelation, it would be in the Quran, and that's why
Yeah.
you call that the Quran.
Yeah.
If it's in a hadith, it's just something he's explaining to people. It doesn't
Yeah.
have to be a rule. The rules
Because
are in the Quran.
he's not in the zone when he's getting it.
Well, if he was in the zone and he was supposed to say this as a rule, guess where it would be?
Yeah.
In
Have
the
you ever seen
Quran.
Have you ever seen Islam: The Untold Story? Have you ever watched that?
No, I don't think so. What's that about?
It's a pretty brilliant documentary. It comes up a lot in kind of different places. Their points. So it's basically a historian called Tom Holland,
Mhm.
who's I think he's well known as an author and different things he does. So he's quite a youngish guy, probably in his 40s. So he done a whole research piece on Islam from beginning to end. Where was Muhammad? Because there's a question that's come up about a lot of the original maps don't have Mecca on the maps. A
No,
lot of the
it
original
was
Arabic
it was
maps.
made afterwards.
But what they do have on the maps, which is odd, is all the little villages around Mecca is on the map.
Mm-hmm.
You would expect if Mecca was there, you would expect Mecca to be on it, and probably not the smaller places.
And I think they pretty much describe Mecca as like a mini city before, like it's like a central hub where people would come. So if it was that central, you'd have that on the map, not the little villages around it. Yeah, no.
Do you know what I mean? It doesn't make sense.
There's also like I don't know if it was Tom Holland, because I had a quick Google of Tom Holland, and I think I have seen something he's done, but I don't know if this is Islam: The Untold Story. But there was a documentary I watched where they were talking about how the original Kaaba wasn't in Mecca or anywhere near that place. It was actually in like Petra in Jordan.
All right. Okay.
And that's why they look at all these older mosques, the ones that have kind of been destroyed, but you could still see the ground foundation.
Okay.
And from
right.
the ground foundation, they could go, okay, yeah, we can see it's pointing this way, but Mecca's that way. So these
All right,
early
so
mosques were facing somewhere else.
Right. Are you talking about the original, what they call the Qibla?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
That's in the Tom Holland story, and I've heard
cool.
that.
I thought he looked familiar, so it must have
And
been that one. Yeah.
that's been referred to a few times. So he's with, and I'm going to explain this here. So he's with a female woman historian who's explaining to him.
Maybe I watched it years ago.
Saying this was the first place that we found a masjid, a mosque, even though it wasn't a building. It was the first Qibla of where Muslims prayed, and it was pointing towards Jerusalem.
Oh,
basically.
You're saying it's pointing towards Jerusalem. I'm sure it was Jordan, towards Petra. Let me just Google this.
And then basically what I heard recently, only in the last week, was Muhammad preached Judaism before his revelation.
That would make sense, because Judaism would have been the only religion apart from Christianity.
Right. Yeah. So he was aware of Judaism because obviously I think Warwickshire, who is some friend of Khadija's, was a Christian person, and it used to scribe and translate a lot of things into different whatever language. And apparently Muhammad used to preach the Jewish text to whoever, and then he had his revelation, and then what happened was the Jews turned on him, and because the Jews some Jews turned on him and became hostile to him, and because of that he switched the direction of the Qibla.
Interesting.
To Mecca. Because there was a hostility. I already heard that.
No, that kind of lines up with what, because Muhammad did say, "Oh, you need to face Jerusalem," and then he went and changed his mind and said, "No, it's this way." So that kind of fits with that narrative. And also, and also, I've actually asked, Smile to Jannah. Yeah. So I was back early last year, when I first went to Speaker's Corner. I spoke to him, and one of the questions I asked him was, so Muhammad, he was a Jew.
Are you only new going to Speaker's Corner?
Sorry?
Are you only newly going to Speaker's Corner?
Since the beginning of last year, yeah.
Wait before.
Hiding. Give me a second. I'll get to that in a second. But yeah, when I was speaking to Small Jannah, I said to him that Muhammad... Zishan, yeah. I said to him, Muhammad was Muslim. Muhammad was a Jew. And he's like, why? I said, because he was circumcised. No, Christians didn't get circumcised. Islam didn't exist.
How do we know Muhammad was circumcised?
because it's in the Sunnah, and because it's in the Sunnah, the
Mm.
Hadiths, all Muslims have to get circumcised. It has nothing, does not say one time in the Quran that you need to be circumcised. So for them to then take this upon themselves is crazy for a first, but you have to understand, where did this come from? If there was no other religions except,
Jewish text, yeah.
so he was obviously born into a particular religion, he grew up with that religion, and he was obviously born a Jew because he was circumcised like a Jew.
Yeah.
It makes sense. And then obviously he's changed from what you've said, from that narrative that the Jews didn't get on with him, so he ended up trying to create his own thing and say, all right, cool, this is this version that is more true than this. But yeah, sorry, you said something about me. Oh, where was I hiding? Where was I before Speaker's Corner?
Yeah.
I was hiding. I was trying to keep a low profile in life. Trying to learn as
So
much.
is your YouTube channel just come in the last year?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Well, I started the YouTube channel back in February 2023. Because I saw all, like, you know, the Andrew Tates and all these other people. They were trying to tell young men how to be, and I was like, I can see where they're coming from, and they're doing it with good intentions. However, what they are trying to teach young people isn't anything about being free. It's about enslaving them deeper into the system. Instead of, it's like saying, because one of the things they say is, don't be a brokey, don't work a 9-to-5 job for someone else. Start your own business and make money. And it's like, cool, but then what happens?
Yeah.
You need brokies, you need 9-to-5 people to work for your company. You're pissing, and you're just trying to piss on these people and say that these companies are the bad guys because they want you to work for them. But then you end up taking their place and you want people to work for you. It makes zero sense to me. It's like you're just replacing the big bad evil with yourself.
Yeah, he's not a good example.
Well,
He's not a good role model.
He says some good stuff. I'm not gonna lie. He does say some good stuff, and I'm not
But
gonna.
he's quite honest. He's quite direct in a lot of stuff he says. He cuts through the bullshit.
Yes.
That we have to accept from the main.
But he also gives a lot of bullshit too. He also feeds a lot of bullshit narrative into the system as well at the same time.
But he is very caveman. The man.
He's not. He really isn't.
Do you not think?
No, definitely not. It's a show. He don't get me wrong. He's a fighter. He's been fighting, but I don't think he's caveman. I think he's a caveman is out in the wilderness trying to survive. A caveman isn't thinking, oh, how am I going to get the nicest Lamborghini, or, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's not a very caveman attitude. So for him, it's just because of the whole misogyny thing of certain things he says, which...
I've seen some videos recently of him being very abusive to girls about, really, in the park of Show Me Your Tie, where I bruised you, and go over there and stand in the corner, you this, that, and the other.
Yeah, but that's bedroom play. That's bedroom play. I think I've seen some of those videos as well, but that's bedroom play. That's if two people are
really?
If you and someone else were in a bedroom and that video came out afterwards, I would not be judging. I would just be saying they're two people who have consented to whatever they consented to, and they you know, so pulling it out of context and going, oh, but you can't treat women like this. Sorry?
Yeah, but how is that on video?
Oh, people like to record their little shenanigans. It's another kink, There's different layers of kink to it.
Life is a kink. It's just one big kink. You just got to decide how far you want to go.
That's it. How close do you want to get to the edge? So yeah, for me, the issue with him is more about because don't get me wrong, I do understand money is important and it is important for as a tool. But when he's just trying to get all these young people hooked onto money rather than, well, recently his message has changed a bit where he's trying to get them to be a bit more conscious of the larger community rather than just them in their little worlds. So I don't know. I think so. Anyway, I don't know why I got onto that, but essentially the point was that I saw all these YouTubers or people on the internet saying all this stuff, and I went, I have a position. My position is the righteous path, truth, love, compassion, contentment, humility, and hope. And from this I've learned all these things. So for about 7 days, I just live streamed to myself.
All right, that's interesting.
Yeah, but I took those videos down. So because they were more directed at them. I was trying to say to them, look, you guys have got this good on the red pill, like the thing that you said about this.
Sorry, I was wondering what's red pill. I've seen some of your stuff. What's red pill, blue pill?
Okay, so red pill is the equivalent of the right wing.
Right.
The blue pill is the equivalent of the left wing.
Right. Okay.
So blue pill is like, oh, peace, love, everyone, everything's great, everything's fine.
I'm a bit
don't
like that.
don't look at the problem. If you don't look at it, it doesn't
Yeah.
exist. All of that stuff.
Yeah. I definitely would be accused of being like that. Yeah.
Whereas the red pill is more like, no, we're being lied to. No, we need the truth. We can't.
Trump, MAGA hat,
Exactly.
make America great again.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But once again, also with this whole UFO disclosure stuff, that's kind of like right wing kind of like mentality. That's the red pill. That's like, no, we want the truth. Whereas the blue pill is, no, give us the lies. We're happy with the lies. So yeah, they were saying that there was only two options. It was either you believe the lies or you believe the truth. But I was like, no. There's a third option, which is the truth behind the truth, which is why you think that they're the enemy and that you have to protect yourself. That's a game in itself. You know, if you're just going, oh no.
Yeah. It is a. We really are on the cusp of something. I really feel. I think the man in my whole. I don't ever remember a time where things were so polarized.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? Where both sides were so. The narrative were so. The opposite narratives were so at a level. I've never remembered. You know, usually something would dominate. But that's not the case anymore. You know, and usually common sense would prevail to some degree. But you know, when you think about really what's going on in America with Trump and Elon Musk, you know, doing his all this, I just think it's very worrying. And when I seen Donald Trump's inauguration with the family all on that podium, I thought this is satanic. There was something about it that was just very, very dark, with all the family members and how they looked. There's just something, and when you look at, you know, he's bringing in this trying to. I mean, probably a lot of this stuff might not get passed, but he's trying to take away the natural birthright of people born in America.
So take away the natural birth. Oh,
people who've been born in America.
Oh, this is what you said earlier in regards to taking the passports away because they were, their parents were illegals. Is that what you mean? Or do you mean like someone who's American citizen with American citizen parents?
No, the first thing. Somebody who's been born in America to illegal. Yeah. But basically to be able to use it under really to probably would be exploited in, you know, so many different, you know, they would just be used like we can get rid of this now, the person because we deem them as an undesirable. He made a very stupid comment tonight on Hannity, you know the presenter Hannity. He done it was only a short clip on Twitter from him saying, and what he said was, I just, you know, you look at these people and you just know something's wrong by looking at them. Yeah, I mean, the kind of tunnel vision in his comments is just, I don't look at. I'm not saying there's not issues, but I don't think Trump's the answer.
I don't think so either. I think a lot of people are going to realize that soon as well. Like,
yeah, and I think that's going to go back to what we were saying earlier. I think eventually, you know, there was a thing about, I was watching this Candid with Lubna earlier on before I came on to you, and she had some guests on. They were talking about, they think Muhammad Hijab and the Ali Dawas of this world should be censored and cancelled.
Okay.
It's just I just don't think that's it.
That's not the answer, no.
Allow people to, Muhammad Hijab is really starting to look idiotic with some of the stuff he's doing and saying. You know
only recently?
Well, I kind of only started to really see.
I'm messing. I don't know much about his content.
But I've started to see a break and going to another level. You know, like for example, he was invited on Piers Morgan a few months back to debate this guy Erschwertz, who was a friend of Epstein. He was Epstein's lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and there was also accusations made against him
Mm-hmm.
by, I think, the main girl, Maria Zhurov, from the Epstein case,
Mm-hmm.
who's made millions. Okay. Um, there were some allegations made against him, blah, 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 and he denied it, and I think it kind of went away. Do you know what I mean? I think there might have been money settled. I don't know.
Yeah, usually some
So,
kind of settlement.
yeah, but it was a big, not without enough of a lot of coverage of it. You know what I mean? It got a lot of airplay
Mm.
that he was this perv, basically. You know what I mean? Before it went away, and then basically, so he was on to debate. I think it was something around the Israel issue.
I think so too. I think I did see parts of that interview.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it was like a video link he was doing through a video link, and
Oh no,
he,
I know the one
yeah,
I'm thinking about is he was actually physically there in the
no, Hijab was there.
yeah,
Hijab was there,
hijab
but
was
the
there,
other
yeah.
guy, yeah, but the other guy wasn't.
I don't remember seeing the other
Yeah,
guy, but yeah, I remember him shouting down at him saying something about, "Oh, tell us about your case" or
that's the
something.
point. That's the
Yeah.
point. That's the point. So really, I think Piers Morgan probably shouldn't have got him on, the other guy,
Mm.
you know. So he kind of left him up. But what I did was it showed Mohammed Hijab was prepared to go for the personal insult as opposed to
Arguing the
debating
point. Yes,
the actual
exactly.
argument.
Yeah.
And a lot of people came out. This other guy is a perv. He's a creep. I would say he's done what he's been accused of. Do you
Mm.
know what I mean? And it could have, just thinking now, Piers Morgan could have also had him on the show to really show how Mohammed Hijab would react to him. To
Actually.
almost, do you know what I mean? There
Yeah.
could be that. There could be that chess move going on, So, and afterwards, basically, everybody was. Mohammed Hijab did make himself look very silly.
I agree. Yeah, I did watch
Yeah,
that and I went, bro, you
uh,
didn't look smart. And he ended up doing like a video.
yeah,
He released a video
yeah,
afterwards trying
yeah,
to big himself up and say, oh, look,
yeah,
the
yeah.
last time I was on Piers Morgan, he was asking me these kind of questions and he was talking to me like this. So when I came this
Oh, yeah,
time,
oh, really? Okay, right.
yeah, he's like, when I came this time, I came prepared. I was ready to just throw insults.
Yeah,
And I was like, bro, but
yeah,
you're stooping yourself down to their level. If you think they're that bad, why would
yeah,
you
yeah.
join them?
Yeah, no, I think, yeah, I think he just didn't do. I think he just didn't do himself. I think because he puts himself up there, he has some credibility as an intellect because he's got quite a high education. So he is very educated.
Education
And
is different from intellect, but yeah, I know what you
yeah,
mean.
no, but he is very academically educated.
Yes, yes, yeah.
He's got scholarly, and has PhDs and everything like that. I met him once. And he gave me the biggest grin. And I kind of melted in a nice way, so I'm kind of a sucker for a smile. Do you know what I mean? But and then he's done a bit of acting stuff. I don't know if you've seen.
No.
He's done something. So I thought next time I see him, I say, "Oh, you're going to get into the acting thing. I can give you a bit of tips." So being fair, being genuine with it. But I felt that because he has the scholarly expertise or whatever we want to call it, because he has all of that, like you said, he's putting himself into another arena which is very lower down, and it just and when he deals in that arena, by the way he responded to this Israeli lawyer, he really looks. It's like, the people looking in who may have given him credibility before thought, oh no, when it comes down to it, you're just this a bully, and you know what I mean. Whatever you think of the other guy, we already know that. We don't need you pointing that out. We just want you to argue whatever the debate he's here to debate you for. You've agreed it in advance, etc. So I think those kind of things, and that's where I feel a lot of the Dawa guys. I mean, I think Ali Dawa. I don't know why. I'm sure that's not his surname, but I've seen some stuff on Ali Dawa where the people comparing him to looking like a goat. Which is quite funny. I just when you look at the shape of his face, it is quite funny. But then again, I'm sure there'll be comments said about me. But I think Ali Dawa.
You do look like a little bit of a goat because you got that little thingy just there. Yeah, it's
This,
like a little
this
goat
thing,
beard.
yeah. I need, I need a couple of
Devil horns.
no go horns. Isn't it?
Yeah.
Don't they have? Or are they going out that way? I don't know.
I think it depends on the species of goat.
Are the apartment jurors?
Yes.
I think Alidawa is more into. I think he I think he's made a mistake partnering with Alidawa because they're two very very different intellects.
Hmm.
Yeah, and I think Zishan Smilesjana has now tried to be our best buddy with the two of them.
Yeah.
There's like you see the three of them together on the couch sometimes. Um, I think Alidawa really doesn't bring very much to the table. He's not academic. He's not really knowledgeable or scholarly.
Mm.
Um, so I don't think, and I think I think he should stick to serious debate, deal with the discussion with the debate, because he just leaves it. I think it leaves a bad impression on people, and people just start to see you in a very different light and think, oh, you're not really, what I want to interact with on a serious. I don't want to come to you for serious
Hmm.
discourse because you're not giving it.
No,
So
no.
I think he does himself a disfavor. Maybe
He really let himself down. He really did.
he does let himself down.
But
I think they're doing that just generally. I think they're.
yeah, I was gonna
I
say
think
that's literally just the Dawa guys at the moment. They just seem to be letting themselves down constantly.
the,
Once again, I don't want to refer back to this one guy, but the recent video I
Mm.
did with the Sheikh.
Oh yeah.
I was discussing things. I was
Um,
making points, and he was like, "You have no intelligence," and I was
You
just
see what I
like,
mean? Go for the insults when they can't respond. That's what
"Yeah,"
it is.
and it's like,
Always.
"Bro, just
Yeah.
answer the question. Just answer the
Yeah,
question.
yeah.
If it's a simple
That's
question."
the Darwin. That's a complete Darwin thing. And I noticed that very early on is if I can't respond to what you're saying or you got me into a corner or I haven't got a good answer, and I've seen that with the Sheikh the other night. I'll tell you the interesting thing about that Sheikh. Do you know Jude, the American guy?
Yeah, Jude.
Short,
Don't. Oh no, I don't know.
black mixed race guy.
No,
Always
no.
has a suit, shirt, and tie on, and it's a jacket and a blazer, and he's quite loud American. He's a nice guy, but he's very American.
No, I
He's
don't.
short. He's got a beard.
I honestly can't remember. I've got
You
aphantasia,
will,
so I can't visualize faces. So
right.
I'd have to
Okay,
actually have a proper conversation with him for me to actually go, "Oh yeah, that guy."
right. So he debates a lot
Oh,
of
yeah, he's a
Muslims.
debater. Cool.
Yeah. And he come in on one thing, and he's been on Hamza's Den and stuff like that. So he was with the Sheikh, and he was debating with him. I mean, I find sometimes with the Muslim Dawas, they don't realize what they're doing
Hmm.
in the sense of they don't realize that they shoot themselves in the foot or that what they're contradicting themselves about that we're saying it.
Yeah.
So basically, he was having this discussion with Jude about something in relation to the Quran. I don't know, whatever it was. It was not really that important. And then this other woman got involved, and then the Sheikh says, "No, I can, being arrogant, I can debate both of you.
Hmm.
I'm able to interact with both of you." And then Jude came out with this, whatever it was a very good point he was making, but it was obviously the Sheikh couldn't answer it
Yeah.
without, you know what I mean, genuinely. And he said, "I can only," and he said the Sheikh's response is, "I can only debate one person at a time." I was debating the woman. I
Oh,
don't know, you've just come back on what you've just
yeah,
said.
yeah.
And they didn't pick up on it, but
I think you're right, 100% right. It's because they know they can't answer it honestly.
yeah,
They could give an answer, but it's
the
gonna make them look
Muslims,
bad.
they makes them look like they I haven't seen. I'd love to see, and I think those ones in Sweden are probably the nearest thing I would see to like having a serious discussion about something.
Hmm.
I'd like to see somebody come out and say, "Come away from your script. Let's talk. Let's get real here."
Leave the
We're not
Dawa script
saying
behind. Yeah, we
leave
don't
it
need it.
all stuff behind. We're not saying the Bible is perfect. We're not. I think one of the issues, with the Muslims, they can't, and I kind of get it. This whole thing about Jesus being God, they struggle with that. I struggle with that.
Hmm.
Do you understand what I mean? But and oh, how good, and Usman. You know the old
Oh yeah, yeah,
Muslim
yeah, yeah.
slim, skinny guy with the white hand. How can Jesus be? I'm doing what you're doing. How can Jesus be the Father and be the Son at the same time? Where's the folder? You know, like- but they make good points. The points are actually good points. You know what I mean?
I think it depends on your, because like I said to the Sheikh again in that previous video, he was like, "How can three be one? How can three be one?" I was like, "Bro, you have 99 names of
I
Allah, and you
I
say there's
use
only one God."
I used that actually the
Oh,
other night
perfect.
in
How'd
the
it go?
yeah, yeah. They came back and they said this is 99
Names and attributes.
name and things. I said sorry, but basically I said but you said you're complaining about 3 and 1 and you're talking about 99.
In what? But if you could understand the simple concept that those
Yeah, yeah,
99 aren't individual gods. Yes, they've got
yeah,
individual names.
yeah,
Yes, they've got different attributes,
yeah.
but they're not 99 different gods. They're all part of the one God. And that's what Tawheed
Mm,
actually means. Tawheed actually means unification. They go
mm.
around and say it means oneness. It doesn't mean oneness. It means unification, becoming one.
All
So
right, which is like the Trinity.
exactly, it's
Yeah,
three.
yeah, yeah,
So where they've got one that's going, oh, God is a healer, God is a forgiver, God is this, God is that, and they're talking about his different attributes.
yeah. Mm,
The Christians have gone, oh no, all those attributes are true, but we
mm,
classify God into these three: the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And
mm.
those three have particular jobs, but they're one being. And then you
Yeah,
could go, okay, cool.
one central kind of thing going on. I still think it's a struggle because I mean, what I would say is the Holy Spirit is mentioned in Genesis,
Hmm.
all right, about coming over the ocean or the sea
Yeah.
or something. I'm not sure what it is. I know very little about the Bible.
I
Okay,
know even less, and I just
well,
know
probably,
the Maddie, Chris. He loves. I remember I had him on stream once, and he kept trying to explain this thing. He was like, "The Son is inside the Father," and he kept doing this, and I was just like, "Bro."
yeah,
And then he was like, "And the Spirit moved over the water." So I think that's
get your channel shut down.
so the Spirit moving over the water is the quote I think you're looking for from Genesis. The Spirit moved over the
There's the
water.
Spirit moving over the water, but see, I see the Holy Spirit. It's very interesting to hear these Muslim people in Sweden talking about the Holy Spirit
Mhm.
and quoting a lot of scriptural Bibles, which I thought, oh, there's something. And there's, you know, there's a woman in Speaker's Corner, and she brought up something, and I had heard it before. She said, "Do you know the old woman with the white hair, the Christian woman? She looks Nordic, Scandinavian. She's in her 70s. She
Ooh.
sits next to,
Yes.
Sai.
Yeah. She's usually on that side with the rest of the
Yeah,
Christians.
yeah.
Yeah. I know who you're talking about.
She has all signs
She's a
out
really nice
along.
character, really smiley.
She's lovely. Yeah, she's
Yeah.
really, really lovely. Her name is Mauritius or something.
Oh, cool name.
Yeah, something like this. But she's very sweet. I only spoke to her for the first time last week. Um, but she started talking to me, and she had it all written down. Chris Slam, this new merging
Yeah.
of Christianity and Islam together.
Chris Lam.
I'm on Chris Lam. And when I've seen this kind of video of the guys in
The
Sweden,
Maddies. Yeah.
yeah, I thought, oh, well, that
There's a
sounds a bit.
chance.
There's a chance she could be right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So yeah, but the Sheikh, I think there's, I don't think there's no, you know, when you see Christians, some Christians that all come up there, they speak with integrity and heartfelt when they're putting stuff across. You know,
Hmm.
not all are like that. The Muslims don't. I'm not saying they're lying, but what I'm saying they're sticking to a script, and they're at a place they don't want to get caught off guard
Hmm.
or
Hmm.
off the script because once you pull them away from off the script, they don't know where to go
No.
because they got able to defend. And I think the thing with Islam for me, and I think I said this at the beginning. I'd really put this in a nutshell. Islam for me, Islam doesn't stand up to scrutiny. That's the main thing.
I would add the fact that it doesn't stand up to Islam today doesn't stand up to scrutiny the way it's been taught. But like you just said, with the Sweden guys, the Mahdi guys, you can watch that and you can go, okay, it's holding up to scrutiny.
In that part of it,
yeah. So
but
it's the way it's being taught at the moment, and this is what I've been saying to them for ages. I've been saying to them that look, you've been brainwashed by the people in charge. You've got all these scholars telling you what to believe and what to think. Your own book, the Quran, tells you use your own head. If your Quran is telling you to use your own head, why are you not using your own head?
It does. That's the point. That's a very good point. It tells you if you're unsure, go and check things and research.
Not listen to someone else and then parrot what they're saying just because they are a scholar.
I think the issue is, have you seen in Leicester Square they started doing this thing where they come around, although I haven't seen any videos of it recently, and they give you headphones and get you to listen to the musical version of the Quran.
Oh
Quranic
no.
verses.
Okay.
What do you think?
Yeah.
Blah, 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 you know what I mean? So again, they're trying new tactics. And for me, when I look at a lot of the Dawa stuff now, it's back to desperation. I think they know. I think, when Mufti Menk, Mufti Menk?
Yeah.
Yeah. When Mufti Menk said to Mohammed Hijab on a video when he sat on the sofa, they're leaving in droves. What are we going to do? They're leaving in the hundreds of thousands every year. And that video, and he's such a high level, whatever.
He's like
When
one of
that
the top
video went
guys.
viral,
He's one of the top guys, and him
Because
saying that. But
and
that
it was him too, Mohammed.
I think
So
that's
I
why,
think
like
he
you said, they
knows.
don't want to go off script because as soon as they go off script,
They don't know how to. They can't cope.
yeah,
They
because
can't.
he'll
They
say
can't.
something like that. He'll say something
Yeah,
like that
yeah,
if they go off script, and they're like, no,
yeah,
just
yeah,
stick to the script, just stick to the script.
yeah. And that's the issue they face. They don't have any real serious debaters coming into that can come in, hear you, because what they do also is they'll cut over you, they'll speak over you, and then they'll accuse you of not listening to them. Do you know what I mean?
I've got
And
first-hand experience. I know exactly what you
I
mean.
see it all the time, and they say you're not listening, and they'll give you they want to go through a monologue with you. And you know who's very good at it is Mansoor. They want to go through a monologue, and then when you try to interject and say anything, you're not listening. Don't speak. Don't interrupt me when I'm speaking. And they say, yeah, and they have this whole way of trying to dehumanize you. They discredit you by insulting you.
It's all
Yeah,
projection. It's all
it's not
projection.
protecting, yeah. But like you said, it's because they don't have the nearest person that might be okay in debating. I would say is Zishan. Yeah, I would say he probably would be the nearest, but I don't think he's really there to really teach it, and I think
No,
he's there to defend.
I've had conversations with him, and he's tried to stick to the script. Like that question I told you earlier, where I told him about how Muhammad was a Jew, right? And he's like, oh,
Yeah.
skip that question completely, went off into a monologue, and I was like, okay, cool. I'll swing back around to it later. And then I think I brought it up again, and then he ended up going off into another monologue about something else. And it's never answering the damn question. It's never just a yes or no. And this is the funny thing. They want you, especially if you're a Christian, they want you to answer yes or no.
Yeah. That's the issue. Is they're very disingenuous, so they won't answer something. They'll accuse you of interrupting, but they want you to behave in a particular way. But if they do the opposite, it's okay.
Yeah.
Now, I had a conversation with him once. I only ever really had one conversation about a year ago, yeah, and it was about euthanasia and just the morality around people who are in a very bad place, who are very, very ill, in a lot of pain. About the decision process about if it's okay or not okay. If someone's quality of life has gone so low, do we give them the option to say, sorry, please turn off the button because I just can't go on. And I think that's a valid subject.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
We're talking about people's quality of life, yeah. And he said, no, it's against Islam. We don't agree with that, etc., etc. Now, two things. They cut that short and made it up. It's on his website. They edited the short it turned it into a short, and it wasn't a short. Okay, and they made it look like they edited it with the tagline, "I justify killing." You know what I mean? But
Which
there
is
was,
funny because if you were to ask them if you should kill the infidels or non-believers or the apostates,
mm,
they've got no problem killing those guys. They may
no,
have another 50 years ahead of them,
yeah,
you know. But no. Someone who's about to die, who's been sit in hospital for the last 4 months. Oh, you're the killer. You're the
no,
Bruh.
totally. I mean, it's just humanity. The humanities. I do say
No common
Muslims
sense either.
are really heartfelt, but they just don't seem to have that humanity, and everything comes back to Israel and what Israel is doing and such. That. But he done that, and so that short was edited, and I did kind of, I don't know if I meant to speak to him or I tried to speak to him about it, and I just thought, oh, that wasn't what the conversation, because it was made to sound like um how did I can't remember, they tried to twist it from memory. Well, the tag was, oh, he justifies killing, but I remember at the time thinking, oh, they're trying to say I'm supporting Israel. That was how I perceived it at the time. Now I can't predict. So basically, that was the discussion, and saying that I supported killing, and he was against he was against euthanasia. The full conversation didn't come out. It was cut
I wish I was there for this conversation. I would have had
yeah.
fun with it.
It's on his Spicer Janner's
Smarter
website
judge. Okay.
video.
Okay.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
was at Speaker's Corner. You had this conversation then.
yeah. But
Okay.
it's
Okay.
about a year ago. The videos on a few places and caught up in a few different places. Well, I wanted to speak to him recently was because I seen him he was on a panel with the usual Hamza Zen or well, one of that kind of thing. I think it might have been EF Sawa actually, because it was about Hindus. They were on the whole Hindu thing. They really go for the Hindus.
They really do. Yeah. They think it's an easy target because of the
They
many
think it's an
gods.
easy concept. Yeah, sometimes yeah, no, absolutely, and sometimes afterwards they're thinking some of the Hindus are very good.
Are they?
But,
Okay,
yeah,
the
yeah.
ones
some
I've
of them
listened
are-
to, I was just like, oh no, they're getting these random guys who barely know what they're talking about
Yeah.
to come and explain this. But yeah,
Well, I've seen two things in the last week. One on Hamza's Dead and one in EF Sawa. I'm kind of going back to what I was saying about the spam, uh, videos about people leaving Islam, and we would think it's not.
yeah, the AI stuff, yeah.
I noticed this. No, it wasn't AI.
No,
I've heard.
okay, sorry, but we were referencing the AI ones earlier, the
Yeah,
ones with the robot
yeah.
voice. Yeah.
What I noticed was on Hamza's Den and an EF Java, it was actually that Abbas, two people coming on doing Shahada, but there was something not right about it. It was, they came on with all these questions, and within 5 minutes, everything was fine, and yes, I'm ready to take my shot. And just the whole flow of everything, I thought, oh, that's not real. You don't come
Staged.
on,
Yeah.
yeah, it's staged. And then I noticed the same thing on EF Towers, like the exact same format. I noticed these things, man. I do pick up on these things. I thought, on that stage, that's the stage thing. And again, it was because. And are you happy now? Have we answered your question? Well, why are you not taking your shahada? So just say after me, ashahadu. But the
Oh
whole
my
thing is
days.
just
Oh my
I thought
days.
keep an eye out for it and see if you notice because
See, but the funny thing is, when they're going and doing the shahada for these guys and they're trying to recruit them into their gang, are they going to tell them, hey, listen, by the way, just so you know, before you take the shahada, we've only had a 5-minute conversation. There's people who've been born Muslim, who've been practicing it for the last 20 years, and they're leaving Islam.
Yeah.
You want to make sure you're 100% before you join because, that we have the apostate laws. There's no honesty. There's no straightforward. It's just pure. It's like,
capture them. Yeah, no,
I-
it is. Yeah,
capture
it's totally
perfect word because I like to compare them to trying to collect Pokemon. They're just trying
Yeah,
to
it
collect
is.
as many
It
Pokemon
is.
as they can rather than just.
Yeah, it's trying to catch as many in. It's a numbers game. But I seen Zishan on this panel, whatever it was. So I'd had this conversation with him about euthanasia and about like everything I just said to you. And he was on attacking Hindus. Now here, this is where it gets so funny, and I wanted to pull him up and say this to him. He was attacking Hindus about Diwali.
Oh, the fireworks stuff.
About the fireworks.
Yeah, I think I saw
And
that.
about, yeah, and about what about the noise affecting the insects? I said, sorry, you're worried about the effects of the noise on the insects, but you're all right for people who are terminally ill in so much pain not to die.
Mm,
Seriously, do you know what I mean?
mm,
Yeah,
mm.
seriously. So don't speak to me about an insect when there's somebody here who's
Well,
absolutely crippled with pain.
well, if we're talking about compassion and letting things live, uh,
Yeah.
one of the things that you do on Eid is usually slaughter a goat or something.
It is,
Yeah, it's one of the things is that like when a festival thing happens, it's like the
mm,
sacrificial goat that's going to feed the family,
mm,
and it's like, yeah, you could be vegetarian. You know, if you care about
mm,
animals and the insects and their hearing by the fireworks,
mm.
if you want that much compassion for the animals, because the thing is, it's not about compassion for the animals. It's not about the environment. It's just a way to point fingers at another group of people and
100%.
say,
Yeah,
"Oh,
yeah.
look at what they're doing," or they're not as good as us, are they? And it's like,
But you see the changes, then, man. Can you see the positives? Can you see there is a change going on within them?
um,
I can see something is going on
I'm not gonna lie.
in a positive way. I can see people are thinking. I think some Muslims are thinking, "Oh God, this is getting embarrassing." You
I
get me?
I hope
You
so.
have the usual uniform ones like, "Oh, my friend, I'm calling from in India or Saudi Arabia. I'm so happy to be on your panel. I must meet you." You know what I mean? And I love your videos and I love your
Proper
streams.
polishing him. Yeah.
Well, there's just,
I I
I think,
I think the
a lot of
change is.
education. Yeah, yeah.
I think the change is slow. From the first conversations I had with them last year, and then a couple of months later, I had some similar conversations. I could see a little bit of growth. I could see that they were trying to see. This is the thing. I want to say that I was seeing them trying to learn to be better, but
Hmm.
what I realized was they weren't trying to be better and trying to realize more and grow more.
Hmm.
They were trying to perfect the Dawa script. You know, they're like,
Absolutely.
oh no, we're not the problem. It's the Dawa script that's the problem. Let's try and fix that.
How can I be a better liar? Yeah,
Exactly.
without you noticing it.
And then they started bringing up other topics, things that they wouldn't normally talk about. If they were trying to convert someone, they wouldn't be talking about uh, certain topics about how compassion, truth, love, community, and all that stuff. They'd be like, no. Muhammad did miracles. One of his
Yeah,
miracles was he would stand by this tree every day, and then when he wasn't standing by the tree, it would cry. And it's like, bro,
I know some
how
of
is
it's
that
real.
connecting anyone closer to God? How is that making anyone
Yeah, yeah.
a better person? No, it was just
But
a
what evidence do you have of that?
exactly. But it
Of it?
wasn't
Right.
about the evidence. It wasn't about anything other than just trying to convince this person that this amazing miracle happened, and that because of this miracle that happened, they need to now follow their version, rather than, like I said,
Man,
trying
if
to
they
make
can
them
split,
connect to God. Sorry.
if they can split the moon, they can make it with three cries. You know what I mean?
It's possible to split the moon.
Huh?
It's possible to split the moon.
How? Please don't go there. It's another conversation.
It's all metaphysical. It's all metaphysical.
I think well, yeah. I've done a lot of research on that, and I went up and found there was actually um, what do you call it, a solar eclipse.
Hmm.
It was actually on NASA's website for 612.
Okay. Yeah. No. I think someone told me a story.
And
Obviously, a Muslim,
I've seen the map, the trajectory of the map from
and it's
Kerala,
over it. Yeah. No,
and
because
because they keep talking about this king in Kerala saw it, but I seen the map of the
oh,
solar.
it actually went up to Kerala. Okay, I didn't know that one. But
Yeah, yeah,
I've heard stories that there was an eclipse, and then everyone started kind of like going, "Oh, look, Muhammad did this miracle," and he was like, "No, it's just an eclipse."
mm,
So I
mm,
know that there's a story of Muhammad claiming that an eclipse isn't anything special. But
oh yeah,
yeah. So
and that this was something special.
yes,
As
and like I
yeah,
said, I think that there's more esoteric. There's more metaphysical understanding, like
mm,
the Moses splitting the Red Sea,
okay.
and then you've got Muhammad splitting the moon. You got a theme. You got a theme here of splitting things.
No wonder the earth is still standing. And now we've got Trump gone in drilling everywhere
But
for oil.
Jesus is going to come back and he's going to split people too. He's going to
He's not.
yeah. Jesus is going to come back and he's going to split the wheat from the what is it called
With the sword. Not by the sword alone.
Maybe with the sword, you never know. But you know, like they have the wheat and the tears. They're like
Right.
when Jesus comes
The
back,
wheat, the wheat and the shaft.
the
It's the shaft. There's the wheat on the shaft.
of the shaft,
The shaft. I think the word is shaft.
chaff,
Chaff. Chaff.
chaff,
Chaff.
maybe.
Chaff.
But
Yeah,
you
something
got the
like
wheats and then you got the little tears. So they
that.
grow
Right.
together and then you split them. So the idea of
Right.
splitting things isn't just common to Muhammad or Moses. Even Jesus is supposed to come back and split things. So I think that there's more. It's more of an analogy kind of thing rather than an. Because for him, he could be like, no, when I split the moon, what I meant was I came to this land and I split the people between the believers and the non-believers.
I meant what he said. What he said was, what I really meant to say to you was, I'd see you down at that pub, the Spit the Moon, at 9 o'clock. next next to the pub of the Weeping
The Weeping
Willow.
Willow. Yes, the Weeping Willow. Where is that from? Is that a movie? Is that like Harry Potter or something? The Weeping Willow.
No, the Weeping Willow. I think it's a song. Just give me a second. Oh,
I'm gonna Google this. The Weeping
I just
Willow.
heard a lot of shouting like that. So man, listen, I'm gonna have to go.
No worries, no worries. We've been going on for a little while.
Yeah, we have a little while. Yeah, that's an understatement. No, because wanted to try and get to. I'm going over to my mom on Sunday, but I wanted to try and get to the laundry tomorrow.
Ah,
Wanted
cool.
do laundry. I don't have a washing machine. Even though I should. If I can afford a piano, I can afford a washing machine.
You're
No,
going
so
to Speakers Corner Sunday, yeah?
No,
No,
I won't.
not
I
this
won't.
Sunday.
I'm going to go over to my mom on Sunday.
Oh
'cause
yes,
I
you did
haven't
say yes.
since
Yeah. That'd be nice.
since last May, so I think to do the right dutiful son thing.
Mm.
So I'll do no. So I want to do a few things tomorrow here, and then I'll go over to my mom on Sunday. So I'll let this weekend play out. So that's the best thing to. Because I just have to keep my mom. She's not old. She's 77.
Mm.
But she's very fit. She's off to New York in March with my sister.
Okay, wow, very fit.
Yeah, she's had 8 foreign trips last year, so she's off to New York in March.
Yeah.
They celebrate St. Patrick's Day with my
Nice,
sister.
nice, yeah.
And then when she comes back, she's back about a week, and then she's off to Norway for
Wow.
2 weeks with this friend of hers from Norway. She goes sometimes to the Oriala Boris.
Aurelia Boris, yeah. Northern Lights. Yeah.
So but she keeps kind of reaching out to and I just think, oh, Damien, just get off your arse. Stop making
Bite the bullet.
excuses.
Bite the bullet.
Bite the bullet. Come away from the coffee shop and just do the thing.
And it's just one day, and obviously she'll be off on holiday soon, and then you won't get a chance to see her again until later.
And that's just the right thing to do. Sometimes you just gotta just So, man, I'm going to want to make a sandwich. I'm starving.
Yeah, no worries. Do your thing. Appreciate you coming on. Appreciate the conversation and the chat.
Was there anybody there? Anybody comment?
Some people. Someone. Lo Wang said a rebranding about my name, Freedom Hawk. And Miss Noma, who's never been on the channel before, welcome. Says wishing you much success, which was nice, but yeah, he didn't stick around.
I like your logo. What's the logo?
Oh, you like that? It's a hawk. It's a hawk with like some lines on there representing the golden spiral and the pie. So,
Right.
yeah, what do you think about the new branding thing anyway? Because you mentioned it earlier.
6 hours we've been chatting, Demo.
Yeah. Are you bored now? Are you bored now?
No, it's not boring. Not very bored. No, it's just totally. You know what it is? It's just if I don't get the laundry done, it's just small few things I want to do tomorrow. If I stay up too late, the next day I get up late, and then I just make excuses not to do what I really want to do. And I just don't have proper clean laundry, so I want to do that. Yeah.
Especially if you're gonna go see your mum as well. Yeah, you make sure your
it's all the basic simple stuff. So sorry, the logo. No, I like the logo. What was the logo?
It was a hawk. So it's the channel now called Freedom Hawk. Rather than the golden dragon isn't dead. It's just Like I said, it's integrated part of the old self with the new self.
So what are they allowed to bird? Oh, they're hawks.
Yeah.
Lots of
Yeah. Oh, that's the banner you're looking at. Yeah, the banner is a bunch of hawks with a rainbow in the background.
they're gay hawks.
Gay meaning happy? Yes.
Happy at the wall. When I grew up, I think when I was growing up, there wasn't even the word gay. That tells you
Was it the F word?
No, the F word is actually a very American terminology in relation to that. It was more the Q word,
Ah, okay.
and I know other things.
Mm-hmm.
In Ireland, there would be things like pansy,
Yeah.
shirt lifter, one arm bandit. You know, it was all these really stupid kind of things. But no, the faggot word was that's more of an American
Mm-hmm.
thing for gay people. A bit like the way the way in in I've just lost my screen just lost.
It's frozen, but I can still see. Oh, I can still hear you, as it's.
Yeah, I can't. I don't know what happened there.
Computer said no. Computer says
Yeah,
no.
yeah. Why did that? Hide chat. Stage stop cam. All right. Um, can you see me in this stream
Yeah,
or
but
just the voice?
give me 1 second. Let me drop you down and bring you back up.
Right.
Nope, now it's just black. Oh,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
tried.
that's what,
Anyway, you're gonna be going anyway. You're gonna be going in a
yeah,
second anyway.
yeah,
Um,
yeah. Rejected by StreamYard. What can I do?
it is what it is. It is what it
It
is.
is, it is, yeah.
But yeah, you got your.
Nice chatting, nice
You
catching.
too, Jean. Appreciate you
Yeah.
coming on. Enjoy your weekend. Don't give your
Yeah,
mum
you
too much
too.
of a hard time.
Yeah, no, it'd be good. I'd be good to hear. I feel better about it, so it'll be good to. Because you never know, you know, when your mum's a certain age,
That's it.
you don't want to have those things happen and then thinking and be guilty for the rest of your life because you didn't do, you know what I mean, do the right
I
thing.
think that's a good mentality to have, regardless of
Mm.
age, because we never know how much time we have. Like you said about that boy who got hit by the car in the restaurant.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
sure
yeah.
his parents weren't thinking, "Oh yeah, he will make things right in about another 20
Mm.
years." You know what I mean?
Yeah,
They were probably, life situations and holding on to grudges and
there's,
stuff.
there's so many stories I've just seen recently of young people just pass. I don't know if you know this name, this guy Paul Danan. Do you know him?
No.
He was kind of a reality star. Now I watched him on a video recently doing something, and I thought, oh, he looks really not well. Now he wouldn't be 40,
Mm.
but and then it broke in the news. I remember noticing at the time, thinking he really doesn't look well. Um, and he's an addict. He was in an AA meeting or conference or something,
Mm.
and then all of a sudden, the next thing I hear, he's dead. So, and then the other guy is, do you know Tony Slattery?
I think you mentioned the name last time, actually.
Yeah, yeah, he's a comedian, American, 65. So I think I'm kind of I think you're getting as you go you had this to come to look forward to, the man. I think as you get older, you kind of go into a bit more awareness
Mm.
of mindfulness of where you're at and what's actually going on. And so I think I think sometimes you kind of go to the thing of just do the right thing. This is your mother. She's given me everything, all my life mostly, and more.
Mm.
No, I'm not saying there hasn't been issues, but
No,
at the end of the
that's
day,
life.
that's life. All or what child or what family doesn't have issues gonna. Why did that stream come off?
Sorry?
Why did I lose the camera thing?
I have no idea. I'm just guessing that StreamYard was like, guys, seriously, you've been trying to say goodbye for a while, just and he's trying to help us along, I think.
All right, Damien, go on.
No,
Yeah.
you
All
go
right.
on. You've got your washing up to do.
Yeah, no,
all that stuff.
no, totally, no. I'm talking about StreamYard. I'm joking with StreamYard saying, Damien, go on.
Go on. Go on.
I'm monitored as a friend of listeners here. I'll catch you soon, man. Have a good weekend. Yeah?
You too, buddy. I'll see you soon. Take care.
All right. Take it
Bye-bye.
easy. Bye.
That was nice of Damien to come up. Ended up turning this stream into a lot longer stream, which was nice. It was interesting. Lots of interesting conversations talking about India, talking about COVID, HIV, travel, lots of different things. Hopefully you guys learned something. Hopefully you guys found it interesting. If you did, drop the video a like. You could always subscribe if you're new here. You're more than welcome to. And yeah, I'm probably going to keep running the stream for a couple more minutes, to be honest. I'm wide awake. I'm wide awake. So I really did enjoy that, though. Thank you very much again, Damien. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, what were we talking about today? We were talking about mini journey over what I learned. Yeah, I think I pretty much covered everything I learned earlier with the mini journey. Well, there's other parts I learned as well. There was more like stuff that I didn't realize behind the scenes coming to the front and trying to. This is the best thing when you do certain things that like allow you to get away from distractions. It allows you to reflect and think a bit more deeply, where certain things would be glossed over. You end up looking at them with a bit of a magnifying glass and looking at the finer details and trying to realize, ask yourself if that's what you want, or that's what you want, you know, making the decisions a bit better. So yeah, I always recommend going away, trying to reflect. I always recommend nature. I love nature. Nature's beautiful. Even in its veracity, it can be beautiful. But that's life. That's life. That's what all the people say. So yeah, I hope you guys have an amazing evening, or an amazing Saturday now. Enjoy your weekend, and I shall see you when I see you next, whenever that is. I am the dust at the feet of God's servants. Only God is special.
So unbound and let free, looking for the one soul, longing for me. Broken dreams create new hopes, collecting twigs to build our home. Praying the angels watch over you until the day we become true. Divine union my heart craves, a love that lasts till the end of days. I have found love and it set me free, like this cosmic dance that's walking to eternity. Forever you and me. Life can be hard and tough, always know who you are enough. Let me be your rock through the storm, the lighthouse calling you home. I will always be there to shine the light on your darkest fear, dispelling shadows that linger on, reminding you that we are one. I have found love and it set me free, like this cosmic dance that's walking to eternity. Forever you and me. Let's play together in this garden of love, diving deeper into souls from above. Two flames from a single wick, dancing together, wild and quick. Bound by a rhythm soft yet free, moving as one in harmony. I have found love and it set me free, like this cosmic dance that's walking to eternity. Forever you and me. Ooh, ooh. this cosmic dance. Let's walk into eternity. Forever you and me.